right, hello. Let's see if this is working. All right, 1 second. If anybody is listening, my apologies. Okay, looks like I am live. All right. Well, hello and welcome, everybody. Sorry about that. So welcome to EMWCon 2022. I think it's just a little bit of a delay, but I think I'm live. Yeah. So welcome to the in-person attendees after 2 years of virtual conferences. Welcome to all the remote attendees logging in. This is our first ever hybrid remote and local EMWCon. So we have a little technical issues at the beginning, but we're off to the races now. First of all, thanks to our sponsors, our premier sponsors, WikiTech, WikiWorks, and Wikibase Solutions. And then our contributor sponsors, MW Stake, MyWiki's, Data Aspects, Wiki Conference North America, and Technosis. Also, thanks for everybody for coming in person. So a little housekeeping for platforms, we'll be using Hopin for all the presentations and panels. That's what you're probably watching now. It'll also be simulcasted on YouTube, and I'll talk about it a little bit more later, but we're also going to be using Cozy as the social networking site. It's kind of like a little top-down, old-school RPG thing to allow you to go and collaborate with others. You can meet up to 20 people. You can have direct one-on-one meetings and closed meetings and just filter around. So we'll be using that more heavily during the Create Camp. And at the end of this session, after our keynote, there might be a time where we'll introduce it to everybody and try to get everybody on board. But feel free to jump on now. There's an admin that should let you in when you're ready. So if you're familiar with it already, Element is what we'll be using for chats and Q&A for speakers. We'll also be aggregating all questions from YouTube and Cozy and Hopin for the speakers for Q&A. And all of these links are on the EMWCon page on MidiWiki.org. And that's probably why you're here, so I don't need to show the link, but it's at the bottom. The conference schedule is available there as well. And also, if you're logged in, you should see it. For some scheduling, the morning talks are mostly remote to accommodate our European presenters. There's two panels I'm excited about. One's the future of enterprise MediaWiki, which will be after lunch today. And the other is highlighting MediaWiki's use in video games. And that's the end of the day tomorrow. So there's 2 full days of talks today and tomorrow with panels. And then the last day is a Create Camp. Again, Cozy will be the platform that we'll be using to interact with on that, in addition to breakout rooms and anything else that we want to use on Hopin. But I won't drag this on anymore. I'll hand it over to Lane Becker, our keynote speaker from the Wikimedia Foundation, and he's going to be talking about the state of Wikimedia Enterprise in 2022. And Lane, I think you need to request to be let in.
Sorry. Well, yeah, okay, sorry. Give me a second here. Thanks. That's good.
Careful time for the cord not to fit.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
And then did you pull the slides up? Ooh, fun.
Yeah. Creepy.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see your screen right now, but it looks like it's there you go.
Hey, here we go. All right. Slowly loading. There. Yay. All right. Hey, folks. Good morning / afternoon / evening. I don't know where you are, but I hope it's all over the place. Much like this presentation will be. All right. So my name's Lane Becker. I'm with the Wikimedia Foundation. I'll talk a little bit about my role there in just a moment. But I was asked here to my hometown of Houston, Texas. I live in Austin, so it was a short drive. It wasn't a huge commitment to come talk about the state of Wikimedia enterprise, which is what we're going to do now. So just a little bit about me. I'm a senior director at the foundation. I started almost 3 years ago now. I'm focused on what we call earned revenue opportunities, which is such nonprofit speak, I guess, because all the rest of the money that they bring in is unearned. Fantastic. But practically what it means is I was brought in to explore sort of commercial opportunities, paid opportunities, ways to sell something, in this case, commercial access to Wikimedia data, just to sort of figure out like what it would take to do that. And I think more importantly, how to do it in a way that is in alignment with or consonant with the mission, the movement, and its values, which is, as you can imagine, an interesting challenge. So I lead the business side of the enterprise, and we got some other folks in product engineering. We're a separate team from the official sort of product and engineering teams, which live in their own, not to get too inside baseball about the organization, but there's a product department and there's a technology department, and we have both product people and technology people, but are in neither of those. We're sort of separate and off on our own, off in a corner, which is also sort of has its pluses and minuses. I was brought into this role because I have a background. Just realized I get rid of that so you can see the cute squirrel that is our logo. There we go. My background is all over the place in the world of technology. I have a background in startups, technology consulting, product development, finance. I even worked for a venture capitalist for a while. Wouldn't recommend it. For-profits, nonprofits, and I even worked for government, both at the city level and also spent 4 years as a Fed, which I know some of you in here also are. I worked for GSA. So, buy me a drink and ask me stories about that. So all of this is sort of relevant and I think germane to this coming here. I was really excited about getting to work on, as I imagine many people who go to work for Wikimedia are, to work on a product and to work on a service and to work on it within a movement, all of which I sort of like, whose values really align with mine, that I'm very engaged in. And the idea of sort of taking my background in startups, but trying to figure out how it might work in this environment, taking my background in government and thinking about the way that when you're working in government, you really have to be thoughtful of, or at least aware of, the constituency, the citizenry that you're serving. All of that, and kind of like bringing it into this environment to figure out how to make a project like Wikimedia Enterprise work. Well, so a couple things I want to talk about. First of all, I'll just talk about, before we can talk about the future state of Wikimedia Enterprise, I want to get us all aligned on what the current state of Wikimedia Enterprise is. So I'll start by kind of talking about what that is and what we have built up to this point over the last 2+ years. Then, and I'm finally, this is exciting for me because it's the first time I've talked publicly about any of this stuff, which is awesome because I'm very excited about all of it. Some of the stuff that we have coming up in 2022, And then the last part, which is actually in some ways the one I'm most excited about to discuss with you, but also the one where I have the least to say, because it's mostly questions as opposed to answers, is I've been thinking a lot lately about, and Cindy and I discuss this at times, been thinking a lot lately about, like, in the broader picture, as we're talking about Wikimedia Enterprise, less about the product and the service and some of the other stuff I'll talk about. I'm really kind of interested in, like, its relevance to thinking about, things like enterprise media wiki, like stuff that operates like adjacent to the huge universe of like Wikimedia and its properties, and is like relevant to the thing that's interesting to me about Wikimedia Enterprise is I think it's starting to like indicate a direction for the foundation and hopefully for the sort of broader movement that will be that is like really relevant, I think, to the folks in this room. So we'll get to all of that, and then Q&A where you can, I don't know, tell me I'm wrong about everything. I always enjoy that. Okay, so let's start with the current state. What is Wikimedia Enterprise? So I mean, the product itself is pretty straightforward as products go. It is pipes, right? We are selling what I would call commercial grade API access to Wikimedia data. What commercial grade means, we'll get into because it's complicated. But it's purpose designed for large-scale data consumers, right? So people who need to consume Wikimedia data across all of its many projects, and who want to reuse that data to shape their service, to grow their service, to augment their service. As we've begun to explore all of the different ways, I'll get into like how little actually, in some ways, the foundation and the movement understand about third-party reuse of our data. But like what we have discovered just in the 2 years that we've been working with it is that it is like it's everywhere and it's pervasive, and it's used by all sorts of commercial entities in all sorts of different contexts. People use it for everything from like ML training to common knowledge store to augment the specific data that's attached to their knowledge graph, all these things that you're familiar with, but just or all these things that wouldn't surprise, I think, folks that have any familiarity with Wikimedia data, but like the pervasiveness of it is just fascinating. We did a little experiment early on when we were getting started where we just signed up for one of those unnecessarily expensive LinkedIn services that let you troll people's resumes and or troll through people's resumes, I should say. And we were just looking for people that just had knowledge graphs somewhere in their job title or their job description. And then we would reach out to them and say like, hey, just curious, I'm with Wikimedia Foundation. I was wondering if you've ever used Wikimedia data. And we had 100% hit rate. Like everybody uses it. It's just everywhere. And that is fascinating to me and made me think, okay, maybe we can build a business here. Now I will freely admit that the challenge of trying to build a business on top of data that you're also giving away entirely for free is really challenging. And I'm happy to talk about that during the Q&A, but it's been interesting. But we have started to formulate an argument for what it means to be commercial access to Wikimedia data and Wikimedia content, as opposed to just sort of more general access for a wider audience. So when we think about our paid services, we have a couple of different arguments that we make for where the value is in them. One is like we are looking at building new sorts of commercially oriented features. That's everything from like the design of the data structure to thinking about ways to aggregate existing public data and present it in such a manner that it's more useful for commercial audiences. So we're thinking about how do we shape this data? How do we shape the data that we're getting, or that we're providing rather, and that others are consuming in a way that makes more sense for commercial organizations? And I'll talk a lot about this. And then we do other stuff that makes us look kind of like your classic enterprise data company. We have customer service, which is 24/7 actually for some of our larger customers. They can call up at any time and they can get somebody on the front line, and we have multiple tiers and it looks just like a customer. Very unusual for the Wikimedia Foundation. We have a customer service team that looks exactly like any other customer service team for the folks who are customers. We have an SLA, right? We have with guaranteed uptime. And for certain customers, rebates against that. We have all of these things. And then I wrote delivered on a commercially reasonable timeline. And by that, I just mean like we are responsive to our customers on a timeline that makes sense to them, right? Like the foundation, and this is not me casting any sort of aspersions, but like the timeline of the technology development of the foundation is not held to any sort of commercial standard because it's not a commercial entity, right? Like that's not who it's responsible to. And so sometimes things that could get developed over the scale of years, the more traditional part of the foundation can get developed over the scale of months or even occasionally weeks. In our case, if it turns out that there's something that's really critical. And that's just, again, a difference of, I call it a difference of approach, a difference of inflection, a different set of customers that we're thinking about serving than has historically been the case. The enterprise itself is technically the services are sold as a separate LLC, but that's largely for tax purposes. Functionally, it is a part of the Wikimedia Foundation. We're all Wikimedia Foundation employees. We're not spun off in any way. That's actually really important generally, but also to us, because we are subject to all the oversight, all the existing rules of the foundation. There's nothing that everybody else has to do that we do differently. If anything, we have put more on ourselves. We have our own set of principles that we adhere to. You can see them. You can see them on MetaWiki, and all the revenues that we earn go back to the foundation. So none of the money is going anywhere else. It's certainly not coming to me. I had a friend once. She's a venture capitalist, and I was telling her about my job, and she was like, "So basically, it's like all the stress of a startup, but with none of the upside." I was like, "Yes, that is accurate, but it's going to a good cause." And then ultimately, we are accountable to the foundation board, just like every other part of the foundation. So again, like no different in that sense. We are just another part of the overall enterprise, the enterprise of enterprise. We do, however, get to do some like different design stuff. Actually, we worked with the branding team, and this is actually sort of pulling back from the original version of the site where we were just like everything was like white text on a black background, because we were at the beginning we were like, how can we communicate difference, right? Like when you show up at one of our sites, like how do you get a sense that it's part of the family but like a distant relative, like living several countries away? That's what we were going for with the design. I think we sort of got there. The squirrel is just a cute squirrel. I mean, we were like, well, it should be cute. Like, how do we make it fun? How do we make it interesting? So it's a cute squirrel. So this is what it looks like. It's at enterprise.wikimedia.com. So really trying to, again, sort of like think about it and frame it as a commercial service, part of the overall universe, part of the overall ecosystem, but a little bit different at the same time. And then here's our value proposition. I mentioned before, it can be challenging to try and figure out how to sell something to a company when they can also get it for free. So as we thought about it, this is the value proposition. And I want to really state this is a work in progress. We're only a couple of years into this. And I think there's definitely a business here, but we will grow and evolve as we start to understand exactly what it is that our customers need and want. And as we grow our customer base as wide as possible, or as wide as makes sense, which is this, like for data that's already freely available to access, we want to increase the size of what we will call a usable Wikimedia data set in new ways that were previously unavailable. So we do this in a variety of different ways. We're going to make it easier to parse things out of the data in a way that makes sense for commercial entities. We're going to make it easier to tie data together in ways that make sense for commercial entities. We're going to make it easier to detect changes that are meaningful and changes that aren't meaningful for commercial entities. I'll just keep saying this for commercial entities line because it's our focus, right? And one of the things we think about is, whatever we develop in this area may be useful. The technology, the product that we develop may be useful to other parts of the ecosystem as well. They're just going to replace 4 commercial entities with 4 whatever sort of user set or subset of the user base they're serving, right? So our focus is build these tools and services in a way that's focused on commercial usage, but always with an eye towards how might this be useful in the broader ecosystem if we're thinking about a different persona that we're aiming it at. And they want to do all of this within the sea of content that is Wikimedia. I can tell you that's the number one thing that we hear when we talk to businesses is basically, I only need part of this. How do I find only the part of it that I need? And that is, for us, quite literally the $1 million question. Okay, so what can enterprise do? I mean, it's a set of APIs. So you can retrieve complete projects or individual articles or the latest revision of an article on a daily, on an hourly, on a real-time basis, on an individual basis. You can do it against a subset of articles if you've done a good job of sort of specifying your search. We offer, I don't know how many of you folks are intimately familiar with the existing Wikimedia APIs, but they are quite different from each other in some cases. And in fact, for many of the commercial folks that we talk to, a lot of the engineering work that they do on their side when they're trying to work with the non-enterprise APIs is just trying to like normalize that data and figure out how to kind of identify what an article in one API, in the event streams API is compared to say, downloading the dumps that come every 2 weeks. That's a lot of the work that happens. So we have just removed that work. So we have 3 APIs. They have 3-ish APIs. They have identical response objects. It's just a little bit easier to use the data, a little bit less engineering work on your end to use the data if you're a commercial organization. We've also tried to, reduce the number of requests. Some of the APIs to get specific types of information that have historically existed at the foundation have required you to make multiple calls in order to get a specific piece of data. We've really done some work to understand, okay, what kinds of data do commercial organizations want, and how can we make sure that we can return that with one call, right? And obviously, like we're using modern JSON schema, and there's a lot that we've been able, because we were working, we've got tech debt now, but since we launched kind of Greenfield, is it Bluefield, Greenfield? I think it's green, right? Because stuff's growing. Okay. I always confuse that one. Redfield, I don't know. Because we are working in this Greenfield environment, we were really able to sort of like just work past a lot of the legacy issues that the existing APIs have because we were starting fresh. And then other things we're trying to do from a commercial perspective, make it easier to understand the likelihood of vandalism, the context to your latest edit. We're thinking about data that's relevant there. Be surprised how hard it is. One of the things we discovered early on was that a lot of the organizations, a lot of the companies that we talk to really, 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 really actually do want to follow the rules when it comes to the licenses of the content, but really struggled when they were getting it in third-party, as a third-party reuser, really struggled to figure out what the license was and how it worked, just because of some inconsistencies in the way that we present that. So we've tried to make that very straightforward for them. That was actually very heartening for me to learn. I'm talking to these companies and thinking like, oh, they don't want to deal with the license. And they're like, no, our lawyers, a lot of the companies we talk to, if they couldn't figure out what the license was that was attached to the data, the lawyers just required them to toss it out. And they hate that. So it's really like reframing some of the assumptions that I went into this with, and then full metadata in every request, just as consistently as possible. So pretty straightforward. I mean, a lot of times I say we really are just building like what looks sort of functionally like an enterprise data business anywhere else. We're just doing it here in the unique environment that is Wikimedia. That said, we aren't an enterprise data company because enterprise data companies license data. And we do not license Wikimedia data. Wikimedia data has plenty of licenses already, does not need more licenses. So we are a little unique in that we are a software service. That's what we offer a commercial pipeline, but we are selling the pipes. We are not selling the water, right? And that is different from the way that a traditional enterprise data business works. Instead, we're just really looking at like all the different services and all the different ways that you can access Wikimedia data, all the different types of projects. We're just trying to unify that as much as possible. So we're building a commercial pipeline, and that is the nature of the business. If you want to use the other pipes, you can continue to use them for free over here. But if you want the commercial pipeline, that's over here and it costs. And then again, single platform, single service, all the APIs are unified. They're all returning identical data structures. I usually hammer on that a lot in most of the presentations that I do because it is baseline in a lot of other environments, but quite unique when it comes to the foundation. And then each return data structure is a set of complete content based on the last revision, right? So again, trying to make this as simple and as concise as possible. We provide the wiki text, full page wiki text, full article wiki text, full HTML, info box and revision content. We don't really do much parsing of the page right now. We don't really split it or break it up into objects, but that is absolutely a longer term goal because we start to dig in on the commercial side, what we really understand is that they don't in almost every case, what they want as a third-party reuser is not the entirety of the page. They want some aspect of it. And so being able to pull some of those out, it's a challenging technical challenge. It's an interesting technical challenge, but a longer-term goal is like, how specific can we get in terms of what we return when a commercial entity requests something, at both at the level of the articles, but also at the level of the individual article. And then, rich and unified metadata, always fun. Looks like this, at the end of the day. Squirrel, there's its QID, there's its URL, article body, identifiers, date modified. Is a minor edit true? You'd be surprised how useful that is actually for commercial folks who only care about major revisions. So this is what it looks like. We can expand it, we can grow it. It's, we can add new stuff without breaking the existing implementations that people have, which is also a little unusual in foundation space. So really just like, how do we start to push? I mean, again, nothing that's new in the world of like modern APIs, just kind of getting caught up. Here's what the current product offering looks like. We have what we call our snapshot API. So if you have downloaded the amazing dumps that my colleague Ariel maintains every 2 weeks. It's not that dissimilar, except that we also offer the HTML version. And actually, Ariel, they also offer the HTML version now. They pulled it in from us, so we're trying to feed it back in that way as well. All content in a given project or set of projects, daily and compressed, right? So that's our snapshot. We update that once a day as opposed to the every 2 weeks that it gets updated on the free side. Beyond that, we also have a couple of different ways you can update that snapshot as frequently as you would like. So you can update hourly, where we do a batch of the daily edits, right? So if you want to do it against that, you can actually have something that looks close to real time, because you can download once a day the snapshot, and then you could download every hourly update, and then you're basically getting it hour on the hour. So that's an even more fine-grained version for folks who need content more often. You can do it on demand. You can put in a request for an article or set of articles. And then real time. We have a Firehose. It's not dissimilar to the event stream, but we allow much finer grained filtering on it. So you could have one fire hose, you could have multiple fire hoses, you can have them sort of firing different types of content at you depending on what it is that you need. What we tried to do here is just maximize the flexibility. We looked at everything that existed in the free API universe and said, okay, well, what's the sort of the simplest way to provide all of that in kind of a unified package? And this is what it looks like. All right, so then just a couple other things. As I mentioned, we offer support. We have dedicated support staff and up to 24/7 coverage. I feel like I'm in real salesperson mode when I say that. Up to 24/7 coverage. And then our support offering, recognizing the nature of how companies and organizations come to us. Our support offering covers all Wikimedia Enterprise APIs, but we also work on integration with the free APIs, right? So there's some projects we don't offer right now as part of Wikimedia Enterprise. You can't access Commons through it. You can't access Wikidata through it yet. So there's other reasons that folks might say, like, be on a particular API because of a legacy implementation that they had, or they need time to transition over. Our support team works with all of those. So part of our job is to figure out how to ramp people onto Enterprise as easily as possible, whether they've never used a Wikimedia API before, or whether they've been fully entrenched in them for the last decade. We have an SLA, 99% uptime guarantee. It's metered on a monthly basis. Depending on the scale of your purchase, i.e. how much you're willing to pay us, we'll even do prorated rebates for degraded availability. And then obviously very little rate limiting on most services. For the most part, we're only rate limiting when it looks like you're about to, take everything down. So we're really trying to provide as wide an access pipe as possible. And then the SLA covers all of our APIs. Which are running at the moment on a separate AWS stack as opposed to on the Wikimedia servers. There's a balance there that we'd like to sort of revisit over the years, because part of our goal is to figure out what's the right mix there. But when we got started, we were like, if we need to be folks who signed up to work at the foundation didn't necessarily work to provide a commercial SLA environment. With commercial guarantees. So to get started, we were creating a separate environment against which we could make that promise and hire, at least initially, a team that understood that that was what they were up to. So really figuring out how do we manage this in the context of Wikimedia. And then we actually offer consulting services, like sort of your classic enterprise consulting services. So we have, you can get dedicated consulting hours with our engineers and our product managers, and we actually will help you with all the Wikimedia Foundation APIs and data, not just Wikipedia Enterprise, charged on an hourly basis. So again, really trying to replicate the experience of working with an enterprise data company. And then pricing and packaging. So we do it totally based on, it's a quantity, not a quality thing. We assume that all the data is quality. So we really do it based on estimated, at the moment, on estimated quantity of data, right? So we're pay per usage, retrieved via Wikimedia APIs. We'll work with you to estimate, how many gigabytes a year do you think you're going to download based on your needs? How many HTTP requests do you need a year? We actually treat the Firehose, the real time, as a sort of a separate pricing entity. But for all the rest of the APIs, it's all gigabytes downloaded or number of requests. And so we estimate that with you, and then we charge you that on a yearly basis. We anticipate that our pricing model will evolve, but for now, this is where we're starting. Or you can just pay us a very large fixed fee, and we'll just give it all to you all the time, everything that you want, go for it. That's, also how most enterprise data companies work. All right, so that was a ton of information about where we are. I want to check and see if anybody has any quick questions or any clarifications before I keep going. All right, I'm gonna keep going, but we'll save it for the end, or jump in if you have something really, really pressing. Okay, so where we're going in 2022 is, I think, super interesting. Now that we have basically built out what is functionally at parity with the existing Wikimedia APIs, again, with this commercial lens, but in terms of just your ability to access, as well as this data platform that's really designed for extensibility and expansion, we're going to test it out by adding some new things. First up is we're putting in what we call credibility and anomaly signals to the schema. So I'm going to talk about that in just a second, because they're actually really useful, I think, in a variety of contexts. And then also on the projects, right now we're all the text-based projects, but we're working on adding in Wikidata, which I think is really exciting, because we're really curious to see what happens when you put Wikipedia alongside Wikidata, not combining them, just putting them together and then giving them to people in an API to see what happens and what sorts of things they might build, right? Because we're going from the place of achieving, we're now trying to go from the place of like, well, we've achieved parity with the free stuff, to actually thinking like, how might we start to serve the future, right? Not how might we like replicate the past, but how might we start thinking about where things need to go and what might get built on top of this if people had easier access, more consistent access, et cetera. So what do I mean by that? Well, first off, 2022, we're adding, this is all new information. I'm so excited to be able to say this out loud. All right, so credibility signals are kind of what they sound like. It's metadata to help you determine if an edit is credible, right? If a revision is vandalism, or if it's an anomaly, or if it's a reliable update. Like in a way where we are giving the enterprises that work with it all sorts of different kinds of data. One of the things that we learned in the customer research that we were doing early on for this, talking to different organizations, is that a lot of organizations have very different ideas about what constitutes a credible update, or when they might want a credible update. And so while we can do things like provide an ORAS score to them, if you're familiar with the ORAS system, and absolutely are doing that, we're also trying to provide them with the raw data that they can use to assemble their own rules around what counts as a credible or non-credible update. So we've actually identified over 100 potential, what we call community signals, that indicate whether or not something, or could be used to indicate whether or not something is a credible update, right? And so out of the gate, we're actually going to put out about 60 of these in the coming months. And again, this isn't new, right? Like, we're not making any of this up. We're not deriving any of this. All of this stuff is information that's already publicly available. For us, again, it's just about like, how do we package it in a way that allows you to use it relative to a particular article as simply and cleanly as possible, right? So really interesting work that's been done inside and outside the foundation in different parts of the movement over the years to think about how do you determine credibility. And some of that we're also just trying to like instantiate in software. Right? So take all this great thinking that's been done and figure out how to put it here. And I imagine this will grow over time. But things like, there's been a sudden change to the edit rate. What do you want to do about that? Does that make this page more interesting to you? Or does it make it less interesting to you? Different services have different responses. Some really want to know where all the action is. Some don't want to touch it if there's a ton of action going on, right? Article protect status change. I mean, these are pretty straightforward. And I think that's part of the sort of genius of this approach, which, just to be clear, I didn't come up with. The engineers and product folks did. So not calling myself a genius there. But I do think that they're pretty smart kids. They'd probably be offended that I just called them kids. Oh well, a lot of them have children, just to be clear. Okay, but like just identifying these things and saying like, okay, what are the pieces that you want to use to assemble a package, right? That tells you whether or not something is useful. Editor credibility information, obviously not getting into like anything involving personally identifiable information or anything that's going to let say some like large ad-oriented, organization figure out how to connect anything that they're doing on Wikipedia up to like their ad service. We're staying far away from anything that might do that. But, this is a long-time user, right? However, we've defined long time. This is the person's an admin on this project. These are things that indicate credibility. So again, not going in some sort of like weird dystopic direction with any of this. Actually, we spend a lot of time doing the work to make sure that people's privacy, particularly in this area, is maintained, and have walked away from a lot of things that I think could potentially be useful credibility signals, but are just too dangerous to put out in public, or at least, or even to aggregate in a simplified way. And then temporal information, right? Editing interest, buzz, traffic to an article or topic. All of these things can be useful to organizations. All this is going to get baked right into the schema that I was showing you before. The next thing that's coming up, which might actually be super interesting to the folks in this room, is we're going to start making, we're not calling it free access, because free is what you get over with all the other APIs, but we are calling it trial access. So right now, if you want to try this out, you got to talk to me. We have to sign a contract. It's a whole to-do. Coming in the June timeline, we'll have trial accounts available via self-sign-up, right? So anybody can get in on these, and I think it's actually going to be pretty neat. So the snapshot API, that like full download, we're going to update that once every 30 days, once a month, basically. We'll be updating that. So on a slower timeline than the free dumps, actually. Once every 30 days, anybody can update that. It's freely downloadable. Download it as many times as you want in as many places as you want. It's just going to be out there and available for everyone with an account, which is obviously also different from the free side of things. Then the hourly updates, more frequently updating the overall snapshot of everything, that will be metered. So we'll give, for every trial account, you'll get a set number of gigabytes that you can download with that account, and it's sort of use it until it's gone. So there's no timeline on it, but we'll give you a set number of gigabytes, and we'll say for this trial account, you can go for it. At some point, it'll be done, and you need to start paying. And then we'll do the same thing with a number of API requests for the on-demand updates. So the intention is those will be metered as well. So this is our way of sort of like giving it to folks and saying, here you go, try it out, play with it, see if it's useful for you. See if you want to have a conversation with us about it. Hopefully also it'll find some utility for folks who see value in being able to use it under the limits that we've set, right? So our hope is also that some folks will be able to use it in what is sort of functionally more of a free capacity, but we're not trying to the goal of this is not to try and replace anything that's going on the free side of things. It's simply to allow people to trial this service. So again, if you've got a non-commercial use or something outside of a desire to pay for it, that's totally fine. Go for it, sign up, have fun. But the intent is to serve the commercial customer and to give them access to it to trial it out. The real-time API, the Firehose API, will remain available only to paid customers. Other stuff, so that's the thing I'm most excited about. I'm just really like dying to see what people do with it. You know how it is. You build something, you want to see what people do with it. That's the deal. It's the worst thing about building a paid product, honestly, is like you got to wait for somebody to pay before they can actually tell you what they think. So annoying. So we're trying to work around that. Other things going on in 2022, we are working towards Wikidata integration. This is an interesting and complex problem, but same goal, daily and hourly exports and a real-time feed of changes. Even working on asking question, what is credibility? Like, how do we mimic the credibility signal flow for Wikidata in the same way that we're doing it for all the other text-based projects? Like really just like replicating the existence of the service with Wikidata and putting it in the same context, same APIs, asking questions about like what might happen when we pair these things together, right? In a third-party reuse context. And then the last thing is providing that we have planned for the year so far is real-time content visibility changes. This is a big request from commercial customers. Like, hey, you got to take down notice How fast can you tell us about that takedown notice? How fast can we take down something that you have also taken down? That's the primary use case for this. Super important actually to our commercial customers and also to our trust and safety team. But something that we're actively trying to build into the service so that it's as commercially useful as possible. Certainly don't want anybody to get in trouble for anything that I put up, and certainly don't want that coming to us. So timeline for these is TBD. There's some stuff we got to figure out still to make the Wikidata thing work, but we're very committed to figuring out how to make that happen. And then finally, not finally, but for the purposes of this conversation around what we're building, the last thing is we're planning on, we have been, my side project of pretending I'm a salesperson, have been doing some sales on this, and we have some cool customers lined up, different sizes, different shapes, different scales. We're excited to announce those. We're going to have an initial announcement about our new customers coming in June, time that with the introduction of some of the new features and functionality I just showed you, and trial access, kind of bundling all these up into one big announcement coming in June. This is something I'm really excited about for a bunch of reasons. One is, you know, if you look at, I don't know how many of you are familiar with sort of the history of enterprise and how it came about, but you know, there's definitely an element of how we got started that was thinking about, like, there are these big commercial tech organizations that have been using all this Wikimedia data, Wikimedia content for free for a very long time. It is very pervasive. How might we get them to contribute back to the movement? That's sort of the polite way that I would put it. The less way that it sometimes shows up in the press, and certainly did around our initial announcement, was big tech should pay. And I get it. Like, trust me, I get it. Like, I also think big tech should pay for that and any number of other things. But as a message, I don't really think it's accurate for what we're trying to do. Right? Like, it's kind of a negative message. And frankly, like, sure, big tech should pay and big tech should use this, but so should so many other commercial organizations, right? One thing that has become so clear to me in the process of doing this work, and I think this is a little at odds with the way that like Wikimedia movement has historically viewed commercial organizations, is that, like, they would like to pay, right? Like, they would very much like to pay. They would like to have a financial relationship with us. They would like the safety, security, and stability that comes along with that. And like, we just keep not giving it to them because we're like, oh no, the mission says that we can't do that. But I don't think it does. Because if you really think about what we're trying to do here, right, which is spread free knowledge as widely as possible, then what we should be doing is asking for every type of customer, what is the thing that is going to incent them to do that, right? Not this sort of one size fits all, money is always going to cause a problem in this environment. For companies, money is the language that they speak, right? Contracts are how you get them to do things, right? I mean, yeah, there's a financial transaction, but there's also a whole bunch of words argued over by lawyers that say, you're going to do this, you're going to do this, you're going to do this. And once they sign that piece of paper, they do it, or at least they're supposed to, right? That's how they think and how they work. So this kind of financial transaction, in my opinion, and in like many of the opinions of the folks that we've spoken to, is about that. It's about how do we get them to spread knowledge more widely? How do we make it easier for small businesses, not just big tech companies, to spread knowledge more widely? So I think this is what's really interesting, and this is where I get motivated and excited about this project, is this idea of enabling the commercial sector to effectively utilize free knowledge. That's super exciting to me. And if there happens to be a financial transaction attached to that that also supports continued development of that content and supports continued growth of the movement, fantastic. Let's do it. That was my, all right, off high horse. And then the last thing I've been thinking, and this is the sort of more speculative area. First of all, I put this slide up and I was like, will the future of this organization just be moving the same letters around in different orders? I was like, I feel bad. You all already have to do the cognitive translation from Wikimedia to MediaWiki, and now I've thrown another word in there, and we got enterprise. So confusing. I do apologize. Hopefully we can break out of this frame at some point in the near future. But for now, here we are, all the same letters in slightly different order. That said, I've been thinking a lot about what this means as part of I was super excited to be asked to come here because, like, I've been thinking a lot about what this means. Like, what is happening? What does this indicate, right? Like, we got this, there's the 2030 movement strategy document that the foundation put together over the last couple of years, working with the community, that says sort of, here's what we expect to happen between now and 2030. And here's the ways that we want to change between now and 2030. And it's a really interesting and extremely long document that is both strategy and mission and values and just a ton of tactics. Like strategy there's a lot going on in that document, but it was also the justification for enterprise, right, initially. And I think that's great because, like, in some ways I want us to be not the vanguard in terms of like technology or anything else, but just like the first signal of a change in the direction of how the organization is thinking that hopefully can pull a whole bunch of the rest of the organization along, right? Because I think Wikimedia Enterprise is like the first useful example of what it means for the foundation to take what I'm going to call the non-Wikimedia use case seriously inside the foundation, right? And I mean, Cindy and I, we've talked about this quite a bit because MediaWiki, obviously, and Enterprise MediaWiki, which all of you represent, is another version of this. And one of the questions I am really hopeful to sort of start thinking about how to answer over the next couple of years is like, my title was earned revenue, and I'm like, what are all of the ways in which like we can be thinking about that expansively in the context of the movement, in context of the mission, in the context of like, in the context of this sort of like, where do we go by 2030, right? So from the foundation, I feel like while it has certainly explored at other times in the past how to talk about customers and how to talk about clients and how to think about revenue outside of fundraising, we're the first part of the organization that is genuinely committed to that. Like we're sort of quite literally the sort of like money where your mouth is part of the organization on that front. And I think that's really cool. And I think it's indicative of kind of where things could go because I mean, yes, it's about revenue, it's about finances, but I also think it's about starting to think more broadly about what the mission is and what the impact of that mission is, across the globe, right? Thinking about how it's not just like Wikimedia sites and Wikimedia properties that are contributing to it, but that there's a much wider ecosystem that wants to contribute to that in meaningful and valuable ways. And again, I know all of this has been a conversation in the abstract for many, many years that started well before I got here and will undoubtedly continue well after I'm gone. But I do think that now is an interesting moment because now is the foundation starting to actually turn the crank in that direction, is actually starting to say, how might we actually do this, not just talk about it. So, I've mentioned this a couple of times, but like it was surprising, but initially surprising and no longer surprising to me how little the foundation actually knows about how its content is used in a third-party context, right? Like very, very little. And then we started doing research. We were like, big news, everybody. It's everywhere. Like, there's so much reuse. Like, we're going to have to figure out some sort of like multi-year plan to study it just to get you all caught up and to get us caught up. But it is widestream. It is pervasive. And therefore, this future goal that is laid out in the movement strategy of what they call knowledge as a service by 2030, which I think is actually a really interesting concept. It is the foundation for whatever that will become. And I think that MediaWiki plays a big part of that. Okay, so implicit in this concept of knowledge as a service, and this is my last slide, implicit in this concept is this really interesting idea, right? Which is kind of where I want to end things today, which is that knowledge as a service assumes, and this is very different from where we are today, assumes that the most interesting things happening inside the ecosystem are not happening inside the ecosystem, right? Like that's like a sort of fascinating to me. And I think once you really start to grapple with, oh man, if the organization really does want to move in this direction, it's going to have to start thinking much wider than just, Wikimedia Enterprise. It's going to have to start thinking about what is the universe of systems and services and support that we need to be providing. And again, I'm speaking from my vantage point. This is by no way, shape, or form like an official foundation statement. This is just speculation based on once you actually start to stare at this term, as I have been doing for the last 2 years now, start thinking like, oh, wow, this is going to be like a big support structure. There's going to be a lot of scaffolding that needs to be put up to make that happen. And some of that scaffolding maybe kind of already exists, and it's just going to need a little bit more support. This is downstream usage, commercial usage, government usage. I think government usage, as many of you know, is a really interesting and wildly underexplored area for the foundation. All this is going to be increasingly seen as valuable source of movement activity, a valuable source of like orienting around the mission, is obviously going to be about revenue generation in a variety of different contexts. And I think even down the line, you can start thinking about things like content contributions back upstream, which again are very centralized right now, but kind of in this universe need to be something else. So all that to me is just super, super interesting. And again, as I say, it's more questions than answers at this stage, but I was excited to come talk to all of you about it because, as far as I can tell, there's not a whole bunch of folks inside the foundation yet thinking about these things. So kind of in service of this concept, I'm interested in talking to some folks that are outside of it. All right. Just a couple of questions to leave you with. I would be curious what the role is that enterprise media wiki plays in that ecosystem. And then there are these other questions that are worth, pondering on a medium to long-term timescale, which is like, how do you best position it as the movement and the mission reorients around this concept of knowledge as a service, right? Gotta think like a marketer. How do we position this thing? That's just kind of the deal. What are the biggest opportunities? And then like what needs to change in order to optimize for it? These are the questions that I have. No answers, just questions, but I am totally here to talk about them. I have no idea how long I took, but I'm happy to take questions for as long as you tell me I've still got.
If you look at the backstage, there's
Oh, yeah.
there's a bunch of
Hey, I couldn't see it while I was presenting, but let's do it now.
Layden, I can read them to you if you want. Otherwise, feel free to read them and then answer.
Everybody read your own mail.
No, sorry.
Pause for a technical.
Yeah. Oh, you can stop sharing, I suppose.
Yeah, leave, I think. Or no?
What? Oh no, yeah, no, it's people can see you. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, and you.
There. All right. All right. I'll just start sort of working down the questions from Brian here on the right, and if anybody wants to jump in and add context, feel free. Let's see. Is there a target for revenue generation for the project? Honestly, at this stage, not really. Like at this stage, and this is one of the benefits of not being a startup in the classic sense of like taking venture capital and racing to the goal. I think one of the things we've just been trying to understand is like take some time to understand what the opportunity is. So, ask me that question in like 2 years and I'll have a much more specific answer for you. You might not even have to ask me because in my ideal universe, we will just be publishing this stuff more widely so that everybody has access to it. But that's where things stand at the moment. If the question is it possible to generate too much revenue? Can't wait to have that problem. I will say we have made an agreement with the community that was ratified by the board that that commercial revenue will never account for more than 30% of the overall revenue of the foundation. Besides the fact that we've agreed on that with the community, they're actually really fascinating U.S. tax implications as a nonprofit to having too much of your income come from commercial services. So sort of a two birds, one stone situation where we both like don't want to upset the apple cart in terms of the funding that we bring in and also don't want to run afoul of U.S. tax law. That said, like, 30% of the overall budget of the foundation is still a ton of money, in my opinion. And I don't see us getting anywhere close to that anytime soon. Like this isn't, I think sometimes folks, even inside the foundation, want to think like, oh, like, Wikimedia and Wikipedia are such well-known brands. And so any business that's going to start up with that data has an obvious leg up on the competition because there is none theoretically. And that's just not really the case. Like building a business is building a business. Convincing people to use your service is convincing people to use your service. I'm not experiencing any sort of like magic fairy dust on this that makes the sale easier. So I anticipate that the business will grow like a business does. So we're a ways away from actually being able to answer that, having to engage with that question of too much revenue in a serious way. Yeah. So it's the next question. You may not be able to name clients, but aside from the companies we'd expect, have you been surprised by any clients, countries, etc.? Yes, not naming any customers yet, but I will say of various sizes and shapes, and customer interest is coming from all over the globe, and for all different sizes of projects. We've had folks that are interested in the service at an unlimited rate, and then there are folks who just want to pay sort of $25,000 a year because they have a very specific need. I say customer interest because at the moment we actually can't sell outside of the US. We have to sort of go country by country to work through. all sorts of interesting things I'm learning about starting a for-profit attached to a nonprofit. And one is that like every country has like a certain set of rules that we have to explore. So it's a slow build to figure out how to sell in all of these places, but I can tell you from a customer interest standpoint, it's coming from everywhere. We even had a company that was interested, was coming from Russia. And I was like, sorry. So let's see, what else? Credibility signals sound really powerful. Is there a way to connect that back into the editor loop to improve Wikipedia? I am so interested in this idea of like feedback loops around APIs, third-party reuse, and sort of figuring out how to connect things into the editor loop. I will say like it is very early days for us. And I think if anybody has opinions, especially once you get a hold of the trial account, if anybody has opinions about how that might be done in an interesting or effective way, our team would love to hear them. I think at the stage that we're at and with the limited use of the service so far, because it's relatively new and because we haven't launched the self-service sign up yet, I think we're hesitant to make decisions about that without a lot more input from the folks who are actually using it, about like where the value is and how we might explore things like that. So, and once you start playing with it, if you have ideas, we would love to hear them. We will also have ideas. We'll also, especially around this topic, probably have a much more sort of ongoing public discussion. But I do think, yeah, that there is real potential for that. The truth is, the way that, because of the nature of the licenses of the data, right, which allow people to sort of grab and hold on to the data forever, right, which I think is a great thing, but is unusual in sort of an enterprise sales space, as opposed to an open license space. Because that we don't, the vast majority of companies that use Wikimedia data, the way that they do it is they grab a bunch of the data and they slam it into their own knowledge graph, right? And then we go dark on that. Like, we don't know anything about how they're using the data once it goes over there. And I think for the most part, that's a really, really good thing. Like, that's what we should be doing, like giving people access to the data and letting them do their own thing with it. That's kind of the goal, even in a commercial setting. But it does make things more challenging, right? So we are exploring ways to ask like, how might we start to work with potential customers to understand better how they're using the data and then figure out how we might feed that back into the ecosystem. So that's just an additional kind of challenge on top of everything else, is we don't have that level of insight often to what happens to the data, after it is consumed. And then the second part of that, is it conceivable the framework could generate the framework to generate those signals could be used on third-party wikis? I love that idea. I will say that we have made a commitment to be open source with the project, and we are behind on that commitment, but we are committed to it. So we are working towards the sort of, for the purposes of commercial, this is frankly, I'm the holdup on this one, because I really wanted to make sure that we had some commercial defensibility before we went full floss, before we're like fully open source. I'm like, how do we, to what extent can we build some commercial defensibility in, so that one of the, say, big tech companies doesn't decide that it would be easier and cheaper just to rebuild our service rather than pay us for it. So, but we are sorting through those issues, and we feel confident we're going to have a good response. And so it is entirely possible that the code that we have used to extract these credibility signals, somebody here might be able to pick up and run with in a different context. That would be awesome. Have there been any public wins yet from your customers? That sort of depends on what you mean by public wins. Honestly, for most of the customers, we're still in the implementation phase. Whether it's like getting set up on the APIs for the first time or transitioning over, which, is just a process. So I hope to be able to answer that question very differently. And certainly part of our plan through the rest of the year is building out case studies with some of our initial customers where we really can speak to some of this. So I hope that by the end of the year, when you ask me that question, I'll just be able to point you to our website. Are you hiring? We will be. The hiring process at the foundation tends to pick back up in July, because our fiscal year goes July to June, and so the new batch of hires. So check back in with me in July. I'll probably have some job listings up, and they'll probably be mostly focused on engineering, actually. I suspect we'll mostly be focused on engineering and customer support engineering, because that is where we are feeling the biggest crunch at the moment. Data engineering, QA engineering, customer support. Those are our big areas at the moment. Have you gotten any interest so far or otherwise looked into enterprise use of abstract Wikipedia? We talked to I love being at the foundation and getting to like chat with Denny and his team once a month. We sort of chat with them, and this is an area where, especially Denny, obviously, since he kicked off the Wikidata project, has been helpful for us in thinking through some of our Wikidata questions. But also just abstract Wikipedia is fascinating. And so what we sort of committed to as two teams is to like pay very close attention to what we're both doing and look for areas of opportunity and integration. We haven't really identified anything specific yet. I've got some ideas in the rimshot abstract. And that's sort of where things are right now. I think we're super excited about wiki functions. We're super excited about abstract Wikipedia. I'm sure there's something there that we're going to find at some point on the early stages, but we just haven't quite gotten there yet. Next question, just plowing through these. But by the way, if one of these is your question, feel free to shout out to your own, or I don't know if Brian's in here. No, to whoever, just to kind of like let me know and I'll clarify. Let's see. It makes sense that something called Wikimedia Enterprise would prioritize enterprise services of Wikimedia data. It's a fair point. There's a reason enterprise media wiki users have chosen to use MediaWiki, and they're usually private use cases for non-Wikimedia data. Is there opportunity for enterprise orgs to pay Wikimedia Enterprise for development of changes to core Wiki? Oh yeah. I'll be honest, I love that question, but that gets into a whole bunch of foundation stuff that, in all honesty, like one of the reasons we've been able to function, although it has made it challenging in some other ways, the fact that we've been a separate team from like the existing product and technology teams has absolutely allowed us to kind of like move more quickly and operate a little more cross-functionally than the foundation historically has. I like to joke, like people will ask me in the foundation, they'll say, wow, you seem to develop software really fast. Why is that? And I'll say, well, I would love to tell you that it's because my team is brilliant and capable and like some of the most talented product and engineering folks on the planet. And while I think that's true, it's not why, right? It's just that like those of you who have worked in engineering know, it's just that like I don't get up every day and have to deal with like some of these legacy systems, right? So like, I don't know that if you put my team, actually I do know that if you put my team in that environment, they would operate at the pace and scale that is required by the fact that you're working on a tech stack that's 20 years old. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I love my team and they're awesome. And I don't know that would get us anything different. It really is a structural challenge and just the nature of the beast. That said, I can point to some of what I was saying at the end of the presentation. I do think, and Cindy and I again talk about this, like I do think it is interesting to think about like how resources might be pointed in that direction in a way that is more meaningful. And I do feel like let's call them winds of change at the organization to a wider sense of the ecosystem are potentially an area where some of that support could be realized. It's a more abstract answer, but I think it's actually more concrete in some ways because it is where like change will actually happen. And it's over a longer time frame than just throwing a couple more engineers at the problem, but I also think it will be ultimately more effective. And I'm committed to it. Like this is, in case it's not obvious, like this is my point of view is like, this is very necessary and has always been so, but particularly so given the stated direction of the 2030 movement strategy. And so part of my goal inside the foundation is to figure out how to be a better advocate for more than just Wikimedia Enterprise on that front. For what it's worth. If Wikimedia Enterprise hits the 30% mark, will someone buy Lane a really expensive bottle of champagne? No, that is not what it says. Will Wikimedia Enterprise? I was talking to a same VC friend of mine, the one that made the joke. She was like, so what happens when you make like a multi-million-dollar sale? She's like, somebody else would get a Porsche. You're gonna get what? A pat on the back? And I'm like, yes, a pat on the back. Take that, rich VC friend. Okay. We all make our choices. She's awesome. Okay, if Wikimedia Enterprise hits the 30% mark, will Wikimedia Enterprise have to refuse new clients until donations increase or prices will be scaled lower? I am going to kick the can on that one because I don't know. But when we were putting that plan together and making that commitment, one of the things we flagged was like, we're going to have to figure that out. How is that going to work? The thing is, and I can assure you all of this, we have time to figure that out. We are many, many years away from getting that close to that number. Just again, not because the business doesn't work, but just like look at the look at the revenue scale of any enterprise data company, and then just imagine that we're like 3-4 months out from launching our product. They operate on the scale of we're trying to IPO in 10 years, right? That's what an enterprise data company that's successful is trying to do. So that means they're hitting IPO level revenue, 150, 200 billion a year. They're hitting that at like the 10-year mark, right? That's the scale at which that operates. I don't anticipate we're going to grow that aggressively because we are not trying to IPO this, right? We are just trying to provide a diversified revenue stream for the foundation, and one that is aligned with this idea of knowledge everywhere as opposed to just knowledge on Wikimedia sites. So yeah, I don't have an answer to that question, but I promise I'll have one, or I should say, will have one in time to actually figure out how best to deal with it. I don't know. I come from the startup universe where sometimes you're like, I'm going to solve that problem when it's actually a problem, and this one is just not a problem for us yet. I set up the problem. We set up the problem. Eventually, we'll get there. Next one. I was wondering if exploring all these potential customers have caused any that explains moments within WMF. That's why that edge was getting load every Tuesday. Not yet. It's really interesting. I will say that the SRE team at Wikimedia is fantastic, right? The first time that I got in and learned about the cost structure, having worked in mostly cloud-based environments for the last decade, and then got in and sort of understood the cost structure of what the SRE team has managed to do in terms of the just sheer efficiency with which it serves data. I was like, even recognizing whatever, it's all read data, it's cached, et cetera, I was like, that's still incredibly impressive, right? So I don't know. And I've always been hesitant to justify it based entirely on server load, right? I don't think at the end of the day, server load's a great way to justify the value, especially to, if you're trying to sell to a big tech company, for example, right? You really want to sell based on the value they're getting, not on the value that you're saving. And I think if you look at some of the companies that use our data, and I don't just mean the big tech companies because it's, again, pervasive across the planet, they get so much value out of this content. And to ask for some portion of that value back is not or should not be a big ask, especially when, the money that they are providing is ultimately just going back into supporting the growth of the ecosystem. At the end of the day, it just means more content for them to consume for their customers in more language, in more places, in more languages, with more depth, with more accessibility, right? So, not that companies think this way, but if they did think this way, they'd see it was a pretty virtuous circle. How am I doing on time? Oh, good. Okay. To make say virtual or virtuous? Virtuous. Yeah. It's virtuous. Is this virtuous cycle of there's all this content for you to use. You pay this, or you pay the foundation money. The money goes into the movement. You pay the foundation money for some subset of the value that you're getting out of it, right? So your value is always going to be greater than the amount that you're paying in if you're doing your job right. That money is going into supporting all sorts of things, right? It's supporting ideally new technology infrastructures, new ways of developing content, new languages, new environments or geographies. All of these things come back from, what is the capital that they're paying to some other enterprise tech company going to? I don't know, somebody's second helicopter on the back of their yacht. I'm joking, but also in San Francisco once, I was behind Larry Ellison's yacht, and he did in fact have 2 helicopters, and I just thought I worked for the federal government for a while, and I actually spent a good year and a half just trying to unwind Oracle contracts. They're devilishly hard to unwind. And I remember being on the sailboat, admittedly on a friend's sailboat during some race or some regatta in San Francisco, and thinking 2 helicopters, that's where that money went. Anyway, total side story from my time in government, but my opinion of Oracle. Anyway, snap to grid, back to the topic at hand. I think that like that's, at least in our case, you can see like, oh, this money is going into it. It is doing good and it is providing value back to us. So I think it is actually a better commercial story than most organizations have most of the time. Certainly more than Oracle. Yes.
I have a question. Going back to MediaWiki Enterprise.
Yes.
I did have a customer one time say, well, where would we pay for this? With the software, not online services. But and having MediaWiki Enterprise would really help in that case, because I do think there are companies out there that want to pay for it or want to, like you were saying, they want to respect the rights on the material they're using.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. The question was just about like, what if, I'm going to paraphrase, so correct me if I'm wrong, but like, what if the foundation were to actually actively support MediaWiki Enterprise as a paid product? I'm like, yeah, I think it's a really, Cindy well knows, a really interesting topic to explore, and like an interesting direction to consider. And I'm like, at the moment, I kind of have this project in hand, but I think but I do think there is something interesting there. I was like, back in the like early 2000s, I was very present. I was working with a couple of guys who would eventually launch a Drupal consultancy called Lullabot. They sort of like spun that out of a consulting firm that I'd been working with. And so I was very, because we had been building stuff on top of like movable type, and then it switched to Drupal at some point, just to give you a sense for what year we're operating in here. And it was really interesting to me to watch like the rise of the Drupal ecosystem, right? And I think it very much came out of questions like the one that you're asking, which is these consultant folks like the Lullabot folks would go and they'd be like, okay, well, yeah, we're paying you as a consultancy, but at the end of the day, we also want a lot of other promises, right? And so you see things like, Lullabot on the services side, but then you see like Dries go and like launch Acquia, which is the most enterprise company ever. And, but like very successful in answering just that question on the Drupal side of things. So it was really interesting to me to watch that evolution over the course of a decade. And then to look at something like MediaWiki and say, like, is there something similar that is a possibility here? I just think, Drupal had the benefit of being like one guy, who could make that decision and take that money and go build that company. And the foundation is a lot of people and a lot of interests.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much, Lane.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, that was fantastic. We went a little bit over time, but that's all right. I mean, that's exactly the kind of discussion that we want to have, and it's great to hear that Enterprise MediaWiki and Wikimedia Enterprise aren't just anagrams or palindromes or whatever they are, but have some common goals and maybe even common solutions. So sorry to Marcus for who's probably been waiting patiently, but. We're going to hear now from Marcus Glazer remotely. And do we need to do anything? I'm told I have to leave.
Depends on whether you can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Okay. Thanks for having me. I'm Marcus Glazer. And I want to share a little experience I had with testing, I try to make it not too long, so it doesn't get too boring for you. Let's just start. So let me share my screen. You should now be seeing a perfect slide. So API testing, what is it about, and why do I think it's a good thing? I'm going to talk about a typical testing stack, about the API integration test that MediaWiki implemented since a few releases, which I find really great. Some use cases, some challenges, we can discuss it if you want. So my situation, where am I? So I am a software developer. My company provides a Wiki distribution. So I need thorough testing of my software now or soon. The sooner the better. On the other hand, writing tests takes a lot of time, and it also requires the code to be testable. So if I start writing tests now, I don't have any tests. I start writing tests. I will most likely have to refactor a lot of code and make it testable. I don't have time to do that at the moment, or not too much time. And of course, I'm not lazy, but very efficient. So also I want to see quick results on my testing. So what's a typical testing stack? Typical testing stack starts with unit testing. So the foundation of your software tests is typically unit tests. Unit tests cover very atomic units of the code, individual methods, individual classes. What you typically do is you write tests for wanted and unwanted behavior. So you not only test the happy path through your software, but also what happens if there are edge cases, if there are error cases, and unit tests are supposed to test all of those. Ideally, of course, it covers a lot of code. So when you execute unit tests, a lot of the code should be activated and be covered. So there's actually a measurement for this. That's called code coverage. I think, if I remember correctly, Semantic Media Wiki has a very high code coverage. It's one of those really good projects when it comes to unit tests. Of course, unit testing is used for test-driven development, and you can add cases. Once you have a unit test, you can add cases that you find when you find bugs. So you can use unit tests to prevent regressions. That is the foundation. So typically when you write software, during writing the software, you're supposed to write all those unit tests. If you go test-driven, it goes so far that you write the unit test before you write the actual code. And then you make sure that all of your test is covered by, all of your code is covered by tests. However, as I guess most of you know, we work in an environment where we have a lot of code that already pre-exists. Not all of that code is covered by unit tests. And also if, as I said, if you're in the situation as I am, then you have started writing code because you want to get results out to your audience. And then at a certain point, there comes a level of professionalization where you say, or code complexity, where you say, okay, now I need to have automated tests. But then it's typically too late to, or it's a lot of effort to restart, to start over and create all those unit tests. So please take a look at this video. So this is a unit test. As you've seen, we are testing the log here. Can you see the video? Yeah, I think it's. So we're testing the log. This is the perfect unit test. It tests the unit. But now, what happens when we integrate this into a larger context? You see the unit test is perfect, but it doesn't help me really, because what we see here is a sliding door instead of a normal door that opens normally. So my door log works perfectly, but it doesn't help anyone. And that is why unit tests are not the only way to test things. And actually, if you only have unit tests, then you are losing a big portion of your code. You're not testing the workings of your components, of how they integrate, how they work together. So that's where integration tests come in. Integration testing is you create larger components of your software and you test how they play together. You can do this on a very code side near to the actual code. So that would be PHP unit or Q unit, but it requires more complex setups of your unit tests. Or you can go to the other side, that is the E2e testing or end-to-end testing. That is essentially, we are simulating browser clicks. By using end-to-end testing, we kind of script what the user does, how a user interacts with the system, and then we rerun those clicks again and again, and we expect a certain result. And if that result is there, the test passes. If the result is not there, the test does not pass. path. Typically for this, typical technology is Selenium. Whoever has written a Selenium test before knows this can be really, really painful process, writing a Selenium test. But I get to the drawbacks in a minute. If that doesn't help you at all, then you can also do user acceptance testing. So that's the highest or lowest level, whatever direction you want to take for testing. That is, you have an actual user, typically very experienced users, and they try to find situations in your software which you didn't see before, so which you did not expect, which you haven't thought of before, and which you obviously did not cover by your automated tests. Reality. So what's the reality? Unit tests. If you write unit tests, I already said that, it requires a lot of architectural changes. So you have to isolate your units so they don't have any external dependencies. For example, if you have a unit test that tries to retrieve data, a revision text from the database, then obviously you need a database, and the database needs to be prepared and set up and connected and whatnot. So what you typically do is you have so-called mock objects, which you have to create and prepare so they are shaped in the correct way. And it also requires your code to be able to cope with that mock data. So one keyword here is dependency injection, but there are also other architectural changes you have to do to your code. And of course, as I've shown, unit tests are useless without integration tests. Integration tests, on the other hand, they require some controlled context. So you have to have a certain set of pages, for example, of articles. You have to have a certain set of data which you want to use, so you can actually play the components against each other. And this is sometimes hard to prepare, especially when you use PHP unit as a framework. And of course, it's even harder if you use QUnit on the JavaScript side, because you would have to do a lot of setup stuff. On the other hand, if you do end-to-end tests, that requires an existing testing system, a fully working testing system, and the test runner is typically outside of that code. If you have a fully running testing system, that of course makes your tests very slow. I mean, even if your system is set up to be fast, page load times are way slower than if you actually work directly with the code. So you simply cannot afford to cover like a wide range of cases. So typically end-to-end tests cover the happy path, like the thing you expect your user to do, and they leave out the things you expect your user not to do. End-to-end tests, especially Selenium, virtually break on every unexpected character pixel. If a dialogue is shifted a bit to the left or right. I mean, I'm exaggerating maybe a little bit here, but I've worked a lot with Selenium tests, and I found them extremely hard to maintain, especially since you're testing something that is under active development. So if you have changes to your code like every day, then you have to adjust your tests quite a lot, and it takes quite some experience to write solid Selenium tests that do not break all the time. Also, they are rather hard to debug because there's several components, several pieces of software involved, like the Selenium test runner, a browser, the system itself, sometimes a CI runner, so it's hard to debug. And of course, user acceptance tests, I mean, they are not reproducible, so definitely we need some automated tests. They are great if you want to get some creativity, but not reproducible. And obviously, if I test stuff, I'm typically very tired, so I'm like, oh yeah, I assume it works, which is obviously not the perfect set to testing. So here's where API integration tests come in. API integration tests are a framework that uses MediaWiki's API You can call it with that API test. And then you say, okay, if I call the API with parameter X, Y, and Z, I expect an answer, a response of a certain form, shape, certain characters, whatnot. And if I get that response, then everything is okay. If I don't get it, it's not okay. So what we do is we use the API to interact with the fully installed software. So if you think about the integration, unit integration, end-to-end testing, then the API test is located somewhere between integration tests and end-to-end testing. So that's where you would locate them, and you can do you can do integration tests, but you don't have such a high chance that tests break on every change in the interface. So let's just take a look at this quickly. How do they work? Because what I want to show you is how super simple it is. So installation is very easy. If you have Node.js running on your system, then essentially you do npm install with 2 libraries, and then you are basically set up to run API tests. You have to do a bit of configuration, but as you can see, config file is very, very minimal, especially when I tell you that you don't even need the extra parameters. So basically, you need a URL of a system you want to test to indicate the main page name. That's basically language indicator. And you give it the credentials of your root user, of course, and the secret key. So of course, it's very minimalistic, but you basically expose a lot of attack vectors to your system. So once I have the secret key and the root user, I can do virtually everything with your MediaWiki. So of course, this you always have to keep in mind from a security perspective. This is only should only be used to test absolute testing systems. So that's also the case because these API tests do a lot of data modification on your system. So they will create pages, they will delete pages, they will try to set up, I don't know, inter-wiki link entries, and then delete them. If something goes wrong, that data just stays in your system, and the systems typically tend to get polluted over time. So if I want to run a test, it's very simple, npm run API tests. You can do it a little bit more fine-grained. I don't want to get into the details of this too much. And then what you get as an output is a typical test runner output. So I have testing suites, which run individual tests. And yeah, as you can see in this case, I tested a magic word and some API tasks. And we will maybe look at this in a second. How does such a test look like in code? So it's also very simplistic. You don't have to know a lot of logic here, and you don't have to know a lot of functions. So typical test is written with 2 keywords. One is the describe, and then it's the it. So this is the Mocha framework. Mocha framework is, if you are into testing, that is widely known. Basically, with the describe, that is, say, a set of tests, a test suite. If you would paraphrase it, maybe the describe is something like, what is the general topic of my test? So if you go back to my test run here, one topic is, I want to test the workings of the magic word high title, which is a magic word in our software, or I want to test tasks that are related to page templates. Then the it is essentially is the individual action, the individual API call you want to test. So if you go back in my magic word, it adds the high title magic word, and then it checks if there is a certain page property set. So that is one test. Or again, it adds the magic word and it checks if a certain style is loaded. So again, that's atomic. Or if you go to the task, it adds a template, it edits a template, it deletes a template. So that would be typical cases for the actual test. What we need is a user. So it's a one-liner to get that user, which we can use for running the API calls. And then we can use that user and do some actions on the wiki. In this case, we have a user called Alice, and Alice edits the wiki. It adds a title with the text "Hello World," and then in the next step we retrieve that title. And as what's necessary in every test, we need to assert something. We need to make sure that a certain property, a certain string, maybe a certain value is present in our results. So that is what we do here. We assert something, in this case, that the page HTML includes the text we edited the page with. So again, it's not complicated. If you've seen other tests, they are typically much more, require much more of a preparation. So what can you do with API tests? Obviously, you can test APIs. I guess that's what an API test is for, and that's the basic. So in this code example you see here, we test the delete API with the parameters title and token, and yeah, that's the dot action here. And you can use, instead of the delete, you can use any other API endpoint. So if you go to any media wiki and then enter api.php, then you get a list of all the API endpoints, and any of those listed in this page, this api.php page, you can use them here and run your tests against them. Of course, the response you get back from this API will be stored in result, that is a JSON, and then you can do your asserts on that result. But now I was thinking, you remember I'm a lazy guy, so I thought, well, I don't have so many APIs, but I have all sorts of things in my media wiki, like tags, magic words, special pages, whatnot. So can I also use the API testing framework to test these things? And obviously you can. So for example, if I want to use or maybe misuse the API testing framework to check if a tag works in a certain way, then I can also do this because there is an API endpoint that parses stuff for me. So what I do here is I just prepare a certain tag. This is an example from a somewhat more elaborated test where I use this test multiple times and I have different tags. So essentially, as you can see here, I just send a code snippet, a wiki text snippet to the parse API. And then in this case, as you see, it's broken. It's supposed to be broken. I expect the response to be an error. I check if my response includes this string. So if there is this marker, BS is the prefix for blue spice, BS minus error. If I see that, then the tag was parsed correctly because I fed it with incorrect data. Similar thing here with magic words. Why I chose this, I wanted to show you this, is because in this case, I took it even one step further. Instead of checking the result of the page or the parsed version, what I want to do is I want to check if the actual page HTML I get does some action. So in this case, if we add the magic word high title, what it does is it loads it makes resource loader load a module, a resource module that has a style in it, a CSS style that hides the title section. So if I just have that parsed, I don't see it because I don't see the skin component of my feedback. So what I do is I use the request command instead of the action command. I point it against index PHP, and then I get the full HTML of that title I just created with that text. And here I can see in the style section, so somewhere in the HTML, there should be a mention of that module. If that module is present, I know that the workings of my high title are correct. So what you can see here is now we're getting very close to a Selenium test case. So I'm testing the whole piece of software, not only tiny bits and pieces. The only thing I can't do in API tests is I don't get any user interface. So I have to infer. So this does not prove that the title is actually hidden, but it proves that the styles are loaded to hide the title. So I'm pretty close to the result I want to get. And one last example is I even think we can check permissions. So there's a way to get a user that's called anon, so that user doesn't have any requests, any writes. And if I request a title where the anon user doesn't have any read writes, obviously I expect a text like login required. So if my permission setup works correctly, then this one special page is not shown to the user if the user does not have the appropriate rights. These are, of course, just selected examples, and I think there is much more to it. So you can use the API to maybe reproduce actual user stories where user creates 2 or 3 articles and then I don't know, adds a tag which displays things. So for example, if you think about, say, testing Semantic MediaWiki using the API, Semantic MediaWiki does not have a lot of API endpoints, but what you can do is you can set up pages with certain context like properties. You can set up templates, forms, and then see if they all play together in a good sense. So that would take it even one step further. Yeah, some challenges. So I had personally, the way we set it up, I had the challenge that I want to use predefined users, which are not Alice and Midi. I think that's the examples from MediaWiki. The reason is that these users, Alice and Midi, that are predefined in the API framework, they are created when you start the test. So I didn't want that. I didn't want to pollute my system with a lot of users. So I prefer to have 2 or 3 testing users, which I can control in their setup. And as you can see here, it's also possible to create these users. So in this case, that's a non-root user. Also, yeah, full HTML, I've shown you that. So what is my conclusion? I think API tests rock for the lazy tester. So that's me. They're easy to write. They execute comparatively fast. They can cover integration scenarios as well as like more unit-based scenarios where you do edge case testing. But you always have to keep in mind that it's a very pragmatic approach. So the moment you misuse API testing, as I did, for not testing APIs, but testing something else, that is, there are maybe better and more professional ways. For example, you can use unit tests to check your tags. On the other hand, that requires you to refactor your code. So if you need a quick and dirty solution for test right now, then I think API tests are the way to go. And we've been playing with this a bit in the recent weeks, and it exactly fills that gap in our testing strategy. So we are building unit tests on the one side, we're building Selenium tests on the other side, but those grow very, very slowly. They are very intense, resource intensive to write and create. But API tests can fill that gap in the intermediate time. So until you have refactored your code to do proper unit testing, until you have created a stable Selenium test, you can just start with API tests and go quick and dirty. Of course, you need a running testing instance, and it covers only the server side, so user interface is unfortunately not covered by API tests. But I think that's a backdraw we can take. One last thing I need to mention is that, of course, Gerrit also executes the API tests. So if you write them in a way that does not require a testing instance to be prepared in a special way, then you can also enable API testing on Gerrit and then do the API testing per commit on your extension, which I think is really a great feature. Yes, that's it. I hope I was able to convince you of that cool tool I found. I'm really excited. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask them, or later if you want to get in touch using email. Okay.
I'm not seeing any questions that are coming up, but if there's anybody in the room, feel free to just speak up and ask a question if you have anything for Marcus.
I guess everyone wants to go to the break, which is perfectly okay.
Okay. Well, Marcus, thank you. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, you can't hear me?
Yes. I can.
Okay. There might be a little bit of delay in the room then. Yep, no questions. Marcus, thanks for that. That's pretty interesting. It's something I'm not familiar with, and I'll have to research a little bit, and we'll definitely help out with development and making stuff work properly. Yeah, we're going to move on now to a quick break. We're going to be back in about 12 minutes. Just as a notification too, about the same time tomorrow for tomorrow's morning break. If everybody can log in, we're going to try to get the remote attendees to show up on the screen, and then have everybody in person sit in front of them on the projector and get a group picture. So we'll see everybody back here in 12 minutes, where Ad will be talking about ISO 27001 for enterprise wikis. Okay. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. I'm letting Ad in the backstage right now. Welcome, Ad. I can see you.
Thank you, Brian.
And I can hear you. Okay, everybody, welcome back. I'm letting Ad in the backstage right now. Welcome. I can see you.
Thank you, Brian.
And I can hear you. Everybody, welcome back. I'm letting Ad in the backstage right now. I think we lost you. If you can try to jump back in here. And while we're waiting for Ad, I'm going to let Robert in really quick just to test his setup. There's Ad. Ad, you're back in now. If you unmute and share your video, okay? We see you and hear you again.
So here it was happening. Your story was repeated all the time. So do you hear me?
I think that might have been on my side, but I have it fixed. Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead and try to share your screen, and once I see your screen, I'll drop off.
Okay.
So that in the bottom there, the little computer screen with the red line through it, go ahead and click on that. And then you'll have to choose which screen or window you want to share. And then you won't see a preview of it, but once you accept it, I'll let you know. Uh-oh. Ad, if you can hear me, we lost you again. Just try to jump back on. While we're waiting for Ad, Robert, you had asked about trying to join and share your screen. Do you want to try to jump on and... Oh, yeah, here you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you fine. You want to try to share your screen and see if that works?
Yes, let me check. So you should now see my screen. Let's say here, this is my presentation.
Yep, we can see that. Looks good.
Okay, cool. Very well. That's all for testing.
Robert, are you ready in case we want to try to maybe switch with Ad if he's not ready yet?
Sure.
Let me text you around really quick and see if that makes sense.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to work with Ad a little bit. So, Robert, if you don't mind, I'm going to have you give your presentation now, and then we'll switch back. Wait, hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's Ad that's up next, and he's having trouble getting on the backstage. So I'm gonna have Robert give his presentation, and then we'll just switch and work with Ad in the. All right. Sorry, Robert. I want to have you go ahead and give your presentation now. So go ahead and introduce yourself in your talk, and I'm gonna drop out, but we can see your presentation.
Okay. So, yeah, hello everybody. My name is Robert Vogel from Hallo Welt Company, and I'm here today to give a quick talk about some new concept that we are currently working on, and that concept is about sharing functionality between extensions. So maybe you know what the Hallo Welt company does. We are a provider of a distribution, of a MediaWiki distribution, and such a distribution consists of many extensions. And we had the challenge to share certain functionality between those extensions from the very beginning. And we came a long way on that. And the latest step here is the so-called MediaWiki components. That is what I want to talk about right now. So I'm just checking, you should be able to see my presentation already. I'm just going to switch to the presentation mode. So now we got rid of the taskbar.
Yep, looks good.
Okay, very good. So yeah, I don't have a slide for an agenda, so I'm going to give it just on the fly here. So first of all, I want to introduce you to the concept of the so-called MediaWiki components. So what is it? What can it be used for? And then we will we step up a little bit back and see how did we get there? How did we get to the idea to create MediaWiki components? And of course, I want to talk about the current state of MediaWiki components. So, in what shape is this environment? And at the end of the talk, I also want to give a quick showcase. I've prepared a quick demo on how to use MediaWiki components. Maybe for somebody of you, this is maybe interesting for trying it out on your own and extensions. As I know, there are several extension developers in this room. Okay, let's get started. So the first question that needs to be answered is obviously, what are the MediaWiki components at all? So this is I try to answer this here. First of all, a MediaWiki component is a little bit more than what you would say, or what you would expect from a PHP library. So most developers are hopefully familiar with the concept of libraries and know the ways we use them within MediaWiki development, using the Composer packaging tool to pull them in and use them. And you also know that that libraries usually do not have anything, let's say, user-facing. They are just functionalities bundled together that then can be used or implemented against in your actual code, in your extension or skin that you're using. So first thing is, MediaWiki components are not just a library, because while they have very much in common with a library in means of providing functionality on a code level, they also provide more than just a library. Like, they can provide whole API endpoints, for example, web API endpoints. I need to clarify that. But on the other hand, they are also not a real extension. From an extension, you would usually expect anything that a user can directly interact with, introducing a new kind of a workflow, new functionality to the user interface, to the editing capabilities or reading capabilities or whatever. But this also doesn't really apply to the concept of MediaWiki components. They are somewhere in between. As you can see on this slide, the main parts that are provided by a MediaWiki component, the main parts are services. You might have seen services around in the MediaWiki code base for some time now, and APIs. Basically it's web APIs. It should better say web APIs here on the slide, because this is really what a client code can interact with. And with client code, I mean really any client code. So be it a user interface component that you might use in an extension, or be it an external client, like some integration tool that people want to use on their setup, on their on-premises setup, for example. Here it says REST and Action API. So both API types can be contained in such a component. And the second larger part that can be served by such components is basically convenience functionality, like helper classes, helper structures. This also could be a little bit part of a service, providing a helper service for certain tasks, like parsing wiki text or modifying wiki text, doing replacements in there, or dealing with the cache, for example, or dealing with permissions, stuff like that. And of course, and here we are a little bit closer to the original concept of a library. They can also provide base classes and interfaces for various types. So MediaWiki more and more gets onto that track and provides real interfaces to developers to implement against. But they are still in the beginning here, and lots of things are missing currently, and the MediaWiki components try to fill a gap here. And then then there's another thing that needs to be mentioned, that is MediaWiki components are not necessarily limited to the server-side code. So it's not just about PHP code stuff, but they can also contain client-side code and therefore resource loader modules, which means by pulling in a component, your extension may get the ability to load or to require a certain client-side functionality too. Again, this can be helper methods, utility functions, like something like this, or sometimes even stylings for, let's say, user interface components that you might want to reuse between different extensions. And last but not least, MediaWiki components can even have own database tables, which means they're actually integrating into MediaWiki, just very similar to what an extension would do. So, and that's a main difference to what a library, for example, would provide. Okay, so this was very theoretically and just a bunch of words. Maybe it's the concept of MediaWiki components gets clearer if I'm going through the history of how did we get to MediaWiki components, or to the idea or the concept of MediaWiki components. And for this, we want to have a quick review of the history of our application of our distribution, the BlueSpice distribution, and what challenges we had in the past and how we solved them, and what finally led then to the MediaWiki components. So in the beginning, there was a distribution, a custom enterprise MediaWiki distribution called HelloWiki. That was basically before BlueSpice even was introduced around 2011, which was basically a fork of MediaWiki. All stick together, various additional extensions created in there, all managed in one single code base. And there was a lot of code duplication. So we had various manager interfaces, for example, let's say some kind of stuff like a namespace manager or a user manager or group manager. And all of those extensions were implemented independently from each other. So they had a different look and feel and had a different handling of stuff. So for example, when it comes to error handling, everything would have been duplicated in the code base. So let's say you have two managers where you want to pick a group from a list. Well, you know, the regular user interface where you have a drop down, and you want to select a user group from a list. Then in this stage, we actually had multiple multiple Ajax. Back then it was called Ajax interfaces that would deliver you a list of groups, for example. And all those things were differently. Some were case sensitive when searching something. Some that didn't even support case searching, infix search or prefix search. Some were alphabetically ordered, others not, and stuff like that. So things were pretty different from extension to extension. There was a little bit of shared functionality actually in some God object that was shared between the applications. So they were already depending on something from a technical point of view, but they weren't really sharing much stuff. When we then came to BlueSpice in the version 1, we started splitting out several stuff, and we tried to identify things that were really in common between those extensions and put them into, we called it BlueSpice core back then, but basically it was just something like an extension, not actually an extension in that phase, but something like an extension. We tried to move everything that the various BlueSpice extensions that we had, what they had in common. We wanted to have them in this stuff in a single place, calling it the BlueSpice core. We introduced base classes for user interface and those Ajax interfaces, which would then allow you to, for example, have one single group picker defined and reuse it on various manager interfaces and various forms that we might have, and they would always behave in the same way. And with the BlueSpice version 2, we gave up the idea of the BlueSpice core as being not an extension, and invented the BlueSpice Foundation, which was more or less the same thing, but it was more tailored towards being an extension. It did behave a little bit more like an extension. It used the MediaWiki framework more like an extension and stuff. We got rid of the God object, and in general, it just grew. It got bigger. We put more stuff in there, but in that phase, we had a decision that turned out to be a little bit problematic in the long run. We came up with the idea of setting various default settings that we usually need on our setups and our distribution environment, and we put that into the Foundation extension, which I will explain later, was yeah, a little bit of a trouble then. Then time passed by, and the extension grew and grew, and it's and BlueSpace version 3, it's still there. We had added a lot of things, a lot of new APIs and utilities and stuff like that. And even icons, icon fonts and stuff, all kinds of fancy stuff. But the BlueSpace Foundation grew very large. It had a large footprint then, and it was hard to have people use it outside of the BlueSpace an environment, outside of the BlueSpace distribution, because it was so big. It seemed overhead for most of the use cases, and here we also saw that the acceptance was very low because of those default permissions that I've just mentioned. Because by installing the BlueSpace Foundation, the behavior of MediaWiki system was altered. It was changed, and this was very confusing for people that tried to use it, and they were not very happy with it. Since then, we have reduced this kind of behavior. So we've tried to get rid of the most problematic default settings. And now we are in the version 4, and we have started with some restructuring. Now, let's go to that slide first. Basically, what I just explained, what we saw over time. Here are the advantages and disadvantages of this BlueSpace Foundation approach. So, for one hand, it's obviously a good thing to have everything in one place. It's easy to use and easy to maintain. But on the other hand, there are some issues with that. The monolithic architecture, making it very big, making things depend very heavily on each other. The large footprint, obviously, and the last two items here on the list of disadvantages are basically they build on each other, or the last one is built on the first one. Because of this influencing of regular behavior, the acceptance outside of the BlueSpace ecosystem was pretty low. And now for the version 4, which has been released officially at the start of this year, we have decided to change the way we share functionality between all of our extensions. And therefore, we started to look at the BlueSpace Foundation and see what parts are in there that may work independently from each other. So we don't always need everything from the BlueSpace Foundation. If I'm creating a new extension, be it for a customer or be it an extension for the product, in the end it doesn't matter. I usually don't need everything from the BlueSpace Foundation. So why would I make the extension depend on the BlueSpace Foundation then? And we went through the various parts of the BlueSpace Foundation and made a list of them. And we decided to break those parts out, split the BlueSpace Foundation into parts, and those parts we call the MediaWiki components, because we wanted to make them as generic and independent from BlueSpace as any possible. In the BlueSpace version 4, by the way, we already have introduced the first non-BlueSpace extensions that make use of this chat functionality. So, starting with BlueSpace 4, we have developed extensions that are not BlueSpace prefixed anymore, and that still need to where we still felt that they should benefit from what is in the BlueSpace Foundation. And we took an on-demand approach here. We said, okay, we want to have that new extension, and let's see what part of the BlueSpace Foundation would be required for that extension. Okay, this one and this one, and then we split them out to being MediaWiki components, and then we build this new extension upon the newly introduced MediaWiki components. Okay, and what's the future? Well, that's not the future is not written yet, of course, but our way will lead us to breaking out more and more functionality from BlueSpace Foundation into those MediaWiki components ecosystem. And at some point, maybe it's going to be the case that the foundation gets completely, can be completely removed from the distribution. And of course, by this point, we must have a major MediaWiki components ecosystem that can actually solve everything that the BlueSpace Foundation did before for us. Currently, I cannot tell when this will be the case, can be the case, but yeah, it's probably something in the next couple of years that we are aiming for. Okay, now the question is, what parts or what components do we currently have? So the list is actually not that long yet. We have started with some of them. Here you can see a short list. There's still lots of functionality in the BlueSpace Foundation directly in there. But let's quickly start with the ones that are available. So the OLED banners, this was more or less something like a test case. We wanted to try out the concept and see how can we create such components in a proper way. OLED banners will allow your extension to show, well, a banner above the page's content. So, for example, if your extension wants to notify a user about a certain state of the page, it could use the OLED banners extension to programmatically show an OLED banner above the page's content. There's an interface and some hook included in this OLED banners, which you can easily use. It's not much effort to do that, and you can benefit from it already. Then we have got the common user interface, which is we try to abstract away most of the HTML generating logic. So we try to not use any HTML generating logic in our extensions anymore, because this was in the past, this was always a big issue for making things stylable and changeable for customers. So they wanted to have a change in the user interface somewhere, wanted to apply a new style, or maybe just actually switch something in the appearance and in the order. This was always pretty hard to achieve with the when you build the HTML directly in your extension. So we abstracted away a lot of user interface elements into that component, and this is a so-called component. I think we have called it component. Yes, user interface components, component-based approach to building user interfaces. We currently use it in our new skin mainly, but also some extensions make use of it. Then we've got the form engine, which is actually mainly JavaScript. So I think there may be a little bit of server-side code too, but it mainly consists of resource loader modules in JavaScript, and it is also some functionality that we share now between various extensions. Basically, it's using OJS UI. So it's you could say it's some kind of an abstraction layer to OOJS UI. It's you can define your forms in a declarative way, creating a JSON, and it will then, the form engine will then render the proper OOJS UI form for you. Notifications, that's obviously we didn't want to bind directly on the echo extension. You may know that that's the default notification extension for MediaWiki, but we wanted to have an abstraction layer here too, because we found that the interface of echo is pretty problematic, and wanted to abstract that away from the actual code and make it possible to maybe use something different than echo extension in the future. This has not happened yet. And the so-called run jobs trigger, which has a pretty unfortunate naming, to be honest. That's some kind of a background process runner where you might have you might have had this in your work also. Sometimes you want to run stuff in the background, but besides creating a maintenance script and telling the administrator to run it to add it to a cron job, there are not many ways to do that. And we came up with a system that basically lets you register background jobs or timed jobs. Let's call it timed jobs, and we bound that to the run jobs PHP. And that's for some reason because usually we trigger the run jobs PHP anyways on a regular way in a cron job. So usually when we do a setup, we configure that system to use run jobs PHP anyways. And we said, okay, if this is already set up, why shouldn't we just hook into that and run our code? So that, by the way, that will be the example that I'm going to show off. And there's some utils this is minor stuff for accessing groups and namespaces and stuff like that. Some utility functionalities. There are a couple of things in the in a beta phase which we basically are already using, or at least exploring. Some of them are experimental, like this Vue 3 shim, which we came up for making Vue 3 available on MediaWiki 135, as it is not in there yet. It's only available from later versions. And we wanted to not implement against Vue version 2 and then migrate to Vue version 3 at some point. And the process manager, which is also for background jobs, but more heavyweight stuff. And it's not timed. It's not meant to run at a specific day or hour of a day, but it's more like if you have got maintenance scripts that you want to run in the background that may take longer time, the process manager can help you with that to keep track of the status of such a background job, and it exposes a REST API to manage that. So to see, okay, what's the state, where are we in the process, and so on. And the third-party resources, that's very similar to the first one. It's dealing with using precompiled JavaScript files in a resource loader module. I'm not sure if anybody of you have tried that already, but this can be problematic. The minified and precompiled JavaScripts usually break when you add them to resource loader, to MediaWiki's resource loader, and this component basically provides just some resource loader module, some special resource loader module that you can use to load such already precompiled and and minified JavaScripts that you might get from, let's say, NPM or whatever. Well, there's more to come. There's still stuff in the Blue Spice Foundation that we didn't we're not able to break it out yet, and it will probably take a couple of months, maybe even years, to get them all out. There are some on my list that I would want to expose soon. which would, for example, be common web APIs. Let's take the example that I had in the beginning. Let's say we want to have some title picker or group picker or user picker or page such picker APIs that always behave in the same way. You might now say, well, there's a title picker and there's a category picker in OJS UI, and there's Midi Wiki Action API for that. And you're completely right with that. But those APIs usually lack some important functionality. For example, an infix search. With the group pick, with the user picker of Midi Wiki, you cannot search for the real name of a user, and you cannot search with an infix. So, for example, if I'm looking if my real name was Robert Vogel and I was looking for Vogel, Midi Wiki API will not return anything, but our APIs will. And yeah, that's probably one of the next things that we're going to expose. Yeah, and there are lots of other things like the locked data store is also, it's very tightly bound to those APIs. Lockdown is more for permissions. We have some subsystem for permission handling. Generic tag handler is an interface that allows you to create tag extensions in a more object-oriented way, with parameter validation and stuff like that, and error handling. And yeah, more for the wiki text handling. We have some tools for manipulating wiki text, which have not been. Oh, I'm a little bit over time already. Sorry. Okay, too bad. Let me speed up a little bit. So how does it work? Well, basically, you install those things by using Composer. So they are available through a Composer registry, like packages, and you add them on the second. And you add them in the Composer JSON file. They will then be installed into the vendor directory and will be automatically loaded. Some of them expose global variables that you might use in your extension. Some of them expose hooks that you might use. Yeah, that's it basically. Now I wanted to show off the run jobs trigger demo. I'm not sure about the time. Brian, can you tell me?
Yeah, we're definitely over time, so maybe we'll hold questions for after. But if you have a demo to show, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, or alternatively, I skipped the demo actually, and we could have a couple of questions maybe. And there, I could show off the demo in a dedicated session, maybe in a MidiWiki stakeholder meeting.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. That's a great compromise. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah. Oh, I didn't talk about the challenges, by the way. I'm pretty sure that some of the questions would address those. I will keep that that slide open, but please, if you have any questions right now, go ahead.
So if there's any questions for the in-person audience, go ahead and ask them, and I'll see if there's anything coming in. Right now, there's nothing coming in from any of the platforms.
Okay, thanks. So, in that case, I'm going to close here. Maybe, yeah.
Actually, really quick, Robert, one question is, what's the difference between Blue Spice and non-Blue Spice extensions in this context?
The Blue Spice extensions actually carry a prefix. They are easily to recognize. They are called Blue Spice Permission Manager, for example, or Blue Spice Namespace Manager. And they depend heavily on the Blue Spice Foundation. They cannot be run without that. So whenever you see an extension, a MediaWiki extension that starts with Blue Spice, then that's a Blue Spice extension, obviously. And the non-Blue Spice extensions, which we also have in our distribution, do not have this prefix. They have different names like workflows, for example, or yeah, or standard dialogues, and they do not build on the foundation, but they may then again include such components.
Okay, Robert, thank you very much. We're out of time, so let's try to schedule a demo for one of the breakout sessions later. But thank you for your time. That was great.
Thanks. See you all.
And then, Ad, if we can get you to join in and try again. Go ahead and request to share your audio and video. Okay, Ad, we see you again. You want to try to share your screen again?
Yeah, I'm going to try to do that. How about it?
Perfect. Looks good. I'm gonna drop off.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about is ISO 27001 for and with enterprise wikis. It's a subject that I have been very occupied with. I spent a lot of time with this the past few months, and I'm going to explain everything about it. Or I hope I am. So these are actually the questions I want to answer during this presentation. And I think, yeah, and I have everything set up. So if you I can see questions. So if you want to ask questions during the presentation, I'm okay with that. Otherwise, we'll wait for the end. Because I'm not sure, here in the Netherlands, ISO 27001 is quite popular. So we know about that, but I'm not sure how that is in the rest of the world. So I'm going to talk about ISO 27001. I'm going to talk a little bit about what is an enterprise wiki, according to Wiki-based solutions, of course. And what can the ISO standard be for enterprise wikis and the other way around? Okay. So what is ISO 27000? Well, that is it's an information security framework that allows you that helps you get better as an organization in the world of in the area of information security. And that, of course, is obviously very important for us. We Wiki-based solutions, we are really focused on delivering enterprise wikis. We have done that for the past, well, I might say 10 years. And we started small, but we are getting bigger and bigger, and our customers bigger and bigger and more important. So it really made sense for us to pay a lot of attention to information security and to get to a next level. And ISO 27001 is a framework that really helps you with that. And the nice thing about it is that you get audited. So it's very serious business. You get audited and you get a certification. So you get a stamp, and you are re-audited every year. So our customers can be confident that our level of deal with information security is good and is also ever improving. ISO 27001 is risk-based, it means that you really have to understand the risk you are running with your company and with your customers concerning information security, and you have to build an ISMS, an information security management system, to document. For the people that don't know ISO 27001 but do know NIST, for example, in the United States, NIST is a comparable framework. It's also risk-based. It is also an information security framework. NIST is more about, is only about the what, where ISO 27001 is also about the what, but also about the how. It gives you implementation guidelines, but NIST and ISO 27001 are really comparable in the what it can bring to your organization, and they are also related. For NIST we have to. I talk about NIST, but what I mean is actually the NIST cybersecurity framework, and if you look very carefully, this is part of the NIST core, and that explains what things that you are required, what is important. We have here an example. This top thing says that identities and credentials are issued, managed, verified, revoked, and audited for authorized devices, users, and processes. So that is something that explains what you have to do. And you see on the right that there is it relates to ISO 27001, and then some these A.9, they are all controls. So NIST and the cybersecurity framework and the ISO framework, they know each other very well. They are comparable to other frameworks out there. And and I must say, of course, I didn't know NIST. As a matter of fact, I think Rich Evans was the one that pointed out that put my attention to NIST. So now I know a little bit about it, but I think that in our ISMS, it makes perfect sense to include also NIST. And there's one thing I want to mention. What is nice about NIST is that it's open source. And what is not so nice about ISO 27001 is that the documentation is not open source. You have to buy it. So that's a bit of the downside. So let's go to the next question. And what is an enterprise wiki here at Wikibase? Well, I've talked about OpenCSP, the last EMWCon and the EMWCon before that. So know by now that what we think is an enterprise wiki is a wiki that is built on MediaWiki and Elasticsearch, that has the OpenCSP framework on top of that, because that's the purpose of OpenCSP, to make wikis enterprise ready. And what in our case also an enterprise wiki includes is some modules. So that's what we do at Wikibase. We create modules. We have here you see two examples. The information security management system that I'm going to talk about and show you later, and the work instructions or functionality that we created for NASA. And on top of that, customization. Of course, for every enterprise, for every company that you deliver the wiki for, the nice thing about the wiki is that you can make it the company's requirements. But tomorrow Victor is going to talk more about OpenCSP. So what I want to focus on, what an enterprise wiki also is or should be, is it should be very reliable, and it should provide the highest, well, I would say the highest level of information security, or at least the building blocks for that. So for this presentation, an enterprise wiki is a wiki that is built up like this, with these layers, and is reliable and secure. It always gets black. I don't know why. So the next question is, what can the ISO framework mean for enterprise wikis? So we've understood that information security is essential for enterprise wikis, but we don't really know what that means. And we need a practical framework to guide us. And that's ISO 27001 is just that. It's a framework that helps you improve information security level. And since like I said, the ISO is this standard is audited and certified, it proof, but it's also it's also you as a company, that we as Wiki-based solutions, we have to keep it up to date. We have to keep our processes and our policies. We have to keep everything up to date, because otherwise we will lose our certification, and that's not what we want. At Wikibase, we have been working on this certification since October, and I must say it has been a very interesting experience, and I really think it helps organizations like Wikibase solutions. So I really would like to. Well, I'm curious to know. What how this works in, for example, Germany. So, like, what does HelloWell do in this area? Do you have similar certifications, similar standards? And how does it work in the United States? And how do companies like ours that deliver information systems, wikis, how do they interact with customers when it comes to information security? So that might be a question for you to answer. So if you want to be serious about continuous improvement for information security, then I think a good framework such as the ISO 27001 is necessary, and it works nice. It really helps you make things practical, and it covers all the areas, also some areas that you might not want to be confronted with. So it really helps you. Oh, wait a minute. So when we started in October, so what you do then is you hire a consultant that helps you, because this is a standard that is not, you really must dive into it to understand it. And so we hired a consultant to help us with that. And one of the things that you hear is that you need an ISMS, you need an information security management system. And well, many companies, specifically the smaller companies, they have an information security management system. They have an ISMS that is made really of Word documents and Excel sheets. And I'm sure you understand that we don't want that. There was an alternative. This consultant that we hired, his company bought a tool, not but that was a very expensive tool, and we thought, well, should we create that ISMS ourselves? We decided not to only implement this, but build our own ISMS. And of course, it should be OpenCSP based. So it was, yeah, I think it was a bit of a bold decision. And that consultant thought we were crazy, because it means that you not only have to implement ISO 27001, which is a big task, but also build a system. But yeah, we thought, well, let's go for it, and we got it. Sorry. And end of March, we got the first stage audit. Happens in 2 stages. The end of it was the 9th of March, I think, and by the end of April we get the final audit. But we got a compliment for what we achieved in those 5 months, and they were impressed with our information security management system. So the around is also very interesting. What can your enterprise wiki do for ISO 27001? And that's what I want to show you. So I'm going to try to, well, I'm going to talk a little bit more about our ISMS, what's in there, what is the kind of stuff that you have in such an information security management system. First, you have your company. What kind of company are you? What kind of risks are you running? What are your customers, your partners, stakeholders in general? What are the risks that you are running concerning information security? And then you have to identify controls, the what's to mitigate those risks, and you have to have an implementation of those controls. And these implementations, in most cases, these are policies. And those policies and controls, they have to be evaluated. So the policies are the descriptions of how you have to do things in your organization, and the evaluations are monitoring, checking if you really work like that, and you have to have registrations for that. And of course, we have a lot of wikis, and with those wikis, we run risks. So this is the, and you have changes, incidents, deviations. If you don't do things the way that you have described in your policies, then you have to make note of that in deviations. So this is the kind of stuff that you in the ISMS. So I've marked risks, controls, and policies, and I'm going to show you a little bit our, at least I'm going to try to do that. I thought I had it fixed, but I have to. All right. So, like our internal enterprise wiki. Oh my dear. Sorry for this. Well, this is of course a part of a demonstration of our enterprise wiki. So you had a look at the single sign-on stuff, and of course it was part of the demonstration. This is our ISMS. So here you see some things that we have there. I talked about risks, controls, policies. We also have our roles of our what we do, we have described in roles. But what I'm going to show you is our statement of applicability. That's also an important part of your information security management system, because you have to, for the world, you have to describe, you have to state, you have to make a statement of what parts of ISO 27001 are applicable to your organization. So here you say, well, these controls are applicable. As a matter of fact, I think we only have one control applicable. That's a control that's concerned with outsourcing, of development outsourcing, and the rest is all applicable. And we had a look at so this is our statement of applicability. At the same time, for us, during development, during implementation of ISO 27001, it's a very good overview of where we are. And this is also a demonstration of our OpenCSP based enterprise wiki. This is plain search functionality that Robus is going to talk about. And so it shows the faceted search. I can click on access control and then have everything that has to do with access control. Here you see the policies. Here you see the risks we are running. So here you have those three that I marked in the slide. You have the risks, the control, and the implementation of the controls you have combined. Well, why do these risks appear here with a certain control? Well, that's of course plain wiki stuff. We have the controls here. So with the risk, from the risk we point to the controls. If on the other hand, we have the implementation access control, and here we have not that much metadata, but we have a lot of the part of is a lot bigger, and we have chosen, and this is an interesting thing. I think we have chosen to have the relationship from an implementation to the control is more flexible. It's done with a template in the policy in this case. So this is just plain visual editor. As you can see, there is no, but that's something that Victor, of course, is going to explain. This is only source code, and the metadata is managed differently. So, control policy back to the of applicability. So here we have an overview of, well, perhaps it's an idea to go to the policy as well, so that you can explain. Here it says that an access control policy shall be established, documented, and reviewed based on business and information security requirements. So this is the control, and it's for if you want to be audited and you want to have the certification, then you must, for each of those controls that are in the standard, you must explain why, whether you are going to implement that control or not, and if not, why not, well, etc. Well, we found, so we started in October to create our own ISMS and at the same time fill it with all the information that we needed. And we found that with our OpenCSP basis, that was really a joy to work with. And I can say that because for the past months, you can say I lived in this ISMS, and we are migrating from our old Wiki. We are migrating to this one. So it's going to be fully OpenCSP based. And we really love it. I can demo you a lot more. I'm not going to do that. So I'm going back to the presentation if I can. And I'm going, I think this is okay. So I showed you something of our information security management system, and it was a joy. Like I said, it was a joy working with it, and it really serves our purposes for the information security management system, including everything that has to do with with incidents, changes, registrations. And there's a lot to be developed. We use GitLab for development, so we are going to have an integration between the Wiki and GitLab, and there's a lot of beautiful stuff to be discovered. So to wrap it up, so I put the ISO 27001 together with the NIST cybersecurity framework. I think we are going to have some NIST information in the ISMS in our company wiki as well, because I must say that NIST is better. It takes better care of the, let's say, the top part, the what's and the why's, and that's very interesting. So we are definitely going to do that, and we have used our own company wiki to implement that. So I think that was my presentation. Are there questions?
Thank you, Ed. Maybe we can try to limit it to one question from the room if possible. Go ahead and speak up if you're in the room and you have a question. Viewing the platforms on the side and not seeing anything quite yet, but we'll wait one more second here and then pass it over. Okay, well, I think that's it. Thank you for that. Interested to hear Victor's talk more about OpenCSP, which will be tomorrow. So thank you, Ad. And up next we have Lexi in person here, so we'll have to do a little switch out up front. But she'll be talking about custom notifications using Semantic MediaWiki. Okay, we can see you, Yaron.
Oh.
Well, for me, actually, it's a frozen Yaron, but.
All right.
And I can see your desktop.
Is that it? Okay. Yes. Okay, so much.
Good afternoon, everybody, and hello to everybody online. Thank you so much to
I can't hear you coming through.
possible. It's really nice to meet people in person that we've been working with. My name's Lexi McGillivray. I work at the NASA Glenn Research Center, Armstrong
So no volume.
in Sandusky, Ohio, with my colleague
Can
Jevin.
someone on YouTube or Element let me know if anybody else can hear them?
A number of other extensions to do knowledge management and digital transformation at our organization. Sort of two facets to my talk today. The first is that I want to talk about how we've used custom notifications and how that's helped our user base and integrated more communication onto our knowledge management system. But I also want to talk a little bit about our design philosophy and approach so that making local edits on the wiki can result in server scripts being executed. Automation is my passion, and my ultimate success will also be my ultimate failure, which I will automate myself out of my job. So what I'm planning on going over today is a little bit of the background. Initially, we just had user-generated notifications in the system, and then how our approach evolved to be able to work in the general case to allow event-driven automatic notifications, as well as the ability to just make a wiki edit and cause something to happen on the server. And then we'll talk a little bit about the future and answer any questions people have. I'd prefer to leave the questions to the end, but I assume some background knowledge. So if anybody gets lost in what I'm saying, please feel free to interrupt me. So first off, we have to address the fact that there already are notification tools inside of MediaWiki. You can use the echo notifications, category watch. Of course, users can sign up for a watch list, but we found that this didn't integrate well into our user base. That seemed like signing up for being on a watch list was something that was a little bit more of an advanced user thing to do. And they find that often the category watch doesn't fit into our processes because you're not necessarily interested in every single page in a category, just a few specific ones. And the other reason that we wanted to do it is that we have a lot of sequential steps to follow our processes where different users need to take actions in our workflows, and being able to keep that communication inside of the wiki rather than a person going to a different application, pulling a link over, contacting the people they need to contact. This was a way of making it very convenient. So what I'm showing here is like a standard tool set that we have for class pages that manage our processes. And specifically, we use header tabs a lot, and this is the notification tab. So we tend to do buttonized input in the history of notifications, and we've accomplished this using page forms. So we designed the form to create a notification to look as much like an email as possible. It's very standard fields, who you want to send it to, what you want the subject to be, and what you want the body to be. We even included the visual editor so that to the users, it doesn't seem much different than just creating an email. So of course, you write the email and then you save the page, and the server is constantly looking for those new pages that exist in that category to send them out. So once you create a new page, you wait a few minutes for the cron job script to run, which cron job is just a script that runs on the server at a scheduled interval. So every 3 minutes, it's looking for any pages in this category. It queries the properties, puts together a notification that looks like this. And what's really helpful about this approach is that we have links in the bottom of the page that automatically go back to the page from which it was generated, so that our user base is able to click a button. Anybody who ought to be interested in receiving that email will automatically be included in the 2 fields. It'll CC that user, and then they have a place to go directly back to where the next step in the process is taking place. We also have a link to the talk page because we duplicate this message as a talk page post so that users who want to, instead of communicating through Outlook, can just follow the link to the talk page and continue the conversation there and keep all of our communication internal to our wikis. So we did our jobs a little bit too well because the users wanted more. It really helped with the process. It really helped with integrating them into using the system. But we were kind of running into the issue where the same process would trigger the same notification to the same person over and over again. And there wasn't really a need for the users to continually click a button and do this all over again. It was something that could be automated fairly simply. So some examples of event-based notifications that we wanted are reminders to review a document on a cycle. That we have people who are responsible for preparing and reviewing them, and then they expire, so it sends out reminders. We are a test facility, and we go into test, and then we have yellow light and red light, just depending on safety, depending on who's allowed to access. And we actually used to have to send a notification to administrative personnel, and they would send it out to the distribution list. And we were running into issues where sometimes we'd start tests at 8 p.m. and the administrative staff isn't there, so people wouldn't get notified about test facility status. So in this case, when someone indicates that the light's changed and we've gone into test, everybody site-wide gets a notification within 3 minutes, which is when the cron job script executes. So that's the initial approach, and we have here a workflow for how it works. Essentially, it's twofold. The wiki pages are categorized conditionally based on certain properties, and the server script that's running is constantly looking for anything in a specific category. If it doesn't find anything, there's nothing to do, it ends. But if it does find pages in the certain category, it'll query them using Semantic Media Wiki. It'll put together the email based on the properties, and then it edits that page to change the properties to indicate it's been set, which then will change the category that it's in. So it will move from the unset wiki notification category to the set wiki notification category. We do some final logging. We will post talk page topics as logs, and we also do it, as I mentioned, to keep communication on the wiki wherever possible. So this worked really well for the specific case that we initially designed it for, but we had some shortcomings for making it be able to work for custom notifications that could be generated from any class. Any one of our processes or tools could generate an automatic notification. So just based on a design philosophy, we didn't really want to intermix bot edits with a bunch of user edits just for things like that. And also there's not a technical limit to how many different events we want to cause a notification to go out. So using in-page properties for that becomes problematic. So the way we evolved our approach actually takes Semantic Media Wiki's sub-objects into account. They're sort of the secret sauce of this approach. Up until now, we actually wouldn't have needed to use Semantic Media Wiki at all because I could have gotten the page text through the API and parsed it manually. It didn't need to be an ask statement. But through the use of sub-objects, which are still property value pairs that just don't have a dedicated page in the wiki, and templates, we're able to manage that categorization and recategorization based on null editing a local page instead of actually changing any properties. Our other design approach is to use the Midi principle, which means that we like our scripts to be mutually exclusive and collectively exhaustive. So we already, as we established, we had a script that sent all those wiki notifications out. We didn't need to do that again. We just needed a script that could make that notification page in the first place. So it's mutually exclusive. We create notifications and we send them, but collectively exhaustive because when we use them together, we're able to cover the entire application. So going over this general approach, but making it specific again in the case of custom notifications, we are interested in any conditional notifications that haven't been sent. Assuming there are some, we parse all the properties we care about, who it's to, who it's from, what page it was created from, etc. Based on those property values, we put together the wiki notification page. And then the final thing that we do is we do a null edit of the page that caused that notification to be generated. And based on the way the templates are written, which I'll go over in a minute, that recategorizes the page. So now that I've talked about design, I want to talk a little bit about the nitty-gritty of how this is actually done in Wiki text. So the example that I have is our Wiki ticket class, which is a lightweight ticketing system that we use to get requests from users. And in this case, Rich and I will get an email whenever a user creates a ticket. This, of course, is an application that's covered by Category Watch, but at the time we had it disabled, we already had this ability in place. So what I have highlighted is basically the logical description of the event that will cause a notification to be created. So we only transclude the create notification template when that event is in place. So any way that you can logically define an event in wiki text could be an event that causes a notification. So in this specific instance, we want any tickets that were created today, make a notification for it. And that's just to cover historical applications of the fact that we already had tickets in the system and we didn't want to get 80 messages once we updated this. Moving forward. So if we look at the template, which we conditionally call the create notification when conditions met template, that's basically just a matter of making a sub-object in one of two categories, either a conditional notification that has been sent or a conditional notification that has not been sent. We'll also notice that the condition, one of the arguments that's passed is used in the page name. And that's a way of ensuring that we can have all sorts of notifications. For instance, this one, if we look, is a page creation notification. So when we've already created that page, if that page exists, all right, we did it. If that page doesn't exist, then we let the server know that there's something to be done. So that's how it works on the side of the wiki, anything that users interact with. So now we'll move over to what the script looks like on the server. And I'll make a note that the code that I have up here, we do use Python and we use the Python library MW client, but this could be any way that you can interact with the API and do a little bit of thinking, that this is the same approach that you can use. This just happens to be ours. So the first thing that we do is we write a query that's functionally looks almost the exact same as a wiki text semantic media wiki ask statement. Then we submit it to the API, and what we get back is just everything in that category that we can iterate over and parse all those semantic properties into local variables. We put those local variables together as wiki text. So we're calling our wiki notification class template, and we're putting all the properties together. And then it's as simple as saving it with the name that was designated. And we also do a null edit of that local page. So what that null edit is going to do is change the sub-object category. We change the category back, and then our scripts are not going to be interested in that page anymore. So this is the design approach that we've used to accomplish a lot of things at ETF. One of my favorites is that we have a dedicated development server, and we manage all of our class pages and our tools there. So when we make an update to one of those pages and we're ready to have it available to our wiki farm, we click a button that says transfer, and then on the hour, we have a script that executes and pushes all those pages out for us. But there's lots of different applications where this could be used. So looking forward at how we're planning on integrating this into so other users can have access to it, is that right now it's a little bit catered to our specific implementation, but we're going to do the work to make it wiki agnostic. And we're doing that as a part of the OpenCSP project, which I think we'll be talking about at this conference. And we are huge open source advocates, and we're going to make sure that all of our knowledge management tools, all of our classes of scripts are available on the public NASA GitHub. The link right now is not super exciting, which you'll see, but we're actively working on making this available. And that's what I have to say, but I'd like to open up the floor for any questions. Yeah.
I just missed some of the details of how it.
Do you mean when users generate it, like this part?
It's like the built-in media wiki notification system goes off of whoever self-volunteers to watch a page. Whereas here, it seems like you're changing it so that the person sending the message knows who they're addressing it to, which is kind of a completely different approach. So I'm curious, I don't know, I'm just curious to learn of some different examples of why people would pick and choose the recipients versus just going off of whoever's watching the page.
Right, so I'll repeat the question for people online. It's essentially that usually notifications go based off of watch lists versus in this example, it goes off of specific users who are chosen by the person who's creating the notification, and ask for some examples about why we would like that. So we have a lot of processes that, I'll start with the first note actually. Our users don't like to sign up for watch lists. That is probably the biggest note I can give you, is that it's hard. We've not been successful integrating it into our culture, and it's not really something we can trust that a watch list will accurately represent the people who are interested in the page.
Would it be fair to say they're not interested in edit notifications?
That's correct. Yeah, our users also aren't interested in edit notifications. They're more interested in, all right, well, I got to click this button when it's my turn in the process, but I'm 3 edits down in the workflow. So in this case, it helps us manage the fact that these buttons will automatically, the 2 fields are generated based on property values of the page. So we might have 10 different sets of people who have to go through the same process, and they're all going to notify different sets of people based on where they're at. Does that answer the question?
I think so. Okay. We've also had problems at JSC about getting people to watch pages. We want active user engagement, and it's just not something you can really force.
Yep. Yeah, and this way of being able to just send the link out to the people who need it has really helped with engagement, has really gotten people moved over to, this also documents communication on the wiki itself as well, so that we even have our correspondence available as data. It really has helped with engagement to do it this way.
Do you have the to or copy fields auto-populated through LDAP? Or
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
So through page forms?
Yes. Oh, sorry, for the people online, the question was whether the to and CC fields are auto-populated using LDAP, and the question is yes. Or the answer is yes. Be a bad question.
If it's okay to clarify, the email addresses we get from our users is pulled from external data across the LDAP. It queries the LDAP directory. So the wiki always knows who the user is, authenticated and authorized by the organization. So by the time the user gets to this page, they're fully known in the wiki.
So the user, but what about if you're sending it to somebody?
Any user that is already in the system is pulled up effortlessly, and otherwise you have to specify the name. You have to know the email address.
What is running that? So page forms is your form field. How is it querying LDAP?
The external data extension. There's an LDAP. There's a parser function for LDAP queries in external data.
I'll summarize for the people online. We use external data as well as LDAP to be able to parse our LDAP data into properties. And then we have properties available to our page forms.
I'm one of the things I think you missed though was that, didn't you say, Rich, that it's when people visit the wiki that the semantic properties are updated on the wiki, and otherwise they have to be entered manually?
Correct.
So I'm just telling you, saying that because maybe the people online.
Right, yeah. Another note to the people online, that works for users who have visited the wiki. We get all the data that we need from them. If they haven't, you have to manually type in the email address and know who it's going to.
But I did have a question. So I've seen something like this with a client where they have a workflow, which it sounds like you're trying to implement some sort of workflow.
Mm-hmm.
And they did that with page forms and templates or semantic media wiki, and they put approvers on a data set page, so it sounds like there's a use for this. How can we put a workflow in the wiki and have people approving pages and stuff like that? I think Yarn was working on something like that before, but that sounds like it would be something really useful to have here, is a way to create workflows in the wiki, just more generic, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a comment over here. This could be integrated to use workflows in the wiki, which, yeah, that's really is kind of how we manage our workflows. Like, for instance, we have formal action review processes. And so we will, when the person who's an actionee on an action closes it out, we have the next person, the action reviewer, has to formally close it. So as soon as that action gets marked as complete, but it's not closed yet, it sends out a notification to all the actionees as well as the reviewer that it's ready to be formally closed and reviewed.
Right, and just seeing your use case and knowing of this other use case, it seems like there's an opportunity.
Yes. You're on.
Well, this is sort of tied into that, but you had a flow chart.
Maybe come up and just speak to the microphone.
Okay.
Or closer to it. So she doesn't have to repeat a long run up.
Assume it'll be a long run.
It's your own time.
Great talk. You had a flow chart. This is kind of weird, but fun. You had a flow chart there near the beginning of the talk. I wonder if you have any thoughts about integrating this actually with the workflow, whether it's creating a flow chart and it magically becomes the workflow, or the other way around. You define a workflow and it also just prints out this nice flow chart, something like that.
Is workflows a tool in that exists in MediaWiki, or?
I mean,
Okay, I wasn't sure if we were talking in a general case or a specific case.
No specifics.
Okay. Yeah, I think that we do tend to try and have our workflows defined in that way already. I think you make a good point. It'd be good to define our workflows and have a block for here's the part where the notification happens. So that's not what we're currently doing, but I do like that idea. I don't know if I have any online questions either.
We're trying to get somebody to comment, but no, not yet.
Just to tell you what we were discussing. So Marcus presented at SMWCon on the flow in fall on a workflow extension for Blue Spice.
Okay.
And I'm wondering how that might relate to this. So if we can get, if Marcus is listening.
Okay, Marcus, if you're there. Marcus, can you hear me? We're interested if you have any comments on the workflow extension that you presented in the fall at SMWCon. While we wait, I think you raised your hand over here.
I was just curious. So besides, like, sorry.
You might not
We need microphone to pass around.
So I just had a question. If, like, besides the review process, do y'all have any other use cases for your notification system instead of just pinging people to say, hey, it's your turn to review the page?
Are you asking specifically in when a user generates it rather than when it's automatically generated?
No, just more just like, do y'all have anything other like use cases for the notification system besides the review process?
Yeah, I mean, we've pretty much integrated into most of our processes. I'd say we have a change review process because all of our formal document management is on the wiki. So at a certain point, it's time for the reviewers to look at it. They automatically get notified. And then when it's time for our document administrator to do an action, she gets notified. Once all the signatures are obtained, we send a notification to the person who's responsible for closing out that change request. Trying to think. I mean, like I said, we have that facility light status, I think is the biggest win that we've had because we send every single one of our users a notification as soon as a light status changes at one of our test facilities across our multiple complexes. That's probably been our biggest organizational game changer. We'll have our users will think of a use case and they'll ask for us to add an event-driven notification in.
Gotcha. And like a follow-up to that is, I can't remember if you mentioned already, but does the notification come through Wiki or is it going to the email? I know you said you have a page form like the email, but does it go to the email and Wiki? Or?
Yes, it does both. So okay. When you save the page, there's a page templatized version of the notification, as well as a version that shows up. This is the version that shows up in the inbox. And then it's also saved as a topic talk page post on the local page from which it was created. So in the case of, I mentioned, you know, when we have a light status change, anyone can talk about, can go to that light status change page and talk about information based on having gotten tagged in that notification.
If I could just make a clarifying point. So this work, yeah. So thank you, Lexi, for a great talk. So this work is based on a fundamental approach that we're using MediaWiki as a platform for implementing electronic workflows in our organization. So this particular talk is about how once you have a process, a workflow process implemented for your organization, an essential part of making that work is event-driven notifications in each stage of the process. So whereas what MediaWiki gives you out of the box is edit notifications, this gives you process
event notifications. So this is all, we're attaching the notification tool to every box in the process workflow that requires notification for BMS or an ISO, as an ISO requirement, part of our policy.
What's that policy?
Well, so it's whatever policy we have for the reliable performance of our business processes. So as an organization, as an ISO organization, we're required to develop workflows for all of our official business processes. And we're also required to have traceable, auditable evidence of notification, both timed events and event-driven. And so this tool was built to go on top of a complete wiki-based process-driven system, and which is something that I'll actually talk about tomorrow. So thank you, and thanks for letting me make those clarifying remarks.
Yeah. So the question may have been answered, but you are a regulated industry. So what standards, and did you have to do a method val on the email notification that sits on MediaWiki? And then do you have to do a method val on MediaWiki itself? And maybe those terms are just for my industry, not yours, but like Part 11 compliance, you know, when you sign something, you prove that you have a history of it and the date. Does any of that have to be validated?
That's a good question. And that's in general a question that's better for our server guy, Rich, but we have a server that's managed by another branch within our organization. And so the cybersecurity components and what we're responsible for is much more handled on their side than on ours. So it's not as formal of a review process on our end. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me.
So where's Hopin? Where did Hopin go up? Backstage. Okay. Okay, so we're going to take a quick lunch break, and it's about 40 minutes. We'll be back in here and ready with a panel. So we'll just adjust the room a little bit and see you shortly. Okay. So leave that. What? Yeah.
I got more involved in development with software development and open source extension. And first time I released a Midi extension open source and the next time it's been translated to 15 languages.
Well, I mentioned that you
So I had been developing
but I only want that
for 20 some odd years. And I was but I didn't necessarily have that concept of people actually realize I want and so to do that,
Hello, I am. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know how we can tell if this is the if this is working, but
I can hear you.
yeah.
Hello, hello. The other side.
Where did you come in from?
Hello.
So good.
Yeah.
Well, we see each other. When I was a kid, I heard.
Do you want to just mute just turn the speaker off and the camera just for a second.
So,
No, apparently this is, so.
You guys are on, so you are on.
Oh, great.
Yeah, you can see us.
There we are.
What are we on?
We're on
I guess we shouldn't be looking
that.
at that.
So what's the
because-
future of MediaWiki? Who's going to tell us that?
Are we
Thought you were
live?
gonna
Like,
do
can
it.
people
Is this
hear
our
us
magic
everything?
8 ball right
We
here?
are live
Yeah.
right now. You guys need to scoot and be a
Oh,
little
Magic
bit more
8 Ball,
friendly.
right.
All
Everyone-
sides point to yes.
I can't possibly be more friendly.
What do you mean? Okay.
Well, I mean, we can.
Oh, we need to make room for Darren, actually.
Ah, I got enough room. I can be like half on.
Move my border.
Are we go? Are
Yeah,
we're running.
We are live. Yeah.
All right. Well, hello everyone. So my name is Darren Welsh. I'll be the moderator of this panel discussion. So you are in luck for some entertainment after lunch today, because we're going to play a game of Name That Tune. And we have a quartet ensemble here that goes by the name Expansion Depth. And they will be, no, I'm just kidding.
The topic for this panel is to talk about the future of enterprise media wiki. And we had a little bit of discussion this morning about what does that mean and how does that relate to what the foundation is doing and all the different use cases for the software. But just to get us going, I figured I'd ask something about something that every user of MediaWiki encounters, and that is trying to get people to use the software. So when you start getting people to use MediaWiki and you have lots of cool extensions like Visual Editor, Page Forms, Cargo, Semantic MediaWiki, maybe even Wikidata, it kind of adds to the complexity of how does a new person go in there and know how to use this tool. So what changes do you think might come, or what things could people work on to make it more like intuitive for someone that's trying to learn how to use this tool?
No, I'm going to pass on that one.
The first thing I would do is say you need a tool like Yarn's Page Forms to provide a way for people to enter data in a structured UI. I mean, that's pretty basic, that people want to fill out forms, and actually that's what a lot of people who try to first install a wiki, they say, is there a way I can provide a structure for this? And that's Page Forms, really. So getting that, continuing development on Page Forms and getting that better integrated, I think is a big part of it.
I think bundles are really important. We've already had talks from people from Blue Spice and this project called OpenCSP, which, as far as I understand, is also a bundle of extensions and other things. There are other bundles. There's one that I'm and other people have been working on called Canasta that is going to be presented tomorrow. It's interesting that it's Canasta and OpenCSP have sort of coalesced at the same time. It feels like this is something that people have been asking for, or it's just come up for whatever reason in the last few years. That this is, I guess, maybe as the software becomes more complex, that kind of thing is really essential. And there's others. I mean, anytime you use a wiki hosting site, then you're implicitly taking their bundle of software. I mean, I think that, it's very hard to just point someone to MediaWiki.org and say, look through these hundreds of extensions and figure out which ones you want to use and which ones are actually stable and which ones just say they're stable and that sort of thing, which ones haven't been maintained in 3 years or whatever it is. I think that kind of curation is really important.
Yeah, I would agree. So it's been a little while. As of this July, I will have been at the foundation for 5 years. So it's been a while since I was in the business of creating wikis for folks. But it's been interesting to watch what's happened in that intervening time. We used to, whenever we had a customer that we would be developing a wiki for, go through what we called a semantic modeling exercise, where we would talk to them and sort of, very much like an object-oriented decomposition of a problem, figure out what the first-class objects are, what the properties are. And, we sort of developed a practice of how to do this. And once we had a model of the data that they wanted to represent in their wiki, we would then decide what extensions would make sense to support that, and then to build up using Page Forms, the forms, the set of semantic properties to support that. And we would never just give somebody an empty wiki and say, go forth and wiki, you needed to have some structure to hang your data on. So in the intervening time, through, is it PageSync? Is the extension?
Page Exchange.
There's
Exchange. Also PageSync.
Okay. But the idea of having packages of pages, I would like to see that become more routinely used, more standard, and have repositories of packages of forms and templates and maybe some initial content that together for a particular domain would provide a starting point for folks. So for common abstractions, you wouldn't have to go through that decomposition and creation process from scratch every time. It would be very nice to have some sort of a repository for that. And I've seen motion in that direction, but still it's sort of, there's still work to be done. Just the discussion that we had about workflows earlier, that's an abstraction that I've seen over and over again as well, that it would be nice if there was a package of all of the pieces from the front and the back end that one needed to be able to have these common patterns. It's really a pattern book for wikis, and to replicate them so that it would be much easier for people to get a fast start on a domain-specific wiki for their enterprise. So I would like to see that. I think that we can get to that. The other interesting thing that I found was there are really two distinct types of wiki expertise that one sees over and over again. That maintaining the back end and choosing the extensions and doing the tweaking that you need to in PHP and all that back end stuff to get your infrastructure working. And then there's the developing the content and understanding the relationship with the different types of wiki text and templates and forms and all those pieces. And that's a unique set of skills and a unique persona of those people. I would like to see a more active community around that, of developing really good front-end components for enterprise wikis.
I can dovetail on that. I think that the power of MediaWiki is that it's extremely malleable, especially with all the amazing extensions that are available. What that allows you to do is basically customize MediaWiki for whatever you need to do. I know some people use it as a traditional sort of Wikipedia style wiki. Other people use it a bit more almost like a website content management system, because you can just do so much with it. And I think the key thing in managing that complexity, which is a real pro because you have a lot of opportunities to customize it, is to have people that work the templates, get some nice templates set up for people, and then write some documentation on the templates and just support your community with whatever they're trying to do. And you will invariably see people use the wiki the wrong way, put things in the wrong place, and that's your opportunity to identify where your community needs a little bit more guidance. And I think that's just the key. Just engage with your community, give them the templates that are going to help them and guide them along the journey.
Sort of related to that question.
Well, actually, Terry, if I can jump in, maybe we should introduce the whole panel.
You mean people want to know who we are?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm Yaron Koren. I'm a MediaWiki consultant and developer and evangelist, I guess. I have a company called WikiWorks, and also host a podcast between the brackets on MediaWiki stuff.
I'm Mark Hirschberger. I'm a consultant, I guess. I work on a lot of wikis, more on the PHP side, but I'm getting into the Wikitext side. I'm president of MediaWiki Stakeholders. We have a board member here, and that's who I am.
I'm Cindy Chickalis. As I said, this coming July, I will have been at the Wikimedia Foundation for 5 years. I am now a principal engineer there. I joined as a product manager, as a slight deviation in my career path, thinking it would be cool to be a product manager, and I'm delighted to be back as an engineer again. Prior to joining the Wikimedia Foundation, I worked a variety of different things, but for 10 years prior to joining the foundation, I worked at the MITRE Corporation, which is a federally funded research and development center, and we developed knowledge management, my group developed knowledge management applications based on MediaWiki for government customers. And so I was a user and developer of MediaWiki software. I develop and still maintain a suite of about a dozen open source MediaWiki extensions in my spare time. And I'll be talking about one of them a little later this afternoon, Pluggable Auth. And then was very excited to join the Wikimedia Foundation and actually be where the action is related to MediaWiki.
And I'm Daniel Robbins. I'm most geek famous for creating Gen 2 Linux. I've done some MediaWiki consulting in my career as well, working with your own and Ike. And currently at VMware. And I've been using MediaWiki for quite some time. I use it for Fun2 Linux, which is the current open source project I run.
And I'm Darren Welsh. I'm your local Sasquatch, and I also happen to work at NASA, and we use MediaWiki there. So yeah, I wanted to just follow up on that start off question and get back to user engagement. Let's say that you've got an established wiki where you've gone through the work of trying to use page forms to use that burden of learning how to use the system, and you get someone that's just like, I don't know how to edit your wiki, I'm going to email you my input. And like, is that just a policy thing and you deal with that person, or is that some fault of the software? Because you would never have someone say that to you about, say, an Excel file. If I shared an Excel file and said, add your inputs, there would be none of that type of discussion. So like, where's the fault on that?
I have an answer that's maybe not not the one that you were expecting or wanting, but we actually did confront that issue. And so we developed a email to wiki capability where you could actually email wiki text content to the wiki, to a mailbox that would actually create a page based upon it, with the thought that if you can't beat them, join them, whatever. But I have long thought that alternative user interface, like a great evolution to MediaWiki could be alternative contribution interfaces through the API to allow people, I was sort of thinking, okay, you're out, like, let's think about contributing to Wikipedia. And actually there are apps that do things like this. You're looking at a monument, you want to create a picture of it, you take a picture on your phone, and you should be able to just, use an app to say, and as I said, there are things that do this to contribute images, to contribute facts, to contribute, I've always thought it would be cool to have a historical marker. You drive down the road. I know they have a lot of these in Maryland. I know they across the country. You see these, somebody just taking pictures of these historical markers and geotagging them and hitting a button and having them automatically uploaded to a wiki. And then people could do a virtual tour of the state or the country, seeing this information. And the way to do that is not to have somebody, have to open up and edit wiki text and, enter the information, but you should be able to literally just take and geotag a picture of the marker and maybe do some, OCR of what's written on it to be able to. But, so having the idea, we'd also had an idea about, disaster response scenarios where if you had a wiki that was collecting information about a particular disaster and you wanted to know where is there somebody who needs a sandwich, that you could be able to, have some way to contribute from, first responders and folks who are actually on the scene, information that would build up. What's a wiki? It's a corpus of knowledge that's being built collaboratively by people, around. So, I don't think the solution is having people necessarily learn how to write wiki text. I think it's to find alternative ways for them to engage with the wiki and to contribute to it.
That's an interesting concept. Yeah, I like the idea of looking at a wiki as what solution is it providing rather than the current stack of technology as it exists today. Like, what problem are we trying to solve? Mm-hmm. That's a good way to look at it, because definitely there's a tremendous opportunity to innovate, and MediaWiki itself is so malleable that it allows people to do that. Yeah. So Yaron, are you going to get to work on it?
Okay, yeah. What, the phone thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's something the Wikimedia Foundation people have actually. I mean, it's stuff that they're working on. I don't know about uploading from a phone, but just in general, like atomizing, that's the word, the contributions. So
Snackable content.
What?
Snackable content.
Snackable content. Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah. Whether it's, I mean, I don't know how much of it. All this stuff is more for general knowledge kind of stuff. I don't know how much of it is relevant to like, more sophisticated content in an internal wiki system where there's no images or anything. But yeah, definitely stuff like being like being able to just answer questions on your phone and so forth. But I mean, well, not to totally get away from that, but I think your initial question is who's at fault. Maybe that's the question. Is it the software or the user, and how do you decide? How do you determine that?
You can't blame the user. I mean,
that's not allowed.
Yeah, that's never their fault.
No, I mean, you shouldn't. It's the software. It's the software.
Yeah.
But Darren, I want to put this back to you because you have an interesting use case where you were using wikis to train astronauts and or provide lessons on the wiki, I believe, right? So when someone came across something in a lesson that they needed to add to the wiki, or that they said, oh, this should be on the wiki, how did that happen?
Oh, there's a lot of examples I could cite, but it just comes down to that there is a kind of a variety of types of people. There are the people that are totally willing to try things out and figure it out and make mistakes and understand that it'll be fixed later. You got kind of middle of the ground people that are tentative, but they will edit as long as someone walks them through it. And then you get people that just like, I don't know that I can do that. And they'll just email you the stuff. And it's like, come on, like just try it. Like, it's not that hard.
So what tool could we provide people that on the end, I don't want to touch it, who are still willing to contribute, but they're just scared of the wiki, as it were? What tool could you provide? I mean, could you read their mind, or is that?
I think Visual Editor probably jumps to the forefront as a potential bridge for that, right?
Visual Editor is good. It has its own limitations. When you start to embed a lot of the structured data stuff and the templates, then all of a sudden that's a block that you can't edit. And it's like, well, what do I do with that, right? That's what I meant with the initial question, is you get the combination of Visual Editor with page forms with other stuff, and then it's not one single, this is how you do it. You have to know multiple tricks.
So fixing that particular problem is extending Visual Editor so it understands the semantic data and how to edit that. I mean, that's that particular problem. But
you're asking me what's needed to solve that. So that's why I'm asking, because I don't know. I'm just like, hey.
So I told you, fix Visual Editor.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be
put
super.
that on the list.
Yeah.
Just fix Visual.
I think people just bring their habits, right? If people are used to sending email, they want to keep sending email. I have another problem where people will just come from a free form kind of brain dump kind of situation. Like, they're software developers and they'll just pick a wiki page and they'll just like hammer it and they'll just create 15 different wiki pages in the main namespace. And then like, I want to say like, thank you for your contribution, but then you just like created all this cruft all over my wiki that I don't know if I want it there. So, it happens both ways. People who don't want to really engage, and then people who over-engage inappropriately.
Yeah.
Well, I feel pretty good. That first question got like 15 minutes, so getting my bang for my buck here. Let's talk about access control. It's a common question, common topic that comes up at these conferences. Kind of the background, if someone's not familiar, is like, at least in our case, and I'm guessing in several of your cases, you end up with a need for more than one wiki based on who's allowed to see which information, right? And so then you have this problem of, do you use the extension scary transclusion, which sounds kind of scary? Do you have other ways to propagate data and share data between wikis? Or do we somehow find a way to control access within a wiki so it's not all or none? Thoughts?
Well, first of all, when you say access control, I assume you're really mostly talking about read access.
Yes.
Okay.
And so splitting up rather than, I give you permission now, you can see everything, trying to control like pockets, like
Okay. So I know NASA has done this with multiple wikis. They've segregated populations by wiki, right? Another way to do that is use namespaces on the wiki, as long as you're clear that, it doesn't have the same security as a separate wiki.
Well, there's some
yeah.
important details there, right?
Right.
Like,
Yeah, that's a good point,
is
yeah.
someone going to see
Well,
something? that causes
okay. This client that I'm thinking of, they accepted that, hey, it's not going to be that, but they did have to, only U.S. people, I think, could access part of the information. So, and then there was certain level of information that just could not go on the wiki.
Yeah, it's you've got to do a risk analysis. You've got to figure out how bad would it be if somebody who could access the wiki but wasn't supposed to see that particular page saw, and it's not necessarily saw the entire page, but perhaps some derived content from that page, because as soon as you allow another extension to be installed on the wiki that might go directly to the database and see the wiki text content of a different page and transclude it, or display it somehow on a page that somebody can see. So that's the fundamental problem, is that you can always create an extension that would violate that level of security. So if it's that you just would like to make it harder for the wrong people to see the information, but it wouldn't be like cause an international incident or leakage of well, you're not going to have classified information intermixed in a wiki anyway. So, but if it's something where it's just you really want rather that only the people who whatever see it, then you could certainly do it within the wiki and use lockdown and make sure, or make sure that you don't install any extensions that sort of vet the extensions. But it would be great if there were a stronger model. I've long wanted that to be a capability, but it's not possible right now.
And I'm not sure that stronger model is possible without totally rewriting MediaWiki.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but yeah, I think what Cindy said about doing a risk analysis, how important is this if someone saw it?
Yeah, is it just sufficient to make it super hard for them to see it? Can you use just security through obscurity, or do you really need to make sure that they cannot?
Right, and then it takes some people in some organizations. They say, oh, everything has to be secret, no matter what, and then you can push back on that and say, is that really the case?
It's true. Yeah, culture.
We've had to prompt that question many times to get to as few wikis as we have now. We started off with more, and we went through the hard work of merging several into one. Part of our learning. Let's go back to the user, the end user perspective, and so another kind of broad general question is whether there's strategies from like how you interact with the people, or whether there's software solutions that can help maintain user engagement, rather than seeing people kind of start off with a bang and then sort of fall off over time and not maintain their engagement with the content.
Was that a question?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
So I'm basically asking, in trying to keep users engaged long term, especially when they are subject matter experts, is that just a management policy type thing, or is there a way for the software to somehow promote that and nudge people to maintain their engagement?
There's a team within the foundation, the growth team, that works specifically for Wikipedia on retaining, growing the user base, encouraging new users, and retaining them. So this is one case. The problem being very similar within a Wikimedia environment. And within an enterprise environment, there's always that question of, you know, people might be very excited initially to contribute. Oh, wow, you know, anybody can edit. I can actually, you know, and they make their first edit. But then how do you really turn them into a long-term contributor? I'd like to hear you talk about what you've done with your gamification stuff that you've talked about in the past. You know, certainly that's, I think gamification is an interesting approach to it. Make it so that the process of contributing is rewarding in some way.
I think that for an enterprise, it's super helpful to have leadership to buy into the wiki. And a lot of what leadership can do is just make sure people are aligned on this is the way we do things. It's really, you know, how an organization runs. If you leverage the wiki and leadership understands it and they use it and they're actively contributing, it's an example that almost makes all the difference right there.
Yeah,
get people to use it.
The first wiki that I contributed to when I was at MITRE was Robopedia. I was actually an engineer on a robotics project at that point. And the leader of the project, his mantra was, it didn't happen if it's not in the wiki. And if there was a piece of equipment that somebody was using, if there was a meeting, if you met with a person, there were pages for equipment, pages for meetings, pages for people. Every concept, every aspect of it had to be documented. And you know, the first question out of his mouth when you mentioned any new thing that, you know, oh, you know, we just such and such, is it in the wiki?
Oh, wow.
And it took that level of engagement, that level of support and encouragement to really guarantee and get people in the habit. It has to become a habit. That the first thing you think of is, oh, I've got to add that to the wiki. Yeah, you want to make it easy for them to contribute, want to give them the tools and the whatever to be able to do it, but it also needs to become habitual. So having strong management engagement, as you said, and having them not just encourage it, but to make it a, you know, something that is expected of the staff on a project really helps.
And I think to build on that, as a leader, like, why do you want people to wiki? And I think it's important to talk about the why. Like, why are we doing this? It's because as an employee, for your organization, knowledge is power, and sharing that institutional knowledge among your employees is going to amplify their ability to do their jobs.
Absolutely.
So just keeping the focus on that, communicating it to leadership, getting leadership on board and engaged makes all the difference.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm on gamification. I don't think I'm aware of any obvious gamification success stories where, you know, whether it's you know, editor of the month or you know, on your 50th edit you get $5 or whatever.
Magic cookie.
A cookie?
Yeah, that's not like an actual web cookie, like some kind of
right. Yeah, that's that would be less exciting. Yeah, I mean, there could be success stories. I can't think of any. So you know, I guess it sort of makes sense. People are smart. They, you know, they respond to real incentives better than artificial incentives, I guess.
Yeah, I don't want to dominate the discussion with gamification, but since you brought it up, I'm happy to talk about this over a beer. I did start an extension called User Journey several years ago, and then I didn't have the time to prioritize it. So I have ideas of how to maybe tackle some of those some of those approaches, but I don't have the time to actually write the software. If anyone's interested, let's talk. You know, success stories, I'll just briefly say, so in the extension Watch Analytics, James Montalvo made a feature where it shows kind of like a recommendation of which pages you might be interested in watching based on the other pages that you're watching. And
we actually noticed people, like they would come up and tell us, they'd be like, hey, it told me to watch this page and it's actually interesting. Like, I'm glad it showed me that. It's like,
Nice.
sweet, you know, it works. But is it like a sustained working, or was it just like a moment in time? I don't know. That's hard to measure.
Well, I don't know if I'd call that gamification. Maybe it depends on what you mean by gamification, but I mean, it makes the experience more fun and more personalized and so forth. But I don't know if it counts as, you know, a reward for a job well done and that kind of thing.
Gamification is not necessarily entirely about rewards. It can just be nudging people based on intrinsic altruistic motivation. So
okay, well,
for someone that is competitive and sees a leaderboard of how many pages are you watching, and it's telling you, hey, if you watch this page, you're gonna be better than so and so, and you're like, hey, actually, I'm interested in that. Like, yeah, you know, that's just one way though. Like, I think there's I think there's a variety of ways that speak to different people. Not everybody is motivated by the same thing.
That's true too.
If there's a way we can incorporate gambling into the wiki, I think that
might be that. Yeah.
I think what Yarn said is very true, that artificial incentives are, you know, people are smart. And yeah, if you base their work on artificial incentives, then they will do those things. But at the same time, if those artificial incentives aren't useful to them and what their goals are, then, you know, if someone's a very competitive person and you provide a leaderboard and they say, oh, well, I'm going to kick butt here, then yeah, that's the right incentive. So it kind of depends upon the person, the type of person.
That's what I was trying to say is I think there's different types of people, and that competition is only going to work for a small portion of it.
And that makes it difficult to create a general purpose incentivization extension or experience.
So isn't there an economist who wrote the book Nudges or something like that that talks about how to nudge people to behave differently? So maybe we should read that book.
Let's see. So sort of really well, and also I want to just share with the room, like if any of you have questions, imagine we'll have some time and we'll just have people come up to the microphone so that those online, and also if there's anybody online, please let me know. We do have some. Okay. Well, why don't we pick one of those if you have it now, and we'll just make sure we get.
Some of it is just in, you know, commenting as you guys go along.
Can people hear you?
Are you on Element right now?
Yes.
Or if you look at just the stage on Hopin.
I'm not on that. Do you want to paste it into the?
Yeah, I'll just start putting in all the conversation. Why don't you start with something else, and then I'll just pick it up and put it over.
Okay. Well, let's see. There are multiple ways that, to get to something maybe a little more technical, there are multiple ways for someone to install a wiki. Lots of different ways. You guys know that I've been involved with the creation of Meza. I don't currently maintain it, but that's our flavor. I know there's Canasta going on. I know there's lots of other ways. Is there any reasonable expectation that some of these projects might merge, thereby creating like a larger user base on one project versus everybody kind of split off on their own thing?
We should do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the elephant in the room with MediaWiki in an enterprise is always an Atlassian product, which I won't name. Confluence.
Oh, Jira.
And my ticket system is in MediaWiki.
From an installation perspective, it's canned and you get what you get. And for some people, that works for them. So I think it's definitely an area of potential improvement for MediaWiki to make it easier. So I definitely see the need for enterprise bundles and that kind of thing to help that process.
Yeah, I mean, merging, I don't know. I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Wasn't that how Canasta and CSP kind of started? The project started was.
I don't actually know how the CSP project started, although it did start around the same time as Canasta. Meza came first, and then there was also Blue Spice before that, and so forth, which I guess you can also count as the same kind of thing.
What is needed? I mean, because we have all these things out there, and none of them are the thing.
I think, well, first of all, there are too many degrees of freedom in how one can install MediaWiki. So, you know, I've long said that having a standard way to install, upgrade, and maintain your MediaWiki instance would be super helpful. And the problem is there's too many different ways, and people have become invested in their own particular way of doing it. I liked Meza a lot. I came up with a similar Ansible-based system that I contributed some aspects of to Meza as well when I was at MITRE. And having that sort of scripted, you know, something that will prepare your entire environment for you and take a lot, you know, we don't need to have that many different ways to install the software. And I've long felt that, you know, producing MediaWiki releases in a tarball and basically telling people, okay, take the tarball and you're on your own is not the way to distribute the software. I do think that containerization can help. If anybody's interested in that, at the SMWCon in the fall, I did host a F-Day workshop on containerization, and the videos are available. I think containerization, I think that if we took some aspects of containerization and contributed it to Meza, I think having something like Meza to help. There is work on, so in order to Kuberneticize MediaWiki for the Wikimedia infrastructure, there's work right now on the MediaWiki config. Tomorrow, Daniel Kinsler will be talking about the changes coming in MediaWiki 1.38 to the config experience for MediaWiki. I think some of that will help. Taking config out of PHP, you know, right now you edit local settings. I think that's one of the worst patterns, you know, in the world is telling people that they have to edit a PHP file in order to change their configuration, and the opportunity for introducing errors, introducing dangerous code. It's just all sorts of wrong. So at any rate, I believe that reducing the number of degrees of freedom, how do you create a wiki farm? There's a million different ways to create a wiki farm. There should pretty much be a standard way of creating a wiki farm, and the only degree of freedom there should be whether you want to have a different domain name per wiki, or whether you want to share a domain name with just a wiki prefix or segment on in part of your URL, and that you should be able to control through config. So yeah, I think right now way too many degrees of freedom, and I would love to see people come together. I do think that adding some aspect of containerization to the Meza approach would be beneficial. And also, Meza is wonderful. I would love to see it more keeping up with MediaWiki releases. I would like to see NASA supporting it more. I would like to see you get more help.
Well, why do you think I brought this up? It's I think beyond a reasonable expectation for people with normal NASA jobs to maintain that. I think we've shown that we don't have.
You know, that sounds very similar to an argument I've heard from the Wikimedia Foundation about, you know, supporting enterprise features in MediaWiki. You know, yeah, the folks that use the features need to contribute their time, effort, and expertise to it. And the same thing's true for, you know, what NASA's done with Meza. They created this great tool, but other folks who are using it, who could benefit from it, could also contribute to helping you all.
I also think that as technical people, we tend to look at the install problem and look for technical solutions, and containerization is one of them. But if you sort of zoom out and look at the big picture and maybe 10 steps ahead and look at where Confluence is and where they're going, people, I think, or organizations are going to be moving more towards a cloud-based solution that they can integrate with SAML, with their own auth, and not have to worry about it, and basically outsource their entire wiki infrastructure. and have experts maintain it for them. There will, of course, be a lot of people that doesn't work for. And that's where Wiki consultants come in and other enterprise projects come in. But I would say your typical organization with its general needs is probably going to be better served by a cloud-based solution.
Definitely. But I do want to, I'm sorry, Yarn, because I hear you talking. I do want to bring it back to what do we need to do to get a standard thing. Cloud-based is, that's not standard, or it's a deployed standard.
Someone then needs to decide what extensions are in that solution.
Well,
what
yes,
functionality?
I agree that that's part of it. I'm talking about how to install it and what, like the file layout and all of this. That's all the other decisions that people make that, you know.
I'm obviously very biased, but I think Canasta is, it's intended at least as a generic solution, unlike many of the others, which are based on, one specific consulting company or whatever set of extensions. It's trying to be a generic thing, and this was getting a little ahead of myself, but the idea is to have some kind of, if it catches on, to have some kind of governance structure where people can join in and paying members can vote on this kind of thing. This is maybe jumping a step or two ahead, but that's what it was set out to do, is be that kind of generic thing, and potentially, well, not potentially, and useful for wiki farms also, where each new instance is just a new container or whatever it's called.
It would be great to have a robust extension ecosystem where the extensions were vetted and also, checked for compatibility with each other. That would be
governance.
We've talked
That's
about
the
that
magic word here, governance.
Yeah.
Well, that's the trick, right? Is I think that you want to have a product that someone can easily install that has all the cool extensions, and you've vetted it, tested it to make sure that nothing breaks with that magic combination. And then there's the challenge of continually making updates based on all of those pieces having each having their own release cycle, but then also not forcing every user to have 100 extensions when they only want 12.
Yeah.
There's a hard balance between those two, I think. And that's part of the problem, is you might have one person that's of the opinion of more and another person that wants less, and you got to find a solution that works for everyone without making it too wide open and confusing.
Yeah, you just touched on something else that I think is important, which is extension versioning, and the fact that we don't have a standard way of representing versions and compatibility across MediaWiki versions. And how do you bump a version of an extension and represent, that you've added functionality to the extension, so its version needs to be bumped, but it may work across a range of different MediaWiki versions. And, a lot of that stuff is sort of left up to the extension developer to manage, and is very confusing for users who want to use the extensions, and for the extension maintainers. The different compatibility policies seemed like a good idea at the time, and I've since come to realize it's not.
So I think, though, that there needs to be someone who provides best practices in governance, and those two things would, I'm not going to say they're going to fix everything, but they'll resolve. If we had some governance, and in other words, a way to make decisions, and then we had best practices, which we have them, but they're not widely shared.
Yeah.
You mean best practices as far as extensions, or as far as the usage of extensions?
Yes.
Or okay,
The whole
everything.
thing.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the big challenge is that MediaWiki for a lot of people has just been a deployment, an on-premise deployment. And okay, how do you turn it into a SaaS, like software as a service? Well, there's a lot more that goes into a service than just picking extensions. Like, and I think the mention of governance is sort of hinting at all that bucket of stuff. How do you turn it into a service where people get to choose vetted extensions that work together, that can be trusted in that kind of environment? So yeah, I think the idea of service, software as a service, needs to enter into the MediaWiki landscape, and we need to realize that maybe we're not quite there yet. And it sounds like Canasta is maybe a step. I'm looking forward to learning more about it.
Yeah, okay. I hope so. I mean, yeah.
So that might be a good pivot point when you say, you know, the MediaWiki and all the supporting extensions and other stuff as a service. So what's in the future for enterprise level support?
Everyone pays me. I like that idea.
I think it's an open question. It's something Lane and I need to talk more about.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting that the Wikimedia Foundation is to some extent doing it sort of, or I shouldn't say that. They're doing consulting, which is already interesting. But the fact that they could potentially move into MediaWiki consulting is interesting too. As a consultant, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean,
that's a fair point.
Okay.
You guys will have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like larger organizations can really handle MediaWiki quite well. I mean, you have your own internal staff that can specialize in it, right? And you have it deployed at scale.
I guess no.
Or you think it's
no. Large organizations. I've worked with a multinational corporation that has, you know, they're a parent company of other companies, so they're big, but the people inside do not know MediaWiki.
So it depends, right?
It depends. I mean,
if you have someone like at MITRE who said, you know, let's focus on this and let's provide wikis to other people, then yes.
But our IT folks wanted nothing to do with it. You know, it was because we had projects customer-funded projects that were, customer-funded products is a weird, that's not really the terminology we used at MITRE, but essentially we had money to pay for projects that.
I think this also goes back to the best practices and governance thing, because if you had those things, then IT would be able to manage it more readily.
Well, and we routinely had the issue that our infrastructure was, you know, what is it? The shoemaker's children, whatever, don't get the shoes. You know, our infrastructure, we could invest a little bit in it if we had a little bit of extra time or whatever, because we were doing a project for a customer that we needed to build something. But otherwise, you know, we constantly had the issue of falling behind on MediaWiki versions, falling behind on extension versions, because the projects wanted to pay for new features and new capabilities in developing a wiki, but nobody wants to pay for infrastructure. And it wasn't the responsibility of our IT folks. So so that constantly fell behind.
So it's not necessarily the size of the enterprise, but really the sort of the level of engagement on the technical side, right?
Yeah,
enthusiasm about the technology and leveraging it.
This is where, you know, the things you're talking about with software as a service. I think if there was a MediaWiki service, then that would fit here.
Like MediaWiki.com, something like.
Good luck getting that.
Oh, okay. No, but I'm saying like a standard host.
Yes.
Yeah, I did. I like to talk to folks who use MediaWiki in different environments whenever I hear about somebody. And there was one company that had all of their technical documentation maintained in using MediaWiki. Spoke to them a few years ago, and they at that point actually had more on-staff PHP developers maintaining their MediaWiki infrastructure and extensions than we had at the foundation, working on supporting at least MediaWiki core, the core team. And then they had dozens of technical writers that were, you know, they advertised for tech writers who were conversant in MediaWiki and Wikitext to maintain all of their technical documentation. So there are companies out there that that invest in, that have expertise in it. But that's not the rule. You know, I've found much more often there are folks who are, you know, they find out about the MediaWiki open source software. They find out that they can install it underneath a server under their desk, right? Like how many times have I heard that story, including from the early days of NASA? And so they install it because initially it's super easy to do that. But then as they have to maintain it over time, and it's almost like it's too easy to get that first wiki out there. And then you realize, oh my gosh, what do we need to actually be able to support this and support it correctly? And there are too many companies that don't have that support. And it's always surprising that y'all consultants aren't like constantly, you know, too much work that you have to turn stuff away, because there is a need, but yet somehow I think people have in their mind that it's open source, it's free software. So they shouldn't have to pay for somebody. So I think we need to change that. People need to understand that if they really want to use it and use it well, and if we want it to work better for everybody, that folks need to contribute financially.
So we're coming up, we only got a few minutes left. I want to make sure if there's any questions in the room. We probably have time for one or two. I do have a few from online. So for anyone in the room, if you have a question, please come up here. But yeah, so how about kind of rapid fire style? Any comments on the variables extension? Is it going to be maintained and work with upcoming MediaWiki, or is that broken and we need to scramble?
I don't know anything about it really.
I think it's probably broken.
Yeah, it's because the new parsoid, I think. Yeah, there's an issue with it, with parsoid.
Stuff is being parallelized, so it doesn't work. The ordering.
And also the hooks that it needs to be able to, the hooks are going away.
Is the book collection extension ever coming back?
I asked a lot about that.
She asked about the collection extension.
No, sorry, book collection.
It's just called collection.
Is it coming back? I asked a lot about that. I had someone who, I installed it for, and there was work on it. It's since not happened, and I think it's dead. I think it would be very nice. There are. Wikitech has a way to turn groups of pages of wikis into an open, what is it, open document book or something like that, XML?
DocBook export.
Yeah, DocBook export, yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's
Wiki. I'm sorry, it's all these wikis.
I know, yeah.
I mean, the collection extension does still work. It's the PDF generation that is very difficult to do, but we do have a server that can do it. We did set it up successfully.
Oh, speaking of Wikitech.
And that basically, that server will never go away.
Okay, yeah, Ike said that the Wikitech has a server for use with the collection extension that you can connect to make your books.
Oh, wait, it's public? Really?
No, it's not public.
Oh.
When will it be public?
Yeah, when will it be public? We need a pay-per service or pay-per PDF.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, that's the future.
Over here. Was there anyone else with a question? I thought I saw two hands.
I remember, I forgot when or where it was talked or discussed, but I remember talking specifically with Cindy about extension variables, I think. Is there like a date or a MediaWiki release when that will stop working?
Stop working. The question was about the variables extension and whether there's a date that it'll stop working. I don't know for sure. My understanding is that the existing hooks and functionality are going to be still there for the foreseeable future. It's not something that's imminent that it's going to stop working, but my understanding from speaking to the folks on they're not called the parsing team anymore, but the team responsible for Parsoid, is that they're not, that the hooks are being phased out, but it's not imminent that they're going to go away. Obviously, at some point, it would be good to not have to be maintaining that code anymore. But now's the time to try and figure out for the folks that use the variables extension, now is the time to start trying to figure out what an alternative workflow might be to make it work in the new world order.
And I'm one of those people, so what are some options? There's a lot of, beyond the.
It's beyond what I can answer right now, but.
Okay.
Well, Lua is one approach.
Yes.
To just turn your whole page into code.
But those run, each of those sort of runs in its own little sandbox that's isolated from other invocations, right?
Yeah, it'd have to be one module for the
One
whole page
module,
that
yeah.
does everything.
But Lua is amazing. I love Lua.
Seems like it'll make it harder for entry-level users, but I haven't used it enough to know. But
Yeah, but it's so I transitioned to doing a lot of things that were that I was using Wikitext for programming for. I switched over to Scribunto years ago, and it's the right thing to do. If you find yourself doing like really fancy programming in Wikitext and are having issues like matching braces and winding up with white space spuriously, then you really need to think about, should I really be programming in Wikitext, and maybe there's a better way. So in that sense, maybe variables potentially not working is a good motivation for folks to start looking at maybe they shouldn't be really programming in Wikitext.
It's like the speed bump on the highway of templates, right?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I was going to say, I think if you have more than 6 curly brackets in a row, then you probably.
That might be a good.
I crossed the 6 curly bracket line many years ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, that's why I gave you guys if you were a barbershop quartet, your name would be Expansion Depth.
Yeah, extension depth exceeded,
So
right?
I think we're up against time. So I will finish with maybe a philosophical question, or you could see it as a technical question. So we have Wikimedia and Media Wiki. We have Enterprise Media Wiki, and now we have Wikimedia Enterprise. When will we have Media Wiki Enterprise?
When will we?
Now.
What does that mean?
I think it's actually like what we were talking about, is the group of super friends all conglomerating to support what we're doing rather than everybody kind of having their own way of doing things. At least that's how I would see it. Also, it's just silly fun.
You just couldn't resist.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the discussion today.
Oh, we're not answering the question?
Yeah. Well, do you have an answer? Do we have an estimate of when this will happen?
It's happening right now. We're all meeting here. We get to, collaborate and discuss future plans.
It would be great. I mean, there are a few organizations that already exist. There's MediaWiki Stakeholders Group. In theory, there's the Open Semantic Data Association, which is just the bank account for Semantic MediaWiki Conference, but it exists. I at one point tried to set up an Enterprise MediaWiki consortium, but the Wikimedia Foundation people didn't like that. Because I was using their trademark.
We didn't know that they have the plan for the.
Maybe that was
Don't
it.
start any rumors. There's no plan.
It's true. It's on the internet now, so it's true.
Oh yeah, right.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you for mentioning the MediaWiki Stakeholders Group.
Right.
So
Yes.
we do, as Mark mentioned, he's the president. I'm a board member. Brian Hildebrand's also a board member. Who else do we have here?
We provided the bank account for this, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like OSDA provides a
Are
bank
backing the
account for.
conference. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have monthly meetings online. We have a whole bunch of Element chat rooms that are quite active. And meet us there.
Yeah, all those things we talked about, we're going to solve them via media.
And was it last year or the year before now? Time flies. Actually, the MediaWiki Stakeholders Group incorporated as a nonprofit, and now it's possible to join as a member. Please join as a member, both as an individual or corporate or corporate membership. But the idea is, with revenue starting to come in, since it's a nonprofit, turning that revenue right back around and contributing projects code to the community.
Could that be used as a vehicle for creating some of the larger organizational things like
Yes,
governance?
Yes,
and
it
those
could,
things we're
but-
talking about.
Yes, we just need people to get involved. We need people to know that we exist and to get involved.
I think you've been doing stuff with Gentoo and whatnot, right? You've led the charge. I'm going to nominate you to do something.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I've been nominated.
Yeah. Something. You're going to do something.
I got to do something.
Okay, guys. So I think we're starting to get into our break. So I think we have a break until 3 p.m. So thanks everyone for listening, and we'll cut it loose here.
See you on Cozy. Can you stop sharing on there? Awesome.
It's actually sharing your screen fine. Okay. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Hope you had a good break. Next up is Margaret, and she'll be talking about her use of MediaWiki at Medtronic. So let me prompt the share screen. And then which one do you want to use? Just like that?
No, I want to be. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, thank you. And how do I page through? There you go. Okay. All right. Hi, my name is Margaret Gainsley. I work at a medical device company called Medtronic. Medtronic has about 90,000 employees, so it's one of the largest medical device companies in the world. I am a tools person, so I've worked in design. We are regulated by FDA, and so I support the tools for the engineers to do their job. And those tools have to be met with our procedures regulated by the FDA. So we have a wiki called Developedia. It's developed products, basically. They're best practices that help implement our regulations, design controls, the compliance processes. We are a highly regulated industry, meaning we have controlled procedures that we execute against, and all of those controlled procedures are held in large configuration repositories like Agile, Enovia, eMatrix. In 2011, we had over 400 quality procedures that the engineers would have to sift through. So what we ended up doing was doing a rewrite, and we pared down those procedures from 400 to 50. So just 50 procedures. And this is how we got people to use our wiki. So once you take away the knowledge out of the procedures, they have to find them again. They're used to reading those procedures. Well, because we generalized the procedures and pared them down, now we put the remaining of the procedures as best practices in our Developedia or our wiki. In our knowledge base, we did this in 2011. I didn't want to have a flat database. I wanted the users to come in and ask, what design space am I going into? So these are swim lanes. It's on the front page of our wiki. If you want to know how to do research, you click on the research bar. Blue would be business. If you want to know how to do design input requirements, you'd hit on the design input requirements gold bar. I have the design and development planning procedure. Now, these are just best practices, and because we're highly regulated, we can't have our procedures point down to our wiki or our knowledge, because that would open the FDA and the auditors to come down and then audit our procedures here. These are best practices. So we can point up to our procedures, we just can't point back down. It's like I said, all of these swim lanes have a higher level design control procedure or business phase procedure, and they are stored in a highly configured repository. This is the way I wanted to help the readers understand not only the design control process, because they had to come in and say, okay, what part of the design am I in? I wanted to build that hierarchy and not just have this flat database. So I'm using image map extensions on this big graphic. And it's wonderful because then once you go into the design planning page, you scroll down on this page, you'd have a flow chart of how to do design planning. And again, that's an image map extension. I also use the tree and menu extension on the right, and that helps me create hierarchy. Maybe a process is requiring to do steps. So you might see 3 steps in that tree menu on the right. We also use LDAP, Pluggable Authority, I believe. So all of these extensions I'm pointing out right now, if I can't use them in my newest version of MediaWiki, I can't install the newest version of MediaWiki. We are so standard with our opening pages into these design control rooms, and our users are so used to finding the information through these extensions that I've had to wait years to upgrade because they'll have a problem with, mainly the tree and menu was giving me some problems. The next extension that we like to use is approved revisions. We get a lot of people coming in saying, okay, I don't want anyone to edit my work. I don't want anyone to see my work. And I always tell them, look, you're dealing with a philosophy of sharing data. So this is not the application where you're gonna clamp down and control somebody's ability to communicate knowledge. So what we landed on was approved revs. And what's nice about this is I've never used protected, but approved revs allows anyone to go ahead and make a change to that page. Until someone goes in and approves the page, it is never displayed. You can click a link in this highlighted area. It'll say, view the most recent version, and you can see the edits. And we have some authors that choose to do that, and some authors just go ahead and leave them unapproved. So approved revs is an extension that we use heavily. So now we have a best practices repository of how to develop products. Just recently, made me very happy. They were having problems with all of the forms that go along with the procedures that the engineers have to fill out are stored in Agile repository. And, you know, if they wanted to make a change to the form, it was such a heavy bureaucracy getting them through the approvers and then configuration assurance, getting rejected all the time. They just wanted a repository to store all their forms. Another problem that they had was now you have these parent forms or parent procedures and forms. And if there's so many of them, now you're managing a wiki table that's very ugly, table text. And then the old forms were hard to read because they had a whole bunch of instructional data as blue text in these Microsoft Word forms. So what we did was we built a repository using page forms. We can auto-generate the form numbers. And this is all in Developedia. Customizing repository check-ins and for newer versions of the forms, quick and easy with the page forms. Created standard data, metadata,
that can either be predefined or defined on the fly. I love the red links piece of page forms. And I'll show you some screen captures of how this is benefiting us. And then using the cargo extension, we were able to do a query and build these large tables of relationships. And so now we don't have to mess around with wiki text for the big tables. We can query the forms using metadata and download as a CSV file. This is our page form, original QMS number. Once this page is saved, it will give us a new form number. And then it relates to what quality record, what compliance story, what compliance process element, what form applicability. We have several different businesses, so we can apply the different type of devices to this form. The description, process owner, compliance process form, SMEs, the upload for the actual form. And then it's saved and it looks like this. So this form is now CPF 00020. The title is Design Closure Review Report. We can associate any related articles to how to fill this out. So now we're pulling out all that blue text from the Word files and putting it in a wiki article and assigning it to the form. Have a nice change history. And then on the right-hand side, I use this text box to display the metadata that the author attached. And then what's nice about Cargo is every time you click on, say, close design or design capture, a review report, you click on that and it'll show you all the other forms associated with that piece of data. So it's just, my users love it because they feel like they can find anything. They don't have to deal with these large applications like Agile where it's everything to everybody. I can pare down their needs. They do like it. Here's another way of querying those forms. All these are links on the left. And then this is one of them, applicability and form title. Here is the old tables where we had the relationship between the procedures and then the form numbers. And then these just terrible table text that, you know, it was always one of us experts that had to do it. Now I have Cargo querying and creating this wonderful compliance process form list. I have business forms and I have compliance forms. My business forms have relationships between not only the top level, but then there's a mid-level process and then there's forms. Excuse me. So my Cargo, I have a couple different Cargo tables that are very sophisticated and it's great. I don't have to do any editing. I have 11 wikis at Medtronic, 10 or 11. Most of them are based off of this Developedia. The product management office was very successful in 2011 when we rolled this out. We have about 3,500 editors, probably 10,000 readers. And it is the solid software that I've ever worked with. Granted, I have a development server and I go and test the extensions with the newest version to make sure that when my readers go out there, they're not going to lose their trees. They're not going to lose these forms that we're building. So the PMO office, the project management office, has asked me to roll out several of these. So I'm like this tools person, this Johnny Appleseed, saying, "Oh yeah, hey, I own a server. I can throw your wiki out here." So it's fun. The next wiki, real quick, I want to talk about is the Labby. The Labby is our systems engineers lab integration. And the problem was the engineers lab time through email. Engineers requested lab time through email, but didn't flesh out enough of the testing details. So there was always follow-up. Engineers didn't have access to the lab calendar to see when the lab was actually open and available. And technicians were constantly getting interrupted with another type of request for equipment. So we use page forms again. User will fill out a test request. We use Semantic Media Wiki. I use semantic result formats that will automatically place their test request on the lab calendar. And then I use, along with a template, initiate the emails to the lab technicians that say, hey, there's a request here. So page forms again. I have a hack as a notification system where I have the author put 3 tildes in this notify administration box. Here's another piece of that form. So they're signing this test request, and then on this test request template, there is a sub-object that will then apply. How do we do that? I have to look. Hold on a second. Anyway, let me get to that. So test request, this is what it looks like. And if you see underneath the table, it says the request testing event is shown, has been sent to, and then I use mentions. And in this template, it'll add the mention, the usernames for assignment from blah, blah, blah. So I have a template out there. So I just make sure that the echo is configured this way in their preferences, which is the hardest part of this, is to get everybody's echo preferences correct. And then here, this is on our template, calling this template reply to. That will add the mention, which will then propel that email to be sent out to the technician, these technicians right here. So here's your test request. Then this is a calendar. If the administrator has accepted the test, it'll turn blue. If the test comes in and it's still pending, it'll be a gray bar. And when the test is complete, it'll be black. So this is the ask that I use. And it's working pretty well. It really depends on my technicians. So I lost a technician in this lab that loved it. She added, she was tracking her vacation time. She was tracking her school time. Everything was wonderful. She was the lead of the labby. And then when she left, leaving me with another woman who is not interested in getting her time managed. So she doesn't do much of this, although she is starting to use the equipment request form. So I think that's it. This is the email that everyone gets, just a standard email. So
if you stop sharing, there's a couple of questions in the backstage you could read out.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, actually, you don't even have to stop sharing.
Okay.
It starts, I think the first one is this one here.
Okay. What is the position of Media Wiki in the company? Is it used for all Wiki type use cases, or is there Confluence and SharePoint as well? Yes, there's Confluence and SharePoint, and I wouldn't call those wikis. You have Doku Wiki, that's more wiki. Confluence, we are actively using Confluence. I can't tell you how much I'm disappointed in that application and for the money that we spend supporting it. They're also going cloud-based only, and I was going to mention, if MediaWiki ever went cloud-based only, I'd lose all my labs, I'd lose all of my manufacturing sites. They wouldn't be able to access, their data. SharePoint is improved a lot. That's usually where I get my most work, is someone will say, we can't find our work in SharePoint, can you give us a wiki? So that's what I'll end up doing. You mentioned there's 11 wikis at Medtronic. NASA has tried to reduce wikis by combining them. Any wish plans on doing the same? I'm very careful about getting too many wikis. I had one neuro business group who wanted 4 wikis, and all of them were for business best practices. And I said, no, You need to narrow down your stuff just to one or two, or tell me why you need something different. Whereas in Developedia, it's getting so big that I end up having so many different sciences and devices coming in, putting their best practices, that I have a hard time differentiating from my device group to my neuro group, which best practice is for me. So I'm constantly making sure that, okay, you want a product library? Let's get you a wiki. Let's not use our best practices wiki for that.
If you could read it out loud, just so the remote audience can hear as well.
Sure. Is the wiki considered a desk reference or help guide in general, or just in regards to regulators? We don't want the regulators to know necessarily that we have our best practices library, right? Because we don't want them in there making sure that we followed whatever procedure that has been created. They are just best practices. They're considered a desk reference or a help guide. I think that's...
Could this presentation compromise that?
No.
A regulator watches this and says,
No, and I've asked, they know that we have Developedia. FDA is getting their nose deeper and deeper and deeper into our tools. So it's great that they make sure that we understand what we've created as a design, and we can defend our design as a pacemaker. But when they start asking, can you tell us if your requirements management software tool has enough memory on the server to drive, the creation of a document? They're starting to get that low, but they're not there yet. So hopefully we'll keep them out of Developedia.
Yeah, so I am very satisfied to see that you're using a wiki to document testing, because we've been doing the same thing for the past couple of years in our wiki for testing towards Artemis EPA capability, and just trying to advertise the results to try to get people to weigh in and find disconnected assumptions, let's say.
Okay.
I'm curious, do you use the wiki, does the wiki somehow stimulate people to review test results and cross-pollinate between projects, or?
No. And if I were to open up the wiki for any type of software development such as that, like requirements management or test management, I would have to do a method val. I'd have to do a validation report, again, for that FDA to know that the software has signatures. It does document the time and date of the signature and the approval. And so I'd have to go through and validate.
I didn't mean for the FDA to see the results. I just meant internally to your organization.
Everything is FDA read. We consider everything read by the FDA. So whatever we do, even when we go issue tracking systems, it has to be Part 11 compliant. So if we're fixing an issue on a device, you log in, you have a history, we call that a Part 11 compliance configuration. And I'd have to do the same thing with MediaWiki. And there's a debate at Medtronic. Do you buy off-the-shelf software, spend millions of dollars, and then have them customize that off-the-shelf software? Because of course it doesn't do exactly what us big Medtronic people want it to do. So then you go and pay millions of dollars to do all this customization, or do you hire more people like me to implement a really cool requirements management or test? I'm not much into test, but managing our tests, our assumptions are, we would have to do all of that work ourselves and make sure that we're all validated and compliant. Whereas what we're really doing when we're buying that off-the-shelf software is we're saying, do that for us. Make sure that it's quality controlled.
There's two more questions in the backstage, if you could read them and respond.
When do you use Cargo and when Semantic MediaWiki? I mainly use Cargo. For Semantic MediaWiki, I use it for set. I'm not real familiar with it. I create it and then I forget about it. So yeah, I mainly use Cargo for all my queries. Subobjects is what I use for Semantic MediaWiki. And one more, when you mentioned testing new extension versions to make sure that they don't affect your users' content, how can you be sure that this is so? Do you have a dedicated test page for each type of content? So I'm really familiar with having to test new features in a requirements management system and how difficult it can be. I have a development server. My production server does not allow internet access. So I have to build everything on my development server and then move it over so I can use Composer. I just go through and I make sure all of my use cases work for my different extensions. Usually something fails and then I have months to wait for them to upgrade the software, and I just keep testing. Anything else?
Going back to the cargo, I'll say going back to the cargo and semantic data using both. Do you ever run into any issues with having both of those extensions on?
No.
Okay.
No. And I install a package of them, whether that group or business unit needs it or not. So I have a set of extensions that I automatically install. I should have some type of VMware where I just, push out my image, but. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Okay, and next up we have Emilio. I'm going to hand the screen over to Cindy to display, and then share his screen in just a second. Okay, and next up we have Emilio. I guess mute for now. Let's see. Hi, Emilio. If you can try to enable your microphone and camera and possibly share your screen. Emilio, if you can.
Plug that in back.
Plug it back in.
Share your screen.
Oh, he's not in.
No, he disappeared.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to try to go get this back. They're going to leave here.
You're going to be H9.
mute, that would be a problem.
Where's your PowerPoint?
That's not it.
Oh, what was it? Was it a PowerPoint? What was it?
No. Google Slides.
Right there, yeah.
That one, that one. No, that's not it.
It says pluggable off Google Slide.
It does, doesn't it?
I think you have to unclick it and then hover over it.
Unclick it, then hover over it, and then go over there.
You want to start again? Sorry.
Do I want to start again? Holy cow. I will do the briefer version of what I just said for the people online. Did the YouTube stream? Nobody got it, except
No,
that wasn't in this
it was
room.
muted till now.
Shoot. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'll just start over. My name is Cindy Chickalese. You saw me recently in a panel discussion. I am a principal engineer at the Wikimedia Foundation. And I'm going to talk about Pluggable Auth, which is an extension that I wrote about 8 years ago or so and have been maintaining as a volunteer since then. And I created it to solve a very specific problem and have continued to maintain it since then. I'm going to talk a little bit sort of basic computer security fundamentals about authentication and authorization to motivate the need for the extension. I'll talk a little bit about what identity providers are and authentication protocols. And then I'll introduce the pluggable auth architecture. And it is pluggable, which means it supports plugins. And so I will talk about authentication plugins and authorization plugins. And then I will talk about the latest feature that I've added in the most recent update to Pluggable Auth, which is multiple authentication. It was way better the first time I said it, but hey, it is what it is. So authentication. So in basic computer security principles, authentication is the process of proving who you are to a computer system. And there are 3 generally accepted ways that people prove who they are. It's based on either something you know, like a password. Only you know it, it's secret. And so the fact that you know it proves that you are who you are. Something you have, it could be a secure ID token is how we used to do it, those RSA things. Now folks have apps on their phones because you have your phone, which has the app on it. You've then proven who you are. Or something you are, biometrics, your fingerprints. I can now log into my computer by touching it. Your face, I can Face ID on my phone. So all of those are ways of proving to some computer system who you are, authenticating yourself. 2-factor authentication, you choose 2 of those things. Maybe it's a password, something you have, something you know, and your phone. Your token, something that you have, and that is then 2 of those factors being used to authenticate you. Authorization then. Typically, authentication is the first step and just the first step in authentic. Oh, you know what? I'm probably moving out of the camera, aren't I? Yeah. I tend to wander. I'm sorry. So authentication is the first step. First, you have to prove who you are to then be able to figure out what you're allowed to do. Now, there's a little bit of a loophole there because sometimes unauthenticated users, anonymous users are allowed to do stuff, okay? In the MediaWiki universe, anonymous users in some wikis are allowed to edit, okay? So those are a special class of users, those that haven't authenticated. But typically then, if you do authenticate, then you may have certain privileges, restrictions based upon you. So there are different levels of things that could require authorization. At the highest level, logging into a system could be controlled. So unless you can authenticate and prove who you are, maybe you can't log in, or maybe only a subset of the users can log in. Maybe you can log in, but you can't edit unless you are in a particular group.
Or maybe you can log in and you can edit, but you can't manage the capabilities, the privileges of other users unless you're in a certain group. So authorization is that second step. Once you have proven who you are, then you can go on to the next step of what are you authorized to do. And in MediaWiki Core, authorization is controlled by both group permissions. So there are permissions, whether you can edit, whether you can read, whether you can do various different things. There are lots of different, and extensions can add their own permissions that can be then assigned based on a group. And then there are also blocks within MediaWiki. Generally, I've found that blocking, which is quite common and a useful part of Wikimedia wikis, Wikipedia, being able to block vandals from being able to edit, is something that I don't typically see used as much in enterprise wikis. Sometimes that's because if somebody is authenticated, if they are authorized to access a wiki, it's because they have a job that requires them to have access to that. And they typically are disincentivized from vandalizing the wiki because they might get fired. And generally, if they get fired, they have no access to the employee resources anymore, so you don't need to block them. So I don't know what your experience is, but my experience is that blocking is not quite as prevalent within enterprise wikis as it is within Wikimedia wikis. So that's authorization. So I'll give you an example of auth. And notice here that I'm using auth. Pluggable auth, the extension, allows plugging in both authentication and authorization. So when I use the term auth, I'm talking about both of those things. So, and I sort of thought of this example, and, being the fact that I was flying here yesterday, flew to Houston from the DC area, walked into Dulles International Airport, and anybody can walk generally, and a lot of these things are generally because I'm sure you all can come up with examples where it's not true, but anybody can generally walk into an airport and walk around when they're outside the security perimeter, right? Those are your anonymous users. They haven't authenticated, nobody's checked their ID, they may or may not have a boarding pass, they're just anonymous people are allowed to wander around in the airport, go into the little gift stores, whatever that happen to be outside the security perimeter, walk up to the airline desks and talk to the employees. To get through security, you generally need to provide some sort of authentication, your driver's license or your passport, okay? And your boarding pass, although I was so smug yesterday walking up to the TSA pre-desk yesterday at Dulles International Airport, and I had out my driver's license, my real ID driver's license, and my phone app with my United app that had my boarding pass on it, and gave him my driver's license and was looking for where to put my boarding pass, and he waved me away. I don't need that. I'm like, yes, you do. That's in my talk tomorrow. You totally need my boarding pass. No, yesterday he didn't need my boarding pass. But the idea is that they want to make sure that they know who you are. You authenticate yourself with some form of ID, and that you have business going past security. They don't let people, they used to. I remember many years ago just being able to walk up and meet people at the gate as their flights came in, right? We used to be able to do that. Can't do that anymore. Yeah, I don't know, a while ago. So you have to go through that process of authentication and authorization. To board an airplane, you need to provide the boarding pass for that airplane, right? Typically, they don't ask you for your ID anymore, interestingly, at the airplane, but you need to have a boarding pass, and it has to be for the right airplane, okay? So think of logging into a wiki. You need to have access to that wiki. Airport personnel have a different badge which authenticates them, and it allows them to go into other secure areas. They have authorization. Presumably different types of airline employees are authorized to access different secure parts of the airport. that not everybody else is. So this analogy goes towards logging into your wiki. You need to, first of all, prove to the system your identity. Who are you? You need to authenticate. But then multiple different levels of authorization. Now, one of the first use cases for pluggable auth, one of the first uses, I used it using Google as the identity source. And I found that it was disadvantageous to just let everybody who happened to be able to go and sign up for a free Google account to get access to my wikis. So by signing up and having Google authenticate them was sufficient to prove who they were, that they are indeed the owner of this Google email address, right? They are able to log into Google using that credential. But that doesn't mean I want to give everybody that's gone up to Google and logged in. So the Google authentication piece was enough to authenticate the users, but then I wanted to have some sort of authorization past that to limit the set of users that would actually be able to get access to my wiki. So I'll step back for a second and talk about MediaWiki core authentication and authorization. By default, MediaWiki out of the box when you install it supports authentication using usernames and passwords. It stores users with their username and passwords, well, hashed passwords in the MediaWiki database. It also stores group information tied to the users, what groups they're in, and also if there are any blocks, if the user is blocked, that would be stored, all of that in the MediaWiki database. And back in around 2015 or 16 with MediaWiki 1.27, the software supporting authentication in MediaWiki was rewritten to support what are called a model using an auth manager that manages the authentication. So there's a class called auth manager. And then it has primary authentication providers and secondary authentication providers. So that would allow you to have two factors of authentication, different types of providers for those two different slots. And all of that is built into MediaWiki core. So there is a password-based authentication provider built into MediaWiki that out of the box installs and allows you to authenticate with MediaWiki using a username and password, and folks can create accounts and have access. So that's the capability that you get out of the box. There are a whole bunch. Now, this is a little bit misleading. So I just went to category user. I noticed there's a whole bunch of pages there that are in category user identity extensions that are all the LDAP authentication extension. So this looks like way more extensions than there actually are. But the point is that there are a lot of extensions that have been created that allow people to add custom identity solutions to MediaWiki. In fact, there's one Google login that will allow you to support just Google login, for example. Well, the problem that I had back in 2014, 2013, whatever, was that we had at MITRE, I believe it was Oracle, an identity provider. And we wanted to be able to authenticate to that. But we wanted to do so in a somewhat generic fashion so that we weren't tied to just that authentication provider, right? And so it occurred to me that what we really needed, there are standard authentication protocols, which I'll talk about in a minute. We might want to, as it turns out, the identity provider supported two different ones, and we weren't sure which one we wanted to use, which turned out to be advantageous because in our environment, on a given day, they were both sort of unstable. And we sort of had to switch back and forth between the two of them occasionally. So through a certain period of time as things were stabilizing. So it was really good to be able to have some sort of generic approach to authentication. So, and the code for MediaWiki, this primary and second authentication approach supported the authentication piece, but it didn't support the authorization piece at login. It did have, support as before, group-based authorization and blocking, but it didn't allow you to say, of the set of users who can authenticate themselves, can we limit the ones that are actually authorized to log into the wiki? So identity providers and authentication. So in general, outside of the MediaWiki world, you've got some application that wants to be able to authenticate its users. And so there's a class of applications called identity providers. And there are a whole host of them. If you Google identity providers, you'll find there's open source ones, there's closed source ones, there's a whole suite of things. And there are people whose bread and butter it is to create and support and secure identity providers. Okay, they're really good at that. And in an enterprise, typically you want them to take care of that problem, right? They are responsible for making sure that the code in their identity provider is good. We don't want to have to recreate all of that within MediaWiki, all right? So you should be able to just take an identity provider off the shelf. And then there are standard protocols that common identity providers support. SAML, I memorized what it stood for before, and I think security assertion markup language, I think. Yeah. OAuth, OpenID Connect. There was a previous version, OpenID, before it, but the new version is OpenID Connect, and not so new anymore. LDAP. These are all protocols that an application can use to communicate with an identity provider. And many identity providers actually support more than one of these protocols. Okay, but this is sort of, there's maybe other ones that I don't have, but these are the most common set of authentication protocols that one will come across. And so my goal in creating Pluggable Auth was to allow plugins to support these different protocols and any other protocol that somebody might need in a particular environment, and to be able to play in MediaWiki in this environment. So this is the ultimate architecture now then of Pluggable Auth. Starting over on the left-hand side, we've got MediaWiki, which has still in the database users. You can ignore the fact that there are passwords in there anymore. We're not going to use those. We're going to use the user information. Still, groups and blocks can be applied to those users once you have authenticated and logged in. Okay. And then there's a layer on top of MediaWiki of this Pluggable Auth extension. And Pluggable Auth itself is just glue code. Okay. It doesn't do anything by itself. It will not load if you do not have at least one authentication plugin. Okay, so Pluggable Auth is that glue code that makes it very easy to write authentication and authorization plugins. The first 5 versions of Pluggable Auth required that you had exactly one authentication plugin loaded and 0 or more authorization plugins. Okay, and I'll talk about the workflow in a minute for going through an authentication. In Pluggable Auth 6.0, which was released just a week or so ago, you can now do, which was a very requested feature, which is to have multiple identity providers. Okay, multiple different authentication plugins multiple different identity providers linked by those plugins, so that you could, very common pattern now is you'll go to a website to log in and it says, do you want to log in with your Google ID? Do you want to log in with your Apple ID? Do you want to log in with your LinkedIn profile? Do you want to log in with Facebook? Okay. That's a so choose who the identity provider is that you want to authenticate with, and we'll accept a whole host of them. And then once you have authenticated with it and proved that somebody out there that you trust knows who you are, then you can say, okay, but do I authorize that person? Can I go to that next step and authorize you to use the wiki? And so I'll talk a little bit about what the authorization plugins are that can be used. But that's sort of the general. And then the one additional piece, the note I have at the bottom, is that identity providers typically manage identities, and then there's usually sort of a directory of attributes associated with those identities. So in a corporate directory, what's your department? Who's your boss, or what corporate entity are you part of? What groups what privileges have you been given by the enterprise? Okay, those are all attributes that are typically in an enterprise managed in the corporate identity system. Okay, often there will be access using LDAP, the Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, that allows you to search that directory and find out attributes, features of the employees. Okay, that is useful information that needs to be managed by your enterprise, right, within your corporate identity server. But that as part of that protocol-based interaction through the authentication process, there can be some identity attributes, information sent back to MediaWiki that could then be used to populate the groups associated with the users, so that you can also assign privileges to the users. Okay, so again, there's 3 different levels of authorization that are represented here. One is, can you log in? And that's controlled by the authorization plugin. The next is, what things can you do once you're logged in, which is controlled by both the groups and the blocks. Okay, here is a vastly simplified sequence diagram of what happens, and I'm going to yada yada over a few of the things, but this is sort of what happens when somebody tries to log into your wiki. So you come off from the left-hand side from some page, and typically you'll click on that little login link up in the top right-hand corner, and it will redirect you to the page Special User Login. Okay. In Pluggable Auth, you may or may not actually see that page. You will be redirected to Special User Login, but the code on that page says, do we need to ask any questions within MediaWiki to the user in order to authenticate them? And if the answer is no, if the answer is, we don't need them to push a button, we don't need them to fill in a field, we just need to redirect them to the identity provider, you will actually transparently bypass seeing that Special User Login page. Okay. If you have multiple authentication providers configured, you'll see that page and you'll see multiple buttons on that page, and you'll choose which one you want to authenticate with. So you'll go to Special User Login. Special User Login consults the Auth Manager class. Again, this is vastly simplified. It will find, if you have configured the pluggable, if you have Pluggable Auth installed, it will find the Pluggable Auth primary authentication provider, which has code in there to begin primary authentication, to begin the process of identifying you with the identity provider. It will then redirect you to a unlisted special page, which is Special Pluggable Auth Login. There is code on that page to do the mediation of that workflow, the authentication workflow. It will call the authentication function in the authentication plugin. Okay, Pluggable Auth defines an abstract class, Pluggable Auth, that all authentication plugins must implement, and that they all have an authentication function. That authenticate function does whatever the particular identity provider, the different protocol needs you to do. Okay, so different authentication plugins do something different. Okay, so it will call the authenticate function. Typically, what happens in most of the authentication plugins is it checks your session variables, cookies. It says, is this user already authenticated? Have we already gone and spoken to an identity provider? Do we know who they are? And the answer, when you come through this the first time, is going to be no. We don't know who this is. We don't have anything in our session saying who it is. So what we're going to do is just redirect to some page that's been configured in the plugin, in the config for the plugin, to the identity provider. Okay? The identity provider will be like, oh, who are you? Okay? With Google, it'll put up, your login information. If you actually are logged in to multiple different Google identities, it'll give you a page saying, which Google identity do you want to be today or right now? And you'll choose one, okay? That will then redirect you back to special pluggable auth login, which will say, okay, we need to go back to authenticate again, right? Every time you land on special pluggable auth login, you call authenticate in the appropriate authentication plugin. This time when you get there, it says, oh, I have session information now that says who this person is. I now know their identity, okay? Or not, or, if they fail to authenticate, that's another unhappy path here or whatever. But in the happy path, they have been authenticated. And so then it says, okay, what groups, do we want to add any groups? Out of the box, this does nothing, okay? And I'll talk a little bit more about group population and future development in a minute. So that's optional, is populating the groups of the MediaWiki user based upon the attributes of the identity that was authenticated against in the identity provider. Then, if there is one or more authorization plugins installed, it'll check and say, okay, now that we know who this person is, are they authorized to log into the wiki? And if the answer to that is yes, or if there are no authorization plugins loaded, it will then redirect you back to the page that you started from as a logged in user. Okay, so lots of redirecting and lots of back and forth. It goes through a lot of stuff. And if you are using a single identity provider, a single authentication plugin, and you are already logged in your browser into a single identity, often all of that happens transparently. You click on the login button and the page will refresh and you will see that you are now logged in. You'll see your username at the top right-hand corner, and you will not realize that all of this fun stuff happened in the background. Authentication plugins. So again, I created this because I wanted to be able to authenticate using different protocols. And the two basic protocols that I wanted to be able to authenticate against initially were SAML and OpenID Connect. And so I wrote the simple SAML PHP extension, which is a authentication plugin, and the OpenID Connect one. And until recently was continuing to maintain both. I recently transferred maintenance of simple SAML PHP to Hello Welt. Robert Vogel has been contributing to it for many years. And I don't actually have regular access to a SAML-based identity provider anymore. And it was sort of silly for me to continue. And so they are using it and use it for many of their customers. And it made more sense for him to take over management. And he'd done some really wonderful contributions to it over the years, including adding the group management code to it, which I will talk more about in a minute. I continue to support OpenID Connect. I actually maintain a wiki farm on the Wikimedia Cloud Services environment, and I use Google to log in there using OpenID Connect, because Google supports OpenID Connect. Google Google also supports SAML, but only if you have a G Suite, access to G Suite as an administrator, and I am not an administrator for our Google environment, G Suite environment. And so the only choice I have there for managing is OpenID Connect. Hallowell, to Robert Vogel, and actually Mark, I think, also contributed to it. There was an LDAP authentication extension previously that did authentication only with LDAP. And then so Robert and Mark worked on enhancing it to be built on top of pluggable auth. And so you can actually use that for authentication too. Marijn at Wikibase Solutions in the Netherlands built an OAuth-based plugin for pluggable auth, WS OAuth. And so he maintains that. And it's been really exciting to see other people. So you can see I wrote the first two. Over the years, other people wrote all of these other ones. Steam, there's a Steam on. I don't even know who wrote these things. I think it's awesome. But I saw more and more of these things start coming up. So people, built upon this framework because all you need to do is extend a class, write an authenticate function, typically using another library that actually does the details of the protocol, and boom, it's integrated into the MediaWiki environment. So so those are the authentication plugins. I wrote 2 authorization plugins. The one that I generally use is email authorization. It's a form-based thing. It's got a special page that you can add either individual email addresses or email domains. And so if somebody belongs to a particular email domain, for example, then they'll get a positive result on authorization. LDAP authorization, which was again taken over by Robert as part of this LDAP process. It uses LDAP attributes in order to make the authorization. Multiple authentication. So a frequently requested feature was the ability to have this, and this is really super ugly right now here. This was my test page that I created a week ago over the weekend for the purpose of proving that this actually worked for this talk. So I used what I've used before, which is Google using the OpenID protocol, OpenID Connect protocol. I also went up and went and created a free Azure account. And it turns out that if you create a free Azure account, you can authenticate with both SAML or OpenID Connect. So I did both of those. And then WS OAuth, the easiest way for me to test that one was it supports Facebook login. And so I set that up. So I can go to my wiki and I can click any of those 4 buttons and authenticate with my wiki. This was introduced in Pluggable Auth 6.0. Notice I got that crossed out. And it requires a compatible authentication. So if you go to the Pluggable Auth extension page, you'll see there's now a table there that shows which of the authentication plugins supports 6.0. It was a fundamental change to, I'm sorry, I'm almost done. It was a fundamental change to the whole architecture, and as such requires a different way of specifying the config, which I'll show you in just a sec. When I was testing this last weekend, I realized that there was it still works, but there's a inefficiency to how it does the group population, because group that was done using a MediaWiki hook. And so what I found was that if you had multiple authentication providers logged in, it would call the hooks on all of them. And you only wanted to be able to call the group population for the hook that you're actually logged in with. And so there had to be some guard code in each one of the group population things. So I am on the Create Camp on Friday, going to be working. I've already have a work in progress patches for Pluggable Auth WSO auth, Simple SAML PHP, and OpenID Connect for switching from using a hook-based to a function-based approach for group population. But I'd actually like to take the code that Robert wrote for Simple SAML PHP and elevate that up into pluggable auth to make it so that all plugins get the advantage of having certain glue code for doing group population, and make it so they only have to do a little bit of protocol specific stuff per authentication plugin. So I hope to work on that on Friday. Don't know if I'll get it all finished on Friday, but there should be a pluggable auth 7. In the meantime, 6.0 is usable, but 7.0 will be so much better. This is just an example of what the config looks like. You load all your extensions, and then there's this global WG pluggable auth config array. The in quotes is going to be what's the button text that appears on the button, although you can override that with a MediaWiki message, and then you name the plugin that particular config uses, and then data that's specific to that plugin. Each one takes different kinds of stuff. Something that Robert noticed, which may also go into pluggable auth 7.0, if you notice the very last config, which is WSO auth, uses client secret with a capital S and client ID with a capital I, but the one above for OpenID Connect uses client ID with capital ID and no uppercase S for client secret. Really, we should normalize those things and convert it all to lowercase so that people don't have to care what they enter in their config, and it should all work. So I might add the attribute normalization as part of 7.02. That's it. I am sorry I went so long.
One question, if anybody's got it, or?
So first of all, before I ask a question, thank you, because this, there's a lot of extensions out there, and this particular one seems to be the enabling extension that allows private wikis to function. And so thank you for this.
Welcome.
When I first got involved with MediaWiki and was trying to set it up in my environment, we were using semantic MediaWiki, and we were having trouble with sessions getting dirty or corrupted, and there were some session stability issues that my memory is that it was traced back to something about pluggable auth.
Actually, it was probably, so the Simple SAML PHP extension, and the same thing was true. There's another extension called SAML auth that's not built on top of Simple SAML. So Simple SAML PHP is a PHP-based library that is used by both of those extensions to provide SAML authentication. And there is an incompatibility since MediaWiki 1.27 with the session classes built into MediaWiki and PHP-based sessions as used in the Simple SAML PHP library. So there is a note on the extension page for Simple SAML PHP that says if you're going to do this, you need to disable or change the default session handling in the Simple SAML PHP library to not use PHP sections. You can use SQL-based sessions, and that fixes that problem.
Thank you so much. I hope that including that as part of the discussion saves somebody a lot of
yes
time and pain.
Awesome. Thank you. All right.
So this might cause some feedback. Maybe not. Okay, up next, we have Emilio talking about residency management at Mass General Hospital. And we can see you, Emilio. All right. I think we can hear you tapping too. This might cause some feedback. Ooh. Okay, up next, we have Emilio talking about residency management at
Okay, can you see my entire screen? Can you hear me? I just want to know that you're hearing me.
Hey, I think so. I just had to switch away from something, but I think we can hear you. I can see your screen as well, so I think we're all good.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, well, thank you so much for the invitation to talk today. My name is Emilio Madrigal, and I am a pathologist at the Massachusetts General Hospital here in Boston, Massachusetts. So one of the, I sign out cytopathology, so I see patients, I perform biopsies, but the other aspect of what I do is informatics. And so one of the big things that we do within the department for informatics is tackling education informatics projects, as well as clinical, operational, research issues. But one main thing that we do is tackle education informatics projects. We're in the Department of Pathology, and what I'm showing here is just the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education search program, just so that you can have a sense of how many residency programs there are in the country. So like I mentioned, right, we're pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology, and we're in Massachusetts. And I'll just show you which one of these is our program. So here we are. So we're Mass General Hospital. We have a pretty large program. We have about 40 residents in total, and soon we're going to be joining forces with another hospital. So this is about to double the amount of residents that we have. So each residency program, whether it's pathology, internal medicine, OBGYN, has their own unique challenges, whether that's managing all the schedules for the different service that residents are on, or evaluations for the residents, and as well as managing teaching materials. So when I got started here at Mass General about 3 years ago, I came here to do my informatics fellowship. One thing that was missing here was a way to share digital slides. And digital slides is the way that residents and attendings and faculty pathologists learn and teach their material. So just let me show you what we were doing before when I got started here. We were building these one-off HTML-based websites. Essentially, this is the site that was hosting all the digital content for this CME course, right? So this is a continuing medical education course that was delivered back in 2018. And so for each one of these sessions, whether it's obstetric pathology, cytology, bone and soft tissue, somebody would have to come in here and create this table. And then once you click on one of these sessions, they would then create another table, have a thumbnail of the digital slide that was going to be shown for the case. And so each one of these slides represents a case and some teaching points that were going to be presented. The issue with this system, as I'm sure all of you know, is that this is all just a flat file. So next time a new session is being constructed, we would have to create a new page, right? And there's no way to link these, right? If you wanted to aggregate all the obstetric pathology sessions that had been given at some point, we couldn't do that. Or we could do that, but we would have to have an obstetric pathology website or page. Each time a new obstetric pathology session was given, then we would have to go ahead and add that to that session. Same thing with the pathologist, right? So let's say Drusilla Roberts wanted to have an archive of all of the slides that she had presented at previous sessions. There was no way for her to access that unless we built a specific page for Drusilla Roberts, and then each time a session was given, we would add that content to that page. So what I decided to do when I saw this as an opportunity, and I thought, well, why can't we build a better system that would have a database in the background, and then we'd be able to generate different content for different subspecialties and serve it up to the residents. And one thing, the platform where we decided to use is MediaWiki. And the reason we decided to use MediaWiki is that the associate chair for pathology informatics here at Mass General had built a molecular laboratory information management system based on MediaWiki about a decade ago. And so we thought, why don't we use this same platform to start building a new educational platform? And so the initial idea for this was to support digital slides for teaching and education of residents. But we quickly realized that there was a bigger opportunity here. We would be able to manage a lot more about the residency. And I'm going to show you what that platform looks like. So we decided to call this Learn Pathology. And this is what the landing page looks like. We have LDAP authentication. So we're using the LDAP extension. And so this is just using my LDAP ID that's managed by my institution. So we don't have to worry about username and passwords. And so the first thing that users see when they log in is this very colorful grid. And it may seem confusing, but this is something that we have come to know and understand, and this is something that gets used every single day. What I'm showing here is all the different services that are part of this department. So we have autopsy, bone and soft tissue, breast pathology, cardiovascular pathology, cytopathology, so on and so forth. And each one of those services tends to have a resident associated with it. There might be a fellow associated with it. And then there's, of course, always an attending doctor, pathologist that's associated with that service. And so the way that I'm bringing in this information here is that we're running the cargo extension, and we have several tables. One table for the resident schedule, another table for the fellow schedule, and another table for the attending schedule. But this information is coming in from different sources. So one of the sources, for example, for the resident schedule, that's being managed by Google Sheets, because that's just the way that traditionally that has been done here. And so we're using an API to bring that content and dumping it into a cargo table. Same thing with the fellow schedule. The attending schedule, that comes in from another service. And again, we're using another API to bring that information and porting that into a cargo table. And so what that allows us to do is create this daily snapshot of who's on which service. And so that way a resident knows that, well, yes, they're on the cytology B service, and they know with which faculty they're paired with. And the reason that this becomes very important is because when a sample comes into the pathology department, whether it's coming from a pulmonary surgery or a pancreatic surgery or something like that, we need to know who to accession this case to. And so this was a huge problem in our department, because previously, at the beginning of the week, the person that was creating this schedule that you're seeing here, it was being done by hand. But what would happen is a resident might change, might call out sick, or a pathologist might call out sick, or there may be some switches in the schedule. And so this schedule would tend to change as the week went on. And so now if you're accessioning a specimen for pulmonary pathology to this pathologist, it may not be that same person. And so what that may end up leading to is delayed in patient care, because we may be giving the specimen to the wrong person that needs to see it and then diagnose that specimen. So this now allows us to create a more real-time dynamic view of who's on service and where the specimen should go. So scheduling is one big thing that we're doing with this wiki now, and again, using the cargo extension. And since we have profiles for all the residents, we have profiles for all the faculty, we're able to then link these profiles to different schedules. And as when I started at the beginning, I mentioned that one of the main things that we wanted to do was to be able to handle digital slides. So let me show you a little bit about what that looks like, because that's one of the more exciting aspects of what we're doing with this website. So in pathology, it's a very visual discipline. We get a specimen, we process that specimen, and we create glass slides. But in order to support teaching and education, especially in a residency of this size, we need to be able to create these large study sets and distribute them to different residents. And so every single day we have these sessions that are called outs or sign out sessions. And so let me show you what one of these sessions ends up looking like. Basically, pathologists would come in, right? And then they create, they would create a page that looks like this. And I'll show you what the form to create this page looks like. But essentially, we would have different sessions for different subspecialties, whether it's head and neck or pulmonary pathology. And each one of those sessions has different cases. And so when we click on one of these cases, you end up seeing a deep zoomable image or a gigapixel image that we're able to zoom in, right, and pick up aspects about this case and go down essentially to the single cell level. And so by doing this and sharing this information, right, residents can look at this case, look at any ancillary study that comes along with that case, for example, this P63 stain. And before the session with the pathologist, they're able to preview, or they're able to look at the cases before they go to that session, so that they have some sort of idea of what that diagnosis is. During the session, what the pathologist would do is that they share these cases, show them, and then after the session, we reveal the diagnosis. So that way, this becomes a permanent record for the residents to be able to refer back to these cases and study from them. So the way that one of these sessions is created, have the page forms extension. So we then select which, who is the person that's going to be presenting this. So I'll select, let's see, I'll select myself here. And then we select the date when this is going to be presented. So I'll say April 7th. The subspecialty, in this case, I'll say that this is a cytology session, and the topic will be rapid on-site evaluation. Now just go ahead and hit save. And so that creates a new request. And so what that does is that this lands on a work list, and this saved, all of this is being saved in a cargo table. This lands on a work list so that our scanning technician knows that now there's a request that has been created, but we haven't added any cases. If I were to add cases, then they would see the cases and the slides that need to be digitized, and they'll have a work list. They'll go through different QC steps and then end up creating a page that looks like this. But what's valuable and what's very powerful here, which we couldn't do with a page like this, is that now that all of this is in a database, right, we're able to then make these make these associations. So you're seeing here that the request details are listing that the subspecialty is head and neck. So if I click on head and neck, that's going to bring me to what that's doing, it's a run query. So using page forms, I'm going to list out all the head and neck, or all the requests that have been linked to head and neck pathology. Then if I click on the presenter, in this case, Dr. Faquin, that's going to bring me to his profile page. We have a profile card. This is, again, we have all the information about the different rotation or the different services that they're covering. So this is what their service week would look like. So you're seeing here that this week they're on the cytology C service. And so they're able to see like when they're going to be on service using this calendar, just using cargo and the calendar display function. But if you click on digital slides, Dr. Faquin will be able to see all the different requests that have been linked to him. So that way, anytime a new request is added, so let's say he comes in here, adds a new outs request or a new faculty request or something like that, it would land on his personal page, and then he'll be able to refer back to that request. And so, we have things here dating back to 2019 when we started using this page. When we started using this wiki. So everything is here and everything is recorded here so that he's able to refer back to this teaching material and share it at a future session. And so this becomes very valuable for residents because now they can, we can organize digital slides based on different study sets. So we have things like frozen section conferences, bone and soft tissue study sets, cytology study sets, essentially study sets covering most of the subspecialty in pathology, but we're also able to create these run queries to so that residents can search based on a diagnosis or based on a different subspecialty or based on a faculty member that presented a session. So again, rather than having these flat files and having these one-off sessions, by creating these forms and creating these tables and having the users contribute to the wiki, right? So now they can contribute these teaching sets and these study sets. We're able to create an archive, and we're now over 6,000 slides, about 3,000 cases that have been registered on this page that residents can refer to and use as study material. So that's one of the main components of this page. And the other component, again, is the different profiles that we have for the residents, the schedules that we have for the residents and the faculty. And of course, we have teaching materials for each one of the different subspecialties. We've created a resident portal here so that residents can have different resources and links for, again, teaching material, and then they can access the different subspecialty service pages. So if I click on cytology, that's going to bring me to the cytology page, give me some introduction for the resident so that they know something about that rotation. It's going to list the different faculty that are linked to that cytology subspecialty, list different resources, and then again, show them a calendar so that they know which faculty is on that service, on the different services for the subspecialty, and then they can look at the entire academic year and any associated digital slides that are associated with that service. And the other main component, the other major component that we have in this wiki is an evaluation service for the residents. I will pick a test resident that we have here, Rudolf Virchow, which is the father of pathology. And again, if we click on any one of these services like cytology and I click on evaluate, what that's going to do is another run query, and that's going to bring me to a listing of all the different milestones that we evaluate for the residents. So these are very specific things, like, for example, in gynecologic cytology, they're able to recognize low-grade and high-grade squamous lesions. And so for this resident, if an attending that has been on service with this resident, they can click this button here, and what this is an auto-edit button. So then that would save to a cargo table, and that would record this as evaluated. And we can also create different, add different comments for that specific milestone. If another attending were to come in and evaluate this resident, they'll be able to unclick this and say that they don't agree with that evaluation, and then have a dialogue with the previous faculty member that checked this off as being attained. So this is one way that we're able to evaluate the residents in our program. And each one of the residents, again, they have access to their service calendar. They see like the different assignments that they're on, right? So the different services, all the different conferences that they have to deliver, all the different calls whenever they're on call, they can come in here and check that. Different quizzes and the different services and what they've attained. Yeah, so being able to use these different extensions, I mean, I just mainly talked about cargo and page forms, and of course, LDAP to authenticate. You know, we've been able to have a lot of flexibility with this system. We are going to be welcome every year. We welcome a set of 10 new residents, and like I mentioned earlier, we're going to be merging with another program, so we'll be welcoming probably an additional 40 or 50 residents to this system, as well as 80 or so faculty members. right now the page gets has about 400 plus users. It gets used daily for the schedules, for accessioning schedules, to see what service you're on, and to access the teaching materials that I've shown you. But yeah, having access to something like Cargo, where we can quickly pivot from one schema if we need to add another column or another element to support any one of these tools that I've shown you, has been very beneficial. Same thing with page forms. And I'm not able to show you the other system that I've built, and that's a more clinical system because that actually has patient data. But with that one, we're doing some pretty exciting stuff using external data, because we're able to tap into different systems, different clinical systems, and then present clinical information to the folks that are using these systems. All right, so I think I'll just stop there because we're a little bit over, but does anybody have any questions about any of this? Can you still hear me?
Sorry, yeah, I can hear you. Hold on, we're gonna gather some questions. Hello, can you see, I'm sorry, I'm super loud. There's some questions that I'm putting in the backstage, Emilio, if you look in the text there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so could other hospitals make use of this functionality? Yeah, so one of the big projects that we have right now is that we're building this, we're participating in something that's called Promotion in Place. And so we're essentially building a repository for different events that happen during the course of a resident's stay at our hospital, and with the goal of being able to offer this to different subspecialties, so not just pathology, but eventually, yes, we would like to make this this platform, right, available to different hospitals. I mentioned earlier, right, we are merging with a different residency program, and so we will be they will be accessing and having access to this content, but they are within our network. To make this available at another institution, right, they would have to have this deployment of MediaWiki. This seems to be like a data science playground, highly important questions that could be asked, answered. Do you have any long-term goals of incorporating machine learning, AI, and other data analysis tools? Is that in reference to the digital slides that I showed? If so, and I think it probably is, then yes, we are, right? So that is the goal is for clinical purposes, right? Because everything that I've shown you is for teaching and education. But yes, we do have a clinical arm to all of this, and so for the clinical slides, we are developing several artificial intelligence models to be able to identify nuclei and be able to quantitate different things and predict the different tumors that are being shown in these slides. Again, everything that I'm showing here is de-identified, so there are no patient identifiers here. In any of these slides or the metadata that I'm showing. Who maintains the system? So we use Kubernetes to run all of these applications. And so right now it's our informatics team that is maintaining all of this. It's not central IT, it's our own informatics team. How do you maintain the customization you have done on your system? Do you have formal support for your site as a critical resource, customizations? Yeah, so formal support for, yeah, it's, so this has been accepted at in our department as the main resource for education. So as our residency management platform. So any new development or any customization that will get submitted as a ticket, and we evaluate that and we put it on a roadmap, and we'll address those things as we finish other projects and other development. But yeah, we do evaluate all the tickets that are submitted and see how that can improve the system. We continually add content here, so for teaching and education, and we do encourage our residents and our faculty to create these study sets, because it will not only benefit them for them to teach at different conferences, but they can also it will definitely benefit our residents and fellows during their time at Mass General.
All right. Well, thank you, Emilio. That's it for the questions that I've gathered digitally. I don't know. I'm not in the room actually right now, but Jeroen's handling any comments or questions from inside the room, if there is any.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Emilio. I appreciate it. Next up, we have Jeroen talking about how to handle external data in MediaWiki. So we'll do a little cable switch, and he'll be up front.
I feel honored.
Yeah. Yeah, this talk probably won't be as exciting as those, but it will be shorter.
That's okay.
Okay, so is this working?
Yeah.
Okay, what just happened? Okay. Handling external data. This is a little bit about me. You can just read it. My name is Jeroen Koren. So external data, it's all working? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Hello to everyone watching at home. External data with a small d, lowercase d. I mean, it's crucial. I mean, the amount of data outside a system always dwarfs the amount of data inside the system, even if you're talking about a massive data set like Wikidata, Wikipedia. And my other thought, which is sort of related to that, is it's best not to have redundant data. There's a popular concept or phrase called single source of truth in the enterprise world. So what does that all mean? So in the context of MediaWiki, there's two basic approaches to handling external data. One is you have the data in some outside system, you import it all in, and then you abandon the old system. There's various ways to do that. If you want to do that, you can write your own bot. There's the data transfer extension that lets you convert it all into template calls within your wiki if it's structured. The other approach is keeping it there and then just querying it in the wiki. There's different ways to do that too. A standard one is external data, and that's what I'll be talking about. Some people, I mean, it comes up that some people want to try to compromise and have the data in both systems, and then you can have a sync, like a daily sync or a weekly sync, in case it gets edited in one or the other. That is rarely a good idea. It leads to all sorts of complications. You really should just pick one system for whatever piece of data and stick with it. So external data, uppercase D, which I admit is not my best named extension because of the confusion. It's an extension that lets you do that. It lets you query and display then in the wiki data from an outside source. I first created in 2009, but just I guess as with the pluggable auth family, what I created is just a small fraction of the current state of things. So we'll get to the actual data you can retrieve. Once you retrieve data, it can either be just a single row of data, like a set of values, and then you would display that using a parser function called external value, or it's a table of data, and then you want to have some handling for each row. So there's currently three different ways to do that: for external data, display external, for external table, display external table, or format external table. We'll get to some of these, but that's the basic idea. And then with all of this, every time I mention a parser function, there is an equivalent Lua function that you can call using the Scribunto extension. So what are the possible data sources? The big one is just standard web pages, and there's all sorts of formats that are supported. These are sort of in descending order of importance to some extent, but the big ones are CSV, JSON, and XML. INI is an interesting one. That's just key value pairs like A equals B, C equals D. But yeah, it supports various formats. You can also access those things, the same things with SOAP, which is a different protocol. Local files, if you have a local JSON file or something, you can query that also. Databases is a very interesting one. LDAP servers, that was covered briefly in another talk. Local executables, that one is interesting too. So here's some examples, if this works. Okay. So here are some examples of external data actually in action. Let me make this a little bigger. Behind the scenes, this is going out to different sources. So this is all actual data that's not hard-coded on the page. PubMed, Scopus, these are various academic things. This one is interesting. Wikidata you can query also in the same way, because every Sparkle query there's a URL that you can use to represent that whole Sparkle query. So here's some information about neon, the atomic element. Here's a full query, all paintings that where's the okay, all paintings that include a squirrel, that depict a squirrel. So here's a table, and you can using some clever wiki text, you can actually display the image. So this is it. This is, if you wanted to know all the paintings that depict a squirrel, this is, I mean, it's the easiest way to do it. Just one thing briefly I wanted to show here. Some APIs require an API key that they send you, and you're supposed to keep it a secret. So the way that's done in external data is you define a constant. In this case, it's just called IMDb key. And then in local settings.php, you say IMDb key for this one domain is whatever the long string that they sent you is. Okay. The other interesting, I put get file data. That's incorrect. I don't know why I did that. This is get program data, which is really fascinating. This is a new feature that I am not totally sure of its limits of how much it can do, but it can do a lot. it calls, it basically is a way to call an executable, which is not really what external data was intended for, but it does work out nicely. So here are some examples. This is not too exciting. It's just a, this is just a call to man, I think, in Linux to look at the manuscript thing. But you can also call, I think this is GraphViz. So yeah, really, you know, it's really testing the boundaries of what it means to be external data. These are some other formats that are all server-side calls that produce these images. Yeah, what are all these things? Anyway, you can see all of those. There's a music one, yeah, and so forth. Map. Yeah, pretty interesting stuff. Yeah, again, that's get program data, not get file data. So yeah, there are a lot of new features. Almost everything has been added by a guy named Alexander Mashin. Get program data, which I mentioned. There's also something called get external data, which eventually may replace all of the get web data, get DB data, and so forth. It just is one thing. We'll see. You can now call prepared SQL statements in get DB data, which I won't get into, but that can be useful. The INI format he added as well. And then the format external table thing, which is really nice. It's a way to call on a whole table of data a cargo format. So, you know, all the formats, it's equivalent to a semantic MediaWiki result format, but you need cargo for this one. So if you have a whole table of data, you can say format equals dynamic table or something, or in some cases format equals map or whatever, and then it shows it in that format as if it had come from cargo and not from the external data source. External data and forms. This was also covered in a previous talk, but you can use this thing called values from external data to populate dropdowns, combo boxes, or whatever it is. If you first put in a call to get web data, or get DB data, get LDAP data. There's a future complication. This came up during the panel. Parsoid, which is a MediaWiki parser that right now only used by Visual Editor. It parses different parts of a wiki page independently and not necessarily in order like the current unnamed MediaWiki parser does. So once that becomes the default parser, parser functions that rely on order won't necessarily work, and that includes external data, which has a combination, in which case you first call get web data and then call external value or for external table. So as we covered, external data is not the only extension that has a problem. Here's my attempt at a meme. So yeah, maybe this requires some explanation. Variables and numer alpha are both extensions where the order matters of calling. In variables case, you first define it and then you retrieve it. External data we covered also. Semantic MediaWiki is in a separate category. The issue there is not the order of calls, it's the fact that Semantic MediaWiki extends the MediaWiki syntax with those the square brackets and double colon syntax, and that currently doesn't work with Parsoid. So they'll have to figure something out, and I think there's going to be a talk or a lightning talk about that tomorrow. Possible solutions for that. Yeah, so what can be done? Variables and numer alpha may be screwed. We'll see. For external data, we just need a way to retrieve and display data at the same time. So I mean, I think it's doable. One option is new parameters, like something called display template. So you have, this is sort of what that call in the demo before looked like. But before it was just the first 5 lines, I guess, 4 lines, whatever it is. So if we add this additional one, basically we're saying for each row that we retrieve, pass it to this template called display IMDb film. So then you have to define this other template, but then it handles everything at the same time. So this is what that template might look like, except there's a problem, because if we want to display the ID, that's not part of the external data that we retrieved. So we probably need yet another parameter called additional values, where we then also pass in the film ID, the IMDb ID. Just a minor detail, but so this is what it could look like at that point if we had those two parameters. And then potentially you could have a different new parameter called display format, which works like a cargo or semantic MediaWiki display format. So again, this would be combining get web data and display and format external table into one big parser function. Yeah, so I think external data at least is going to do fine after the parsoid switchover. And that's it. Any questions? Yeah, Rich.
Yeah, what version of MediaWiki is the impending change that you're referring to? Is that, it's not 35, is it?
Which changed to when the parsoid apocalypse is coming. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, it's supposed to be sometime in the next year or two. No? Okay. Oh.
They're not going to stop supporting the old functionality anytime soon.
Okay. They're not gonna, Cindy says they're not gonna stop supporting the old functionality anytime soon.
Let me put it this way. The old parser will still remain. My understanding is the old parser will still be available in MediaWiki. Parsoid won't support the new things, but you can still continue using the old parser.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, parsoid will be the default parser, but it won't be the only parser. So if you really want to, I guess the idea is you can always use whatever the current one is called. Some people actually call it the parser from hell, no? Which is ironic because everybody thinks it's better, but all right. Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's it. I'm supposed to talk about putting on my my program chair hat. Three things, four things. Maybe you should talk about these things.
Well, some of them only you know about. So.
Okay, fine. I don't know. Okay. We're gonna do a group picture tomorrow. It's kind of anticlimactic. No, I don't know. We're gonna do a group picture tomorrow at the morning break. We'll try to get both people here and remote to get in the picture together. I don't know how we'll do that.
Yeah, we're gonna do a Zoom link for all the remote participants and put them up on the board here. And then everybody in person will be underneath, and we'll get one of the hotel people to snap a couple pictures.
Cool. Yeah, there's a social event tonight. It's not Axelrod, it's Axelrad. Okay. It's like an outdoor beer garden. Sorry to all the people watching this remotely. You can just go outside and have a beer, and you get into the vibe thing. Yeah. Well, were we talking about the Create Camp agenda already? We can talk about that tomorrow, no? Okay. All right. Any question? And the conference dinner is tomorrow evening. Eddie, yeah.
What time is tonight's event?
I don't know. What time is tonight's event? Well, I don't know. Just whenever people show up, I guess.
Maybe we're gonna try to do a carpooling thing too for those that have cars, but somewhere around 6:30. Does that work for everybody?
Departing 6:30.
Perfect.
Okay.
You're one of the drivers, so
I know.
You have some say in this.
Oh.
I'll be a driver.
Oh, cool. We got some drivers. Yeah, there's people.
Anybody need a car? Does anybody want to ride with someone so they don't have to drive?
Should we say goodbye to the people?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We should organize this on a wiki.
This is a verbal wiki. Well, just meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. This time.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, yeah. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to people at home, and we'll be here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central. Although people who are in Europe can just chat among themselves, I guess, for the first 6 hours. No, I mean 6 hours beforehand.
Cozy's always open, right?
And then yeah, and go to Cozy. Okay. Well, thank you.